Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready. Nuclear missile ready.
Hello everybody, my name is Swagger and welcome to another incredible, amazing, long Alpha Pro series. Wait, no, we're in an Alpha MVP Cup, aren't we? Welcome to MVP Cup 2019. I am your host, Swagger, as usual. Running on quite a interesting amount of sleep, but we should be ready to rock and roll here. We're going to jump straight into the action with our first game of the series, which is going to be Psych versus Paco Mike on Kairos Junction. Should be a good one, folks. Let me go ahead and switch that scene for you just to make sure everything is good. Where's my in-game scene at? There you are. Ain't that pretty? Big shout out to Sunlily for providing us with these amazing overlays. And let me see if I have my caster. Nope, I have my gaming functions on, so we're going to go ahead and switch that up right now. I deserve to be lazy in a couple of things, guys. Little did you guys know, it's all planned. All of these like little small minute like mistakes I'm making, they're just to make this cast seem that much more informal. Have like a little bit of a connection with the audience, you know? Special tactics, you guys. Spawning in the top. Okay, fine. Spawning in the top left-hand position of Kairos Junction, representing Alpha X, it is the blue Protoss player Paco Mike. And his opponente spawning in the bottom right-hand position of Kairos Junction, also representing Alpha X, it is the orange Terran player Psych. Alrighty. Whew. So yeah, to have a nice PvT to kick off MVP Cup of May. Not sure how many of these we've done so far, but it has been a decent amount. And again, always a fun tournament, always a fun series. We always have some very high level play coming in here. It's not quite the classics versus innovations that we sometimes cast over on our Pro Series channel over on Afrika, but we still do have a considerable amount of talent here. Psych, I know, is an amazing Terran. Paco Mike, of course, an amazing Protoss himself. None of these guys are pushovers. I bet you any of these guys will take you to the cleaners. That's right, folks. Take you to the cleaners on Matter. Not a doubt in my mind. So yeah, definitely some very respectable players that we have the pleasure of casting today. And we're going to see what their interpretation of the PvT meta is. Now, for those of you guys who have been following the meme culture of Protoss vs Terran, there has been a specific build called the Max Packs build. I'm not sure if you guys have heard about it or not, but the Max Packs build, basically, for those of you guys who do not know, is where you kind of go, let's see, you go pylon, as a person. You go pylon in your main base, and then pylon over here, you proxy your gate there. but just put the cyber back at home and like macro back up as normal, right? And it's the most mind-screwing thing that Terran has to deal with, and it's just kind of ruined ladder for like the past couple of weeks, ever since my boy, not really my boy, but this really awesome guy, Beastie Cutie, put out a video on it and absolutely ruined PvT for everyone in pretty much every single league ever. But as we can see, that's not what's happening this match. Are we going to see it later on in the series? Are we going to see it later on in the tournament? It is going to be something to watch out for, especially if Paco Mike has been keeping up with that sort of stuff. Stargate coming out for Paco Mike to the Sykes build. Was that the weirdest way of saying something I've ever said? I think so. Well, the second weirdest thing of saying something I've ever said. The first weirdest way of saying something I've ever said was that which I just said, which is really weird. Reaper back at home gets killed, which is also weird too. You're not supposed to lose that as a Terran, but sometimes things happen. Adam's gonna more than handily take out these two Marines, and is it going to check out the builds? Check out the buildings? Yes. So it does end up seeing the 2-1-1 build, kind of Psych. It went like, let's see, Racks, Factory, Racks, which honestly I don't really have that much of a good idea about. Oh, actually, you know what this could be? If this is 2 racks and 1 factory, this actually just screams to me siege. Nope. All right, it screams to me cyclones. That's right, folks. And yeah, I was gonna say it's gonna be that tank build that a lot of Terrans seem to enjoy to just kill Protosses with. You know, that build where they just get a couple tanks, get a bunch of Marines, pull some SCVs, and just kill your opponent, right? It doesn't seem to be being that though. He's gonna go and start researching Stim, getting a Cyclone, so maybe some sort of early, yeah, okay, especially if delaying the starport this much, we definitely should be expecting to see some sort of early game aggression coming up from Psych. Maybe a huge Stim timing with siege tanks, yeah. I think the Cyclone is just for early game defense against the possible Stargate. Did he actually see the Stargate? No, but, possibilities there. Phoenix is going to fly on in. It's not Oracles, it is going to be Phoenixes coming up from Paco Mike straight, which I definitely can appreciate. I mean, a lot of the times in PvT, it feels like Oracles don't really do anything that, some Phoenixes can't do. I mean, sure, you can, cast Revelations, but, if you have good Phoenix control, personally, I feel if you have good Phoenix control, you have good map awareness, then you can keep a tab on the Terran anyways, And it's just kind of a waste of money, I think. Unless you're getting like 3 or 4 of them, in which case, yeah, I'm not the guy to talk about that kind of stuff. Oh, man. But yeah, Paco Mike is going to come in here, and he does absolutely see everything that Psych is doing. Let's see back at home what the Terran is up to back in Terran land. Because Protoss are Terran nowadays. We have 3 gateways to complement the already 3 gateways here. And there's going to be charge coming on up. So it seems as though Paco Mike's strategy here was just to get a couple of Phoenixes, establish map control, see everything that's going on, maybe get a couple picks, and be safe against siege tank builds in the meanwhile. Because, yeah, a siege tank can be pretty much nullified by just 1 Phoenix if it just picks it up. Oh, he's going to lose that Phoenix? Yeah, a little bit of a mistake there, but that's alright. That's not going to determine the game or anything, right? Little did we know that it's actually absolutely going to, and we've all been duped. 22 army supply to 35. Not the thing I want to talk about. That's a 55 workers to 41, 3 bases to 2. So obviously Psych is going to have to hit a massive timing here. No, I don't want to see Psych's vision. I know what Psych sees. Psych sees literally everything all the time, like in his base. It's like the last thing I want to see. Anyways, things are going to go ahead and see. I mean, they probably should be getting some ideas, right? I mean, he's all the way up to 57 workers. Yeah, so that little lift up there macro is what he's supposed to do when the first Phoenix he lost over here to the Cyclone should have done. But such is not the life, so that is okay. Oh, didn't mean to press that. But anyways, yeah, it's just going to be a charge lot build coming out from our friend Paco Mike. Does he already have the +1? No, he doesn't have the +1 army yet, but it's about to finish on up. That's going to be extremely instrumental defending off against his push. And yeah, I have a suspicion that this may be coming out a bit too late here for a Psych. I mean, yeah, charge rods can, especially with +1 against unupgraded bio that has +1 attack. But other than that, completely unupgraded. Maybe a little bit of a stick situation, but this is exactly what you need to do. It's like, go ahead and drag the Protoss forces this way and that way, really just annoy them. So yeah, it's gonna go ahead and draw whole army actually over there. Meanwhile, this third base is left completely undefended. A couple of stalkers say, "I'll save you, Nexus," and spoiler alert, guys, Nexus is probably not going to get saved. In the main base over here, the bio is trading up pretty favorably against these Zealots, but the Zealots have really no idea where to go. They finally come on down here and are able to clean up these forces down here. But does he leave enough in the main base? He did. He did. He did. I meant to say he does or he did at the same time, but it came out as he did. Oh my god, that kills me. Okay, yeah, okay. No, he did. But unfortunately, he's going to pay the price of 9 workers killed there, 10 killed in total. But honestly, not a bad price to pay for having a third base, am I right? And Psych, meanwhile, he does have his own third over here. It is going to go and, you know, transform to the orbital, so he's not out of it just yet. But taking a look at the worker count, definitely, you know, Protoss is supposed to have more workers by some amount, but not by that much, not for that long, right? And we see Pacomac's army is getting pretty dangerous. Oh, I didn't ask Siri anything. Stop it. No. I have my Siri set to Spanish here, so when I go, oh yeah, it like answers me. So now I gotta be like careful of all the Y sounds I make. Ew, okay, a little bit of a bad thing there. Gonna go ahead and lose the Zealot and the charge on a lot of these Zealots as well, but that's not a huge deal. The Protoss army is looking pretty anemic, but give it a couple of weapons and this will be the most horrifying thing you can ever see in your whole life. Get that little extra zoom out going so we can see the Protoss army in all of its glory. Where do those Templar get warped on it? In the main? Hello? Okay, no, there they are. So, okay, numbers, high zoom out. Just decided to go ahead and chill out for now. Rom's is hosting the stream with one viewer. Thank you so much, Ramadan.com. And yeah, Phoenix is just going to go ahead and patrol to watch out for drops like these, but unfortunately, yeah, it's going to be outside of the range of Pacomac's units. But, oh, actually, this observer just barely catches a glimpse of it, so is it going to be able to react at some time? Is it going to be able to stop it? The short answer is no, the long answer is no! As the drop unloads on the main base, well, mostly. Some couple of guys there were having the lunch break, but they will go ahead and finish up with their unloading. Phoenixes should be coming on back home to help you with the defense, but actually Sykes is going to go ahead and opt to take out the Templar Archives instead of getting more workers, so interesting decision over there. A couple of adepts from the natural base over here are going to be taking out some workers. No glaive, so the damage will be minimalized. However, it's still kind of a bad thing. Ooh, and Sykes, yeah, that attack move on the SCV is really drawing a lot of the aggression from the adepts. Meanwhile, a small contingent of Sykes' army going to go and try and push a third, but it's absolutely not going to happen. That Archon took so much damage, by the way. Did you see that? That was insane. Anyways, feedback's going on down. Medevac's dying, everything's getting cleaned on up, but Psych is doing what Psych needs to do. Sometimes I do sometimes I do criticize Psych for being a little bit too passive, but hey, looks as though in this tournament, this series, he's doing really a lot better, really not falling back to his old habits. So definitely do like to see this sort of Psych, you know, dropping everywhere, trying to multitask. In the end, he still is down an army, and he doesn't quite have a Ghost Academy up just yet, but he's defending fine back at home. These Zealots are going to melt, and then the Archon's going to melt, and then the Stalker, and then the Sentry, and then the High Templar with no Storm. Oh, with no Storm, because it got sniped. Oh, hot damn. That was Sykes' jam. That was pretty good. 7 more probes going on down. This has been an action-filled series, to say the least. Or rather, an action-filled game. Not quite a series, I said. I mean, I guess it's technically a series, but like, I can't cheat. Oh, Stalker's going to live. That's pretty cool. And the Colossus tech is on the way for Pacomac. Actually, well, I guess the Thermal Lance is on the way for Pacomac. The Colossus tech, actually, not really, but hey, you know, c'est la vie. I do love Pacomac's vision out on the map. Don't get me wrong. This is actually this is actually okay. I don't know what happened to those Phoenixes. If they're just chilling back. Yeah, okay. They're chilling back at home. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up that medevac. Whoa! How did 20 workers die? Wait, what? Hello? Okay, we'll just pretend that didn't happen. So 53 to 50 workers, pretty even so far. Now Psych, with all of his aggressions, managed to find a dent in the armor of Pacomac, which originally wasn't there, but he beat Pacomac over the head so hard he created his own dent, you know? Pacomac is going to go ahead and try and move on in. to this aggression, but the force fields should be fine. I don't think that Psyche is going to be able to break through this anytime soon. Yeah, the force fields are just really great here. The Stalkers, while they do suck against fire, they're fine DPS if the Zealots can soak against it. Ooh, kind of an ugly little scrap over there, but with this Big Daddy Colossus coming on out, he should be fine. You guys have noticed that, you know, that's like one of the things that people always say with Colossus? Like, people always like use the word boosting when they're talking about medevacs or maybe like transport. But like, with Colossus it's always Big Daddy, you know? It's never like, you know, Spider Legs or like, you know, strong independent mommy Colossus. No, it's just Big Daddy Colossus. Which, you know, don't get me wrong, I'm absolutely fine with, but still, just a little bit of an observation, you know? Just something I noticed. Big Daddy Colossus. Because I guess it's the daddy of a... Oh my gosh, like... Okay, so if you show somebody who has never played StarCraft before in their life a Colossus and a Stalker, I can see where the Big Daddy Colossus thing might come from. Because Stalkers are smaller, there's kind of an... Well, I wouldn't quite say a cloaca. That's not a full-blown cloaca right there, ladies and gents. No, that's more like a coccyx. But from within that coccyx, Stalkers could theoretically just kind of get dropped on out, right? Or maybe like sentries and stuff like that. It's almost like as if all the... And Zealots too! It's like every single ground unit can come out of the Colossus. So maybe that's why they call it Big Daddy Colossus. But generally in armies there's more than one Colossus. So Big Daddy's Colossus? Maybe each one can only do a certain amount. Maybe some wanted to have more than others. Maybe they're like band together and like create them all at once. I don't know. Is that really what I need to be focusing on this game? I don't think so. Right now, +3 is about to finish on up for the Terran player, but no +3 armor, thankfully, for our friend Psyche. This is going to actually put him ahead 2 upgrades to Pacomike, because Pacomike only has 1-2 on the way. He's just been under so much aggression so far. Storm is finishing on up right now. Now, Psyche has gone the, I don't need tech, give me more bio route, so that is absolutely fine. And as I say that, like, a million Vikings are in the air, so yeah, good for me. But yeah, this is definitely a nice, strong, you know, contingency of bio, especially with an upgrade advantage. Pacomike move his... Oh my god, he just move commanded his whole army there and lost like 40 supply. And all of his Stalkers for nothing. Now the Colossus didn't have anything to protect him against the Vikings. Vikings gonna die, but if you can kill all the Colossus, you don't really mind losing all the Vikings, do you? Now, Psyche, probably sensing a little bit of blood in the water, is gonna move on toward this 4th base location, and it is gonna shut down mining. There is no 5th base as of yet. However, on the opposite side of the map, there has been a lot of Zealot counterattacks going on, and that has actually cleaned up a large portion of Psyche's economy. Lots of Widowmite shots, unfortunately, going down on these units, but they should be fine, cleaned up in the end. And actually, this bio is not... Well, it is big enough to take on this army, but not if it clumps up like that, not if it's not all together. I think if actually Psyche sets up a nice concave here, should be able to find some damage, but not quite the engagement he's looking for. Should probably back up. No storms coming down just yet. Oh no! Oh no! Did you not have these on a hotkey or something? That's brutal. I was gonna say he can't step on forward because of the storms, but there's no storms came on down. I think Pacomike was just looking for that, you know, one big storm to connect, but the splitting of Psyche gave him nothing, and he just kind of panicked. This engagement has somehow come down to 2 Zealots chasing a little bit of... 2 Zealots chasing a Marine and a Marauder, but hey, I'm not going to complain. With all the damage that Pacomike has done in the meanwhile, it's going to be actually very difficult for Psyche to recover economically this game. And he lost 2 Templar, 2 Widow Mines. Okay, well... That's life, you guys. That's a wrap on life. Now, even though Psyche doesn't have as many workers, Pacomike is not mining as much as Psyche. You can see down here, the minimal increment just does not compare. Psyche's base, he still has a base to mine from is the thing. If you have all these workers but the long distance mining, it's actually pretty goddamn useless, you guys. And on top of that, Psyche still has mules to rely upon, and his economy is still going to be chugging along quite happily, rocking and rolling. And Pacomike is actually going to have some problems holding on in the next upcoming minutes of this match, I'm guessing, because, you know, when you lose an army as Protoss, that's like the beginning of the end. When you lose your entire army, when everything goes down, generally you're not looking to come back that game, right? It's very, very difficult for players to recover when they lose their army. And now Psych is going to go ahead and come back in, and with an obviously superior army on top of that as well. EMP is going to absolutely melt the Archons. It's not even close. And yeah, Psych going to stim on top of anything. I think that's going to be it for our friend Macaco Mike here. GG is called, and Psych going to take a victorious game number 1 victory over Paco Mike in this, what I believe is a best of 3. Let's quickly write something down. There we go. Alright. Quite an explosive game number 1 to start things off, you guys. I'm gonna take a look at the graphs too. I mean, yeah, when your graphs got them curves, when your army supply graphs look like a roller coaster, you know it's been a good game, right? Just up, down, really down, up, and then kind of flatlined, and then it's pretty much over, right? Hey, Stepman, how you going? Alright. 26 viewers here on the main channel. Guys, thank you so much for tuning on in. And oh my gosh, that is a lot of not English in the chat. Hang on, give me a sec. Give me just like 1 second. Also, give me a second to give an amazing shout out to our friends over at 24 Hour Fitness for sponsoring these sorts of events. Folks, bring friends and get your results your way with the free fit plan, cardio equipment, studio classes, pools, and all that jazz at over 436 locations, all included in your membership. Try them for free with the 7-day pass you can get when you complete one of our sponsor quests. You can click on our Matcherino links and you go to our Matcherino page. You can go ahead and scroll through that, try and find any 24-hour fitness quest. It's generally something as small as following or subscribing, and you can get a free 7-day pass. So check that out today, you guys. Alright, Sniper, oh actually, gonna go ahead and cheer 100 bits. What a man. Go swag. Oh, sorry. Go. Sorry. Alright. Loading on up in King's Cove. Let me just screen chat real quick. Alexander Enki says, bien, regresando de hacer compras en el mercado, quería testearlo, pero mi internet falla, tengo de subida 150, jaja. Don't know what that means. In fact, I could probably go buy it a couple of times, but I don't feel like it. En la otra semana tendré 100. Oh, okay, the other semana is weak. He had 100 upload. So that's like, he had 100 megabits per second. Yeah, 100 de subida is brutal, which is like brutal, literalmente. Randy says, yo tengo 10 y me siento en las nubes. Man! Okay. Sí, pero en la cuenta de mi chica solo tiene 30, pero no sirve, solo tenemos hoy 150, pero ya mañana 100 con mi cuenta de Actel. I think. Alright, no more Spanish, Svelgar. This has been painful enough for everyone involved as it is. We're gonna go ahead and switch the scenes. Wait, what did I do? What? That's not the scene. Come on, Obs, what you doing? Let's go. Get your head in the game, man. Alright. Let's go ahead and choose our players spawning mostly in the bottom right-hand position of King's Cove. It is the orange Terran player Psych, currently up 1 to Zolterinos. To his opponent spawning the top left-hand position of King's Cove, representing Alpha X as well as his opponent, it is the blue Protoss player Paco Mike. A bag full of mics, just a sack full of mics, you know. And actually, oh my god, here's what's happening, you guys. Psych is going to be doing the reverse Max Packs build. Yes, folks, you heard me right, the reverse Max Packs build. What does that mean? Well, that means instead of pretending to do a proxy by macroing back at home, you pretend to macro back at home but actually do a proxy. So, astonishingly strong mind games. And he actually was able to kill the probe. So, honestly, nothing looks off to Paco Mike. Everything is business as usual. Everything looks absolutely fine. And yeah, like, Paco Mike doesn't have no idea that anything's even coming. There's no Zealot started up. I mean, I'm pretty sure he's just going to be getting out workers, you know, trying to tech up, not getting his shield batteries or anything. But it's going to be an... Oh my god, it's going to be a Marauder Rush with Concussive Shells. Now, Concussive Shells finishes extraordinarily quickly, so should be able to find some good damage by hitting extraordinarily early. Now, if Pacomag is not able to get down shield batteries, he's not able to get, you know, a decent amount of units up before this happens, then he can absolutely lose his natural base. Or even, a lot of the times with the Marauder pushes, you can just straight up push into the main base and start targeting down pylons, you know? I mean, it really does become a dangerous endeavor. Alright. Is there anything unusual that the IDEP is seeing so far? No, nada de nada. Absolutely everything looks fine. Now the two Marines hut-hutting across the map, maybe a little bit of a tip-off. This is why you always attack move your adepts, by the way. And yeah, he's gonna start seeing it now. Pacomag does see the first Marauder, and ooh, he's gonna pull the probes immediately. Exactly what he needs to do. Actually, what I would prefer to do is to almost recall, if possible. Like, if I were him, I would literally just, like, recall the Stalkers or something, because this is just an extraordinarily dangerous build. But he's going to go ahead and pull more probes, probably a better idea than what I had in mind. But he is going to lose a decent amount of them. Already 8 probes going down, but he can afford to lose a couple. Lots of health in this Protoss army, it's hard to focus it all down, and Sykes units take a massive beating before having to retreat and regroup. Now, this isn't a fully committed rush, I would like to say. I mean, if there's only one barracks on the opposite side after all, and he is getting a CC behind this, but he does need to find some damage. He's still down 4 workloads, even after killing, what, like 1 million? Well, 9, but that's pretty much the same. He also lost 5 workers himself. Gonna go ahead and find himself a couple of Stalkers here. He's gonna go ahead and trade out 2 Marines and a Marauder for 2 Stalkers. Not bad at all. 2 Marauders do beat 2 Stalkers, but when they're this low in health, I'm not certain. Yeah, now there's definitely gonna do it. And yeah, these Stalkers, I think Pacomag got a little bit too aggressive there. Still no shield batteries, and he's going to be forced to lose his Stalkers again. And now he has no army except for this one Stalker. Again, the armies are so small here, it's just like impossible to properly understand who's going to win this. But Syke, you know, I think his time is pretty much done. Warp Gate is finished for the Protoss player. Ooh, actually, he didn't even lose that Stalker. And then Marauder comes in to finish the job. Yeah, with these warpins, it should be getting easier and easier to hold them off. And Pacomag's gonna enjoy a nice worker advantage, as Sykes' proxied rush did not end up working out in the end. I think if he committed a little bit more, he could have gotten Pacomag, but hey guys, just not meant to be. Alexander says, thanks for reading Spanish, hahaha. And I say, not a problem, my Spanish friend. Okay, so while I'm pretty sure there's nothing I can't read in Spanish, there are plenty of things I don't know how to say in Spanish. But hey, you know what? I tried. Pacomag goes for the Robo Forge, so... Oh, he already has a Twilight. Okay, never mind. Because I was like, it's going for a very interesting interpretation. But no, Robo Forge is just a super safe way to macro out of this, I would say. Robo's going to help you against any potential Banshees that can give you... and can open up the way for you to advance your tech via Colossus or something like that, or Disruptors. And the Forge, of course, obviously needed for upgrades, so he's not going to commit super hard to anything, he's just going to play it safe. And Syke is going to be playing catch-up for quite a while here in this game, due to his failed early rush. Now, he is probably going to go ahead and start up a siege tank, if I were to guess. Especially seeing all these Stalkers, you got to be at least a little tipped off, right? About what's good in the hood. Ooh, Stalkers actually mercifully leave the barracks to float on home. Okay, I guess that's fine. I guess he wants to get the Stalkers across as soon as possible to try and find damage as soon as possible before Syke can prepare for the advent of the Stalkers. Syke actually going to get the DT missile turret. I think he thinks that this is something that it's not. Which it isn't. It's going to go ahead and stem on top of this whole army, but it blinks away, and Syke is now extremely sad that he just lost like 150 health on his whole army for nothing. So that does kind of suck. Gotta be careful with how you use your stems, especially without any medevacs. First one's about to pop on out right now, but it's probably going to be very drained of energy by the time it's done healing everything up. So still has to, chill out a little bit, does Syke. He stems on forward and he forces the Stalkers back once again. Does not want to lose many of his units to the Blink Stalkers. And yeah, Robotic Spain, additional gateways, as well as the Nexus. I mean, just playing this so safely is Pacomag. He's just going to pressure him as much as he can with these Stalkers. And actually, are we going to see a blink into the main base? I think we are. There we go. He's going to go and target down what he thinks is Stem. But actually, Stem is already done. And he's like, wait a minute. But Combat Shields getting cancelled is definitely a very nice pickoff as well. That's pretty much all the damage you need, right? And you can just go ahead and safely chillax for the time being. No need to really push the issue any farther. I wouldn't be opposed to Pacomite going on home, but then again, if you're not being pushed home, do you really have to go home? If there's nothing that really screams that you have to go home, you don't really have to go home, right? Nor do you really want to. Pacomite's going to come back over to the natural base, pick himself up a couple more Marines. Especially with all this mobility, there's nothing really stopping him. It's siege tanks, it's bunkers that kind of stop Protoss from just picking Terran apart like this. It's those very positional units, but Psych doesn't seem to be making or producing any of those, unfortunately. Oh, a couple of Widow Mines burrow directly inside of that observer, so that's a little unfortunate for our friend Psych. Yeah, okay, so Pacomite isn't really committing that much to this aggression, so it shouldn't be too scared about like 5, 6, 7 Stalkers. A couple of SCVs decide to go on vacation to find themselves. Okay, that's fine. I'm all for self-finding. Third base, however, is established for Pacomite, as well as Disruptors being constantly pumped on out. Now, Disruptors kind of an interesting tech in that I feel like they complement your army more than, you know, adding to the army, right? Like, Colossus add to the army, but, you know, Disruptors more like complement your army, right? So if you have a very strong gateway force on the ground, I feel Disruptors are more like the unit that are going to help. Oh, actually, Pacomite or Psych is going to go ahead and catch the recall of Pacomite to deal with the drop on the main base. That actually happened because, remember, there's some medevacs on this thing? Did I show you guys? I don't know, but I definitely saw it. And yeah, he's going to go ahead and clean it on up, but training out Stalkers is definitely super painful. And Psych actually doing some good stuff to try and get himself back in this game. How many Stalkers has he lost so far? 17? That is not bad at all. Oh, and he picked himself off the forge, so that's actually really nice, evening up the upgrade advantage there that Pacomite would otherwise find himself in this match. Now, again, like I was talking about, you have to consider things worst case scenario, and pretty much realistically, worst case scenario, the Disruptors are just going to be used to help zone for your army, right? They're going to help zone. They're going to let your units do more damage, is basically what it is, right? They're going to let your units attack, because look, if Psych's units are running away, then your units can be attacking them, right? Now, Psych obviously overstayed his welcome here. He's going to lose almost all of his bio here and a decent amount of his medevacs. But Stalkers, again, they don't trade off very favorably, so losing even more Stalkers there, all the way up to 23 now. And then massive shot on those Zealots. Little unfortunate, but they do get cleaned up. The Widow Mines, they do get cleaned up. And now against this highly disruptive focused army, looks as though Psych wants to start to transition to Liberators. An absolutely extraordinarily mature choice, I think, because, well, if you can stop your opponent from pushing into you at all, then why not do that? Especially against very gateway-heavy compositions. Actually, I would say Liberators aren't that great against gateway-heavy compositions. That's because, you know, Stalkers can think under it, and Disruptors can, like, zone while the Stalkers take out the Liberators. So actually, this is not ideal for Psych, but Liberators, if you're being strictly defensive with them, are always going to be amazing, so I definitely don't mind this at all. Pacomite gonna go ahead and try and find some damage wherever he can. Disruption Nova comes on out. It is gonna go ahead and whiff. That's fine. Psych has to be just careful with his control here. Again, he shouldn't really lose anything to this if he's on top of his game, if he's just always constantly looking at his army, which we can actually take a look at his vision. He is paying a decent amount of attention to right now. Everything's focused on this. Is queuing up his Liberators for some harassment in the meanwhile. He does not want to take his eyes off of any potential Novas, so very good for him over there. Nope, Psych. I guess all these Liberators are going to go ahead and be defensive. Has to be careful. That Liberator is coming dangerously close to Blink Stalker range. And it's going to go ahead and settle up over there. Yeah, Pacomite respecting it tremendously, but finds an amazing Nova there, taking out a good group of bio. And I think, yeah, Psych suspected some sort of ulterior vision abilities of Pacomite, so that scan is going to go ahead and take that observer on down, and this Liberator is going to go ahead and just be annoying for the time being. Yeah, just be like a pain in the guy's butt for a little bit. Still in the back foot is Psych, not taking his 4th base just yet. He is constructing it though, so he's not too far behind in that regard when we compare him to Pacomite. 1-1 is going to be finishing on up to the +2 attack of the Protoss player. Now, actually, Pacomite wants to go ahead and force this, make this an issue. He still has 2 more Disruption Novas to fall back on. How are the splits going to be there? Okay. There's no more disruptions left in this army, and Syke says it's time to shine, and he's going to go ahead and stim on top of everything. He loses 21 SCVs, but he does end up trading out with the army. And yeah, Pacomac's army is going to take massive losses before recalling on out of there. But still, 21 workers is just a little bit too much. A little bit too much, and considering the size of King's Cove even. Look at how big this thing is. It's going to be a while before Syke can mount his counterattack. Pacomac's got another Warpin coming on in. He's got 2 Colossus about to finish on up. I mean, this is looking very promising as a defense. And look, Syke's Liberators are out of position. Is he going to try and get them? No, he's not. He's going to go ahead and pick himself up his head to start things off, but I don't think that he'll be able to break him. The army supply is just not there. He's going to go ahead and try anyways. The Zealots, yeah, just running right on top of the bio, taking for it perfectly. Syke's army gets boxed on into the Colossus. They're trading up pretty well, all things considered, but pretty much Pacomac just sacrificed a bunch of Zealots in order to kill the army, and that is not ideal at all. Now Syke finds himself down in workers, down in army, down in tech, and maybe down and out of this game. Syke still has his 4th base, but I think he's very insistent on just trying to find some damage. He's gonna go ahead and pick on up, but the drop was spotted by Pacomec. He's gonna look for it, and he's gonna find it. 1 medevac full of Marauders goes down. A medevac full of, well, not Marauders doesn't go down, but still, full medevacs boosting across the map. Never a good sign for Protoss players out there. He's gonna have Stalkers to try and prevent the unloading over here. Is he gonna try and counterattack? I don't think so. That's a little too anemic to try and push across the map with. And now Syke is just kind of confused tech-wise. I mean, he's switching from Liberators on into Vikings, which, don't get me wrong, Vikings are fine, but they do absolutely jack diddly pooper schnickel against the ground army of Pacomec. And, well, against Colossus, you even see Terran players going for, you know, Liberators anyways, because Colossus compositions notoriously have some problems in dealing with Liberators. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, I would have just loved to prefer to see those Liberators, because even if Syke, imagine all the Vikings kill the entire Colossus base. Yeah, okay, no, I think Pacomec pretty much, I think Syke knew it himself. GG is called, and Pacomec is going to tie himself up 1-1 here in this best of 3. Not a bad start. Not a bad start at all. I mean, the series was looking promising. I think if he committed more to that proxy Marauder rush, maybe put like another barracks down or something like that, I think he could have found a lot of purchase, because we saw, you know, Pacomec just barely held on to that. Just barely held on to that push. So, you know, it's definitely a very marginal thing. And I think if you're going to commit to something like proxy Marauder, and especially if you're a Terran, you know, there's no real reason not to commit that hard. But, it's whatever. I'm gonna drink some water here. How's everybody's in chat today going? I hope everybody's having a good day. Better than mine. I have to like pack all my clothes because I'm heading out to a wedding soon, but try not to think about that. And all the suits I gotta try on, and all the crap I gotta wear. And all the Stetman I'm gonna miss. Look at all the Stetman shenanigans over there. My god, that's just incredible, ain't it? Alright. 3rd match is gonna be set on New Repugnancy for our players. Let me go ahead and refresh the bracket here and see what's going on so far. Oh, do I have a whisper from Miguel? Oh no, he was just asking me about the stream earlier on. That was an old whisper. That's good. Alright, so Syke is ready. Oh my god, I typed in my go-go's and caps locks, and now everyone thinks I'm an asshole. Ah! Lo siento. Didn't mean it. But it should be fine. Pascal says, am I the only one who finds weddings boring? Suchi says, nope. Pascal says, maybe of some good friend it's nice. Yeah, maybe. I mean, to be fair, I've never been to a wedding besides an Indian wedding. And, I don't know, I think Indian weddings, they're very hit or miss. I think when you're a kid and you can't do any of the things that all the drunk uncles are doing, then it can get a little boring at times. And a little, especially if you don't speak the language like I do, it is a little isolating. But I think overall it's a good experience, you know, especially if you're very ingrained with the culture, you know. I do like Indian weddings. If an Indian ever invites you to a wedding, you guys, you have to go. It's literally the rules of the universe, because it's going to be some of the best wedding you'll ever go to. Like, it's constant, like, 3-4 days of partying and drinking and stuff like that. Not that I do any of that stuff, but it really is super duper fun. And it carries huge cultural significance. Like everybody, like, people have their kids' college fund, they're like the down payment on the house fund, and then like the let's get everybody absolutely blasted at a wedding fund. So yeah, I definitely do end up going to one. They're honestly a lot of fun, and especially if you know some people there, it can be a very rewarding experience. That being said, let's go ahead and watch some StarCraft, you guys. Spawning the top right-hand position of your Repugnancy, it's Psyche, the orange Terran player. And on the bottom left-hand side, the blue Protest player, it is Macaco Mike, as he is affectionately known by the Latin American community. You know, all those Latinx Alpha guys, they really, they're very creative with their naming of all their fellow of all these players, you know. Like Macaco Mike was a good one. Distancia La Come was a good one. You know, I had some friends over from Peru a while ago, and we still keep in touch a little bit, right? And we still make like the Distancia La Come memes to each other every once in a while. I mean, it's just so good. It's so pure. It's so concise. It tells you exactly what you need to know as soon as you need to do it. So it's amazing. Pascal's gonna go ahead and ask me, what does an Indian wedding look like? Lots of dancing, I bet. Well, buckle up, Buttercups, as we have a fairly standard macro game here, so I do have some downtime. Oh my god. Macaco Mike, what are you doing? To go ahead and explain to you guys, in general, what an Indian wedding is look like. Now, here, I'm gonna give you guys the abridged version here. Maybe I'll do a more complete version on an Alpha Pro series or something like that. I don't know. But, yeah, so basically, you get the invitation. Let's go ahead and take you from invitation to wedding, right? So you get a giant ass box in the mail. You open up this box and it's full of flowers. You're like, wow, why did somebody send me a box of flowers? You rummage around the box of flowers, find flakes of literal gold in there. You're like, wow, why would someone send me flowers and gold? And in it you find another box, this one made out of wood. You open up the wooden box, and inside of it is a small container of cashews, a small container of almonds, and a small container of golden raisins. For some reason I have no idea about, but probably an okay good one, you know? Anyway, all these almonds here, you still have no idea what the hell is going on. You read, and in the middle of this wooden box, there's a couple of papers. So you open up the papers, and the papers say, you know, always the same thing. Let's have 2 random Indian couples with random Indian last names. We'll have it be, let's say, you know, Rajanpreet marries Kiranpreet, or something stupid, or something like that, right? Like Rajanpreet weds something weds this. So you're like, oh my god, it's for a wedding. In the thing, you'll find a couple of cards thanking everybody who donated to the wedding to make it possible, as well as things like invitations, times, you know, places, organizations, things to do and stuff like that, right? So there's gonna be like days and stuff for each thing. And you know, everything would be pretty okay, right? Like, oh, okay, the wedding's gonna take place over 3 days at this and this place, at these and these times, please RSVP, everything's all good. But you have no idea that it says any of that shit, because it's written in the most lavish cursive writing you've ever seen in your, like the most curly ass 90 ass degree angle O's you've ever seen in your life. Like, I'm talking like R's that have like R's within them, sort of R's, right? Like, everything is just so cursive the hell out of it. It's like somebody who knows what cursive was took it to like 57 and decided that wasn't cursive enough, and then made it even more cursive. It's like the guy writing it had a seizure while he was like writing out the W, you know, just kind of boom, boom, boom. And I was like, hey, that looks pretty cool, and they included it in the final draft. Anyways, after you manage to decipher all these things, you're like, okay, gonna go to, like, you know, one state over. It's gonna be a wedding. It's gonna be great. Here's what all the festivities gonna do. I guess I better RSVP and all that good stuff. So RSVP, everything's going fine. Everything's amazing. And until you try and figure out what to wear. And so you call up your friend who's getting married. Let's say it's your friend who's getting married. And say, hey, you know, let's say this guy's name is Tristan, because, you know, that's what his parents did. Hey, Tristan, find Tristan Freed. Hey, Tristan Freed, what should I wear to the wedding? And he gives you like, oh, you know, pretty much anything casual should be fine, you know, anything's good. So you, being a normal, uncultured swine, go ahead and put on some khakis and a polo, right? And everything's normal to you. But as soon as you walk in, you find out that you are literally the only person there wearing khakis and polos. Everybody else is wearing some variation of a suit or what is called kurta pajama. K-U-R-T-A and then pajama, which is a very traditional garb for Indian people. So, let's just leave it at that. Let's put a to be continued in that. So you arrive at the what's called the first day of the ceremonies, which is something like it's the first day of the ceremonies, the Maya, the Jago. I don't know, but like we'll stop there as this game is going absolutely crazy, and I'd rather talk about this right now than something I've been to like a million times. There are no skins left for the Terran player, and there are DTs everywhere against this Siege Tank Cheese that I was talking about a couple of games ago. It's going to get absolutely demolished because I can't see shit. Meanwhile, Paco Mike tried to find some damage across the map with these DTs. Didn't really find much purchase. And yeah, DT I think is overstaying his welcome, but without combat shields, he's content to just kind of one-shot those Marines. And Sack finds himself in a pretty desperate position here. And yeah, he's trying to throw up some missile turrets in desperation, but he has no more scans left. He's losing SCVs left, right, and center. And I think that this actually might just be it. The missile turret does get finished, but 7 workers go down, and Syke is going to be playing from a massive deficit. Now, unfortunately, he did actually lose a decent amount of DTs. Like 5 DTs is a lot of money, you guys. 5 DTs can buy you like I don't even know, like they can buy you like stock options at like DT Incorporated. That's how many money 5 DTs cost. And now with his third base and his additional gateways up and running, Macaco Mike should be able to transition to a normal game here if he so desires, and looks as though with the advent of these forges is exactly what he wants to do. Doesn't want to press the issue and is going to let Syke just play from behind. Alright, so you get into the wedding. You get into the wedding, and it's just the loudest, craziest, weirdest cultural shit you've ever seen. Everyone has their own little groups that they've made. People are rubbing crap on the bride and giving them presents and taking pictures, and you have no idea what to do. But you go through it, and towards the end, everyone's dancing, so you decide, hey, might as well get on this floor and try this crazy, weird Indian dancing that everyone seems to be doing. So you go ahead, you do the dancing, everything seems to be going fine. Until you completely black out and forget the rest of the night because, you know, everybody made you drink like 4 bottles of Jack Daniels. You wake up the next morning extremely hungover and you're like, oh wait, shit, there's 2 more days of this. There's 2 more days of it, you guys. So you wake on up, you head on over to the actual wedding to the in the temple. Now you have no idea what's going on. In fact, though, the wedding ceremony actually kind of looks like this. This is the bride, this is the groom, and then there's like a bunch of people just like following them into the temple to go ahead and commemorate the wedding and stuff like that. Just like a big train of people, you know. They get in, they do the prayers, it lasts around, you know, a couple hours maybe. And then your friends are happily, dappily, officially married. We're gonna go ahead and stop there as Paco Mike is absolutely on his desperate last feet trying to hold against this last all-in everything push from Syke. He pulled all of his workers, he did everything he can, but the army might just be too big. Paco Mike may have been a little bit too greedy here. I think the Immortals targeting down the freaking Marauders as best as they can, but I think holding on to the third base might have been the killing blow. With Paco Mike, he has no army left. GG is called, and Syke closes out the series with an amazing SCV pull after a failed siege tank all-in. Well, not all-in, but pressure. Oh my goodness, okay. Well, congratulations to our friend Syke, Paco Mike. I hope you can, you know, get yourself a pizza or something. Just kind of, you know, absorb the loss a little bit because it definitely does suck to lose something like that. But very good game, I think. Very good game to learn from, and yeah. Oh, that's right, the Indian wedding thing. Alright, let me go ahead and like do the fast forward version of everything. So after the wedding, you go ahead and dance because why not? You eat a little bit more food, there's another reception, and then you go to bed thinking it's finally over. And then you wake up, and there's one last day called the wedding reception day, Everyone goes down to the local like banquet hall place that, you know, puts itself precisely in Indian territory because it knows that Indian wedding season's coming on up and they gotta have that, you know, sweet office lease space for, you know, rent. You get there, everyone parties for like 8 more hours, your eardrums are bleeding. So they brought in some guy with a thole, just kind of, you know, to beat on a drum all night. And then, exhausted, you wish the couple a happy, fortuitous marriage, and you go on home, taking around 2 to 3 weeks of standard recovery time, and having all future weddings ruined for you by the absolute lavishness and extravagance of this wedding. And relieved, the final part of the Indian wedding experience, you sit back in your own home, and you take a shit in your own toilet, and you call it a day. That, boys, is the Indian wedding experience. And that's what I have to go through in a couple of days, so yay me. Alright, let's go ahead and see what other StarCraft matches we can cast here. Let's go ahead and give you guys a quick look-see at the bracket here. And you can see all my personal shit here. Nothing too embarrassing, so we're good. Alright, Vindicta versus Psych, that's what I want to see. Maybe Art versus Firezerg? We'll see. I think we'll follow Psych, because Vindicta, I know, is one of the newest Terran players in our team. Very strong Terran player too, so I'd love to see him against one of our long-standing. So this, like, new kid on the block versus, you know, Destructomania, you know, old veteran guys. So I feel like that'd be cool. Invite to Vindicta match, por favor. Vindicta match, por favor. Give him some hearts, because I think I speak for everyone when I say that I think we want to see a little bit of Psych versus Vindicta, right? And we want to see what Vindicta is, you know, we want to see the future of Alpha X. We want to see what he can bring to the party, so we're going to go ahead and see what he brings here. Here's our Vindicta, 21,000 career games, 6,338 MMR. I mean, compared to good old Swagger over here, it doesn't look very impressive, because it's not. But hey, you know, the highest of highs in StarCraft, the skill level differences in StarCraft are so insane. I mean, like, I am closer to becoming like a racquetball god than I am to like becoming like, you know, top 50 GM in Korea, right? It's just so far away, you know. That's fine. I can dream. Que te trae por aquí to spam. Oh, don't do. Yeah. Firezerg says, what a passion lord. Oh yeah, 21,000 games is insane. Like, literally insane. Like, 21,000 games. You guys want to do some quick math here for a second? Hang on. Start games whenever, guys. Start games whenever, guys. Start games whenever, guys. No need to wait for me unless I let y'all know. Smiley face. Alright, quick maths time. Calculator. Actually, we'll look up average length of StarCraft game. Average length of StarCraft 2 game. And yeah, it's pretty much what I expected. So like 15 to 20 minutes real time is what it says here. Oh no, this is from like millions of years ago, like 2012. Here's one from 2017. Let's see, it was an old post in StarCraft. Some guys are given like their approximations, some saying 10, 15 minutes. So 5 to 15 minutes. Average probably 13 minutes. I would say, assuming Vindicta has a fairly normal playstyle, we can say each of its games lasts, let's say, around 12 minutes. 12 minutes sounds good, right? Alright, so 12 minutes times, let's see, 1 gajillion, right? 21,242. 21,000. Look, I forgot the number, it's so big. 242. Okay. 21,242. 254,904 minutes of StarCraft. Approximately. Let's go and switch the in-game scene here as we keep on mathing it up here. That's not the in-game scene. There we go. Alrighty, so that, let's divide that in by 60. That is 4.2 thousand hours of StarCraft, or roughly divide that by 24, and we get 177 consecutive days of StarCraft. 177 consecutive days of StarCraft. Spawning in the bottom right hand position of King's Cove, the blue Terran player with 177 consecutive days of StarCraft. It is Alpha X's Vindicta. One of the newest additions to our team. We're more than happy to see what he has to offer. And his opponent in the top left hand position of King's Cove, the orange Terran player representing Alpha X as well, because it's an in-house tournament, and I don't need to keep saying this shit, do I? It is the orange Terran player, Psych. With the very appropriate nickname, because he's going for the Psych Out build, the Mind Games build, the Proxy 2 Rax not Reaper build. Oh, what a... No, it is Proxy 2 Rax Reaper, ain't it? Yeah, okay, no. I thought he wasn't taking gas for some reason. Oh, we got a little ding-la-ling. Ooh, Hessler is now following. Was it because of my quick math there on stream? I think it was. 177 days of StarCraft. And as you can imagine, after 177 consecutive days of StarCraft, you know the Scott for kind of cheesy shit like this, don't you? You know this. You're no stranger to this kind of stuff. So Vindicta immediately scouts us on out, and let's see where all those games get him. He's gonna go ahead and throw down that factory. Are we gonna be seeing any sort of bunker or anything? I don't think so. Just an SC, this is spite you to go ahead and scout the jump ins. I think the minerals are going to be like so precious and so few for Vindicta that he can't afford to get bunkers. Because let's say he gets a bunker to protect his mineral line, well, I just kind of fly around that and hit over here. Reapers are just so mobile. There's no reason to get a bunker, right? Maybe one at your production, but that's like super iffy. And yeah, Vindicta is going to go ahead and lose. Maybe it's an SCV. Actually, most definitely an SCV over there. As this Reaper escorted by a couple of SCVs is going to be the lifeline so far. But Psych has 2 Reapers about to finish on up, but as soon as the third one pops on out, that should be the nice power spike that he's looking for from this proxy build to go ahead and try and find some damage. Vindicta proxying the starport, taking a page out of pretty much a lot of high-level Terran players' books to go ahead and get the Liberator across the map in retaliation. Psych is going to go ahead and move on forward. He's going to start taking out SCVs. He loses a Reaper without really getting anything. Vindicta is going to go ahead and lose his second one, maybe. Oh, but the Hellion pops on out. Overall, Psych trading 2 Reapers for 2 Reapers, not a good sign. You need to be winning the engagements if you're the person going for the cheese. Just kind of makes sense, right? And now, with the second Hellion about to pop on out, I think this rush may have been stifled. Of course, this isn't an all-in build. Terrans have lots of early pressure they can do safely. So Psych is going to go ahead and, you know, transition behind this. Try and find what damage you can get. These Reapers are still going to get bumped around a little bit, and they are actually going to run into themselves there. And yeah, going to go ahead and get taken out by these Hellions here. An amazing hold by Vindicta to start things off in this series. And I think as soon as that starport finishes on up, Psych is going to be a very sad man indeed. Did he get a scout on? I can't see how recently he could have scouted everything, but it couldn't have been too early, right? I mean, he's gonna go ahead and run on home. There's no missile turrets or anything. He's gonna go ahead and throw it on Tech Lab, and yeah, this Liberator is about to finish. There's gonna be nothing at all to defend it. Like when I say nothing, I mean like a Reaper. I mean like one army supply, right? He's gonna go and set up his circles around the orbital command, and life is gonna be kind of shitty for him, as a matter of fact. Especially with... Oh my god, he bumped it! He bumped a Hellion over! Oh my god, what a tragedy. Oh jeez. Alright, well, this is... Look, Psych is just scanning because he knows that he's dead. He just wants to see what's up. This is the saddest thing I've ever seen. Alexa, play Despacito. Or actually, maybe I can ask my Siri voice system that. I actually have, guys, my... Hang on, not kidding here. My phone, it's in Spanish mode for Siri. So like, look, like, if I go to default and I say, hang on, let me see. Okay. Oye Siri.
Sí.
So cool, right? But yeah. GG, everyone, GG. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next map. Holy shit, Thunderbird, that's right. I forgot we had a new map pool. Oh my god. Alright, so this is gonna be my first time ever seeing Thunderbird ever. So you guys are gonna learn with me here. Oh my gosh. Also, time for me to show off my Spanish. Oye, Siri. Oye, Siri. ¿Cómo está el clima afuera?
Ahora mismo está nublado y la temperatura es de 57 grados en Reno. Se pronostica lluvias por la noche. Las temperaturas irán desde máximas de 57 grados al mediodía hasta mínimas de 46 por la noche.
Gracias.
No hay de qué.
No hay de qué. No hay de qué. Ah. Alright. Oh my god, this is actually... Oh my god, I love this map. Oh my god, I love this map. Alright, let's go ahead and choose our players first. In the top left-hand position, losing game number 1 pretty handedly, it is Psych, the orange Terran player. Losing to the bottom right-hand position player, the blue Terran player, as a matter of fact. It is the newest addition to Alpha X. It is the blue Terran player, Vindicta. How many times did I call this guy a blue Terran player, by the way? I have no idea, but probably like 17 times too many. Okay. Escucha bien. These mineral lines over here can be mined to create new paths, right? I'm pretty sure that's what these are. So yeah, you can mine these in order to create a faster path to your opponent, in order to create, you know, a little bit of a quicker way, you know, a little bit of an alternative route. And look, purple Vespene gas geysers. You know what these are? These are rich gas geysers. So guys, I'm pretty sure this is the first time this has ever happened in the history of StarCraft. Competitive maps, seasons, and stuff like that. So I'm 99, look, green, purple. I'm 99% certain we will see some amazing, crazy strats we've never seen before involving, you know, taking the purple bases, you know, just amazing things like that. Just get, but what kind of rush on 2 bases would require that much gas? Pretty much nothing, right? Like, why would you need that much gas? Maybe if you're doing like a mass Stargate build. Alright, I'm sorry. Everything's going pretty standard for both players so far, so I'm gonna Theorycraft here in the Protoss realm a little bit, because I'm Protoss. So, what if you just make like 3 Stargates? Because generally on 2 bases you can afford 2 Stargate production. But what if you make 3 because you have the extra gases, and just use the extra minerals to like get some cannons here, you know, you wall off your main over here, and then you like, you know, you start taking your bases and all that good stuff, and you have 3 Stargate production, and then you just make like a billion oracles, and then you just kill your opponent. Eh? What do you guys think about that? Or maybe you can send like an SCV out, and it can like, do you have to, I can't select the mineral patches, that kind of sucks. I think there are only 5, right? There's only 5 mineral patches there. Yeah. But yeah, maybe you can like mine these patches and like hide your stuff behind the mined patches or something. I don't know, there's just so many new possibilities with a map that does so much. I so love that Blizzard made this map into the map pool. I think we're gonna see some amazing StarCraft. I think StarCraft is a game that is 99%. I didn't switch the scenes, did I? No, I didn't. Okay. I think StarCraft is a game that is 99% predicated on the maps that it's played on. That pretty much determines like what the game is at that moment, right? So, okay, I don't want to be immature or anything, but like everybody just kind of look at this portion of the map for a little bit and tell me what you see. And then turn your monitor upside down, look at this portion of the map and tell me what you see. Okay. I love this map. It's official. This is my favorite map in the universe. Okay. Alright, Psych has a small Hellion Reaper contingency out. Now, Thunderbird is an absolutely ginormous map, but somehow he manages to find those Hellions. I wonder how purple gas geysers work. Do they work like gold mineral fields where, like, you know, you just mine it out faster, or does it like, I think it's like that, right? I see no reason why it shouldn't be like that. Sex, Reaper, Hellion commitment is going to go ahead and try to find some damage onto the natural base. The 4 Hellions of Vindicta are going to go ahead and clean that up without a single unit lost, except for that 1 Reaper that came midway. So, great engagement there by Vindicta, just showing yet the superior composition, and the Psych committed a little bit too much. We have a concussive shells being prioritized for Vindicta for reasons known only to him and possibly God, though even he might be like browing his furrow a little bit, or browing his furrow, furrowing his brow a little bit. Yeah, 5 minerals on those patches. I'd like, okay, and whatever you know, look at Digas, mate. But apparently it's what he wants to go for. I think I don't know, because a lot of early Terran stuff is very positional, high-tech units. You can't really get a lot of value out of those, you know, concussive shells, especially with these tanks, and these Ravens, and these Cyclones, and these Marines. It's just, ugh. But I guess it's good enough for Vindicta. And if after 177 consecutive days of StarCraft without any breaks at all, I think you may know what you're doing a little bit more than some random caster dude, right? Alright. 2 Marauders. And oh, I think it's to slow everything down so the Hellions can chase, but Hellions are already super fast. Alright, he's gonna go ahead and move on in here, start to take out a couple of these units. His armor is really gonna be the damage dealers, and some great medevac micro coming out from Vindicta here. Artur does end up going down to try and save the push, and the mass repair on the tank is bueno. In fact, it is so bueno that it is gonna go ahead and hold on to the game for him, just like that. But there's still 4 SCV, 4, 3, 2, okay, 4, 3 Hellions left. They could have gotten some amazing shots, but unfortunately they did end up missing those, which is, I think, good for everything else. I think that's good enough, right? I think that's still good damage, right? He traded out his Hellions for some higher tech units. He got some SCVs, and he's doing some good scouting too. That's the best part about doing aggression, is that you can see what your opponent is doing. If you have no idea what your opponent's doing, just poke him with a stick, see what comes out, right? Alright, Syke still following this. Medevac does not trust it in the slightest. Gonna go ahead and stick a little away with his Marines. Let's see what Vindicta is doing on his side of the map here. And it looks like to be just straight macroing up, as if nothing just happened, as if he didn't just attack Syke with, you know, concussive shell Marauders and Hellion micro that would put so many people to shame. Oh, actually, that's kind of sucky. Tries to get a couple of more SCVs there, and to no avail. That's okay, you know, you gotta try, right? And Syke is gonna go and land his 3rd base with a strong macro advantage here. Now, he doesn't have the army, the meat in his army that Vindicta has. Syke definitely a little bit more technical here with his Ravens and his Vikings and his siege tanks and all that good stuff. However, Vindicta still is not out of it just yet. It's not a huge advantage by any stretch of the imagination. And yeah, it's just gonna go ahead and transition to a normal macro game from here. Now, here's some... oh. Okay, now here's something that is kind of interesting I want to talk about. I'm by no means a TVT expert, says the Protoss player. I know, shocker, right? But the thing is, something you see when you see enough TVTs is that the air seems to be very important for some people and kind of an afterthought for some others, right? Some people prefer to just play with more bio, some people prefer to play with more tech. So, and it looks as though that Vindicta is kind of wanting to play the same game Syke is doing. However, Syke committed to this faster. So Vindicta right now you see has 3 Vikings, 2 Ravens. Syke has 5 Vikings, 2 Ravens, with a couple more medevacs about to finish on up. So it looks like both players actually want to play this very technical, air-based army composition. And these are really just going to be, you know, scouting for the siege tanks, you know, being able to get, and more importantly, they're going to be able to get the Ravens into prime position to disable the tanks of your opponent. So, really, going to be a very technical approach here for both players. These mineral fields have to be mined in order to pass them, unfortunately. I think Syke, does he know that? Oh, Interference Maker 6 going down on a Raven. Does end up actually going down on 2, and a couple of them do go down. I do like Vindicta's micro heal a little bit better. Look at these Ravens, so low. But they are going to be extremely babysat by these Vikings. And look, Syke not even making that at all, unfortunately. Syke going to go through it, and a couple of auditors to target down the Ravens. Vindicta didn't see it coming. Oh no, and he is going to go ahead and lose them. That is unfortunate. These mineral field blockers are going to go ahead and stop him from receiving any sort of major damage, and it kind of leaves an interesting question. As Vindicta, do you mind this and open this up? I think the answer undoubtedly is yes, because this base does kind of suck in comparison to where everything else is. But it also kind of, you know, if you're trying to hit a strong 3-base timing, bring a couple of SCVs. You need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So okay, so maybe may not be as practical as I thought. Maybe you just need 2 to filter on through if you're Zerg. I don't know. In any case, Syke is going to go ahead and push Vindicta back, running for the hills. Giant siege tank shot says, "Leave my boys alone." And Syke is going to go ahead and have to retreat for now. That's just how I have to do with stuff. Okay guys, super special tactics. Instead of bringing 10 workers to mine every single mineral field. You just build a nexus over here, you mine it like that, and then your opponent, then you only have to spend like one worker on all this stuff and removing all these blockers. Pretty smart, right? Viking does land, takes out 4 ICVs before getting taken out by Marines, such as the cycle of life. Upgrade time, it is 1-1 to 1-1. Both players working on that 2-2. Psych again with a slight advantage here. He has been teching up a little bit faster, playing a little bit more greedily, so that is to be expected. Vindicta down 20 supply, but definitely not out. Especially if he can catch the CC over here. No, Vindicta's... Oh, actually, that would have been really cool. I don't think he saw it, unfortunately. That's kind of sucks. If he would have stood forward just a little bit farther, he could have maybe caught the CC or the transferring workers. That is a little bit of a heartbreaker. Vindicta, meanwhile, his side of the map, focusing on that sieging production. Neither player actually really going for the air units anymore. You can see each player has 4 units, and 4 units exactly, and that is going to be the siege tank, the marine, the medevac, and the SCV, the humble SCV. Splashing a couple of mules here and there, of course, but you get the idea. 13 SCVs actually going down in that assault there. Good pickoff by Vindicta. Oh, I think they actually might have gotten killed over here by some unknown force. Not certain. In any case, Vindicta's activeness on the map is definitely helping him bring himself closer to Psych's position. Psych's army not really been getting the same value as Vindicta's. But Psych now is gonna go ahead and see if he can change that. Gonna go and mount an offensive on this side of Vindicta's base. I think Vindicta like scanned that, so we knew what should be up. Even if he doesn't, there are sensor towers here to go ahead and tell him that Psych is trying some shenanigans. And part of these shenanigans include doom drop to the main base. However, somebody has been getting dicked on in ladder a decent amount and has made a billion kajillion missile turrets. No missile turrets over there, thankfully. So gonna have to see if that drop goes over there. Meanwhile, he does have another drop over here with the support medevacs. Will clean up the counter contingency force that Psych sent out against this. He is gonna go ahead and unload in the main though. Medevac still taking a lot of damage from the missile turrets. Actually a huge amount of damage, and nice big arc from Vindicta is gonna go ahead and take it on now. It's part of you has to wonder, was that just a queued up drop from Psych? I mean, did he make that huge commitment without even seeing anything? Because those medevacs kinda stood in the path of those missile turrets for a long time, as we just saw over there. Psych gonna go ahead and lose, actually, a decent chunk of Marines, SCVs rather, pretty unceremoniously there. And another Liberator sets up on the 3-way location, just non-stop action coming out of Vindicta. You know, Psych continuously trying to find an offensive on the opposite side of the map, but it's just not working. He's finally gonna go ahead and see if he can set himself on through, but without any Ravens, without anything of that nature. Oh, oh my God! Oh my God! We're finally seeing it. The first mule drops of Thunderbird. Oh my God! I'm in love. I'm literally in love. I literally have like this strong feeling in my heart and my loins. Just a burning passion for Psych and everything that he's doing so far. I think this should be like a new meme or something like that. Just drop the mules, mine the minerals, bring them back home, inadvertently scout the counter-aggressive forces coming out of Vindicta and think, oh shit, now what am I gonna do? And that's a good question. What is he gonna do? He only has a couple of Marines back at home, right? And yeah, just kind of move commanding like 90 million supply over the army of Vindicta. Vindicta, meanwhile, is gonna go ahead and shut down this Plantor, possibly even kill it. In fact, probably even kill it. And Psych's position here is still stalled. He doesn't have any medevacs here or anything to help boost these Marines over, drop on top of the tanks. He just has to force himself to sit there. And I think he actually found himself in a bad position here, did Psych. He's going to go ahead and lose the planetary. Vindicta's forces still streaming across the map. There's so much value has Vindicta been able to get out of his units. And that I think Psych, look, I think he's just going to lose patience, see if he can go for it. Going to take massive losses to his Marines. Yeah, it's a choke point. If only he dropped 4 mules. Ah, if only, if only. Big tank salvos on those Marines. Oh my God, that enormous tank salvos because he's focusing on this engagement over here. But it's not going to matter. Vindicta breaks through. GG is called. And Vindicta 2-0 over Psych is going to win in a very, 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 very convincing fashion on Thunderbird. Wow. May we see more Thunderbird games, ladies and gentlemen. May Thunderbird live long in the map pool. Long live Thunderbird, I say. Thunderbird, Thunderbird, Thunderbird. Wasn't a Thunderbird like a kind of car? Like a... Wasn't it? Wait, I have to look this up now. Schnitzels. Thunderbird. Thunderbird. Well, there's Mozilla's Thunderbird, which is a cross-platform email client, news client, RSS, and chat client. Okay. Thunderbird car? Yeah, Ford Thunderbird. That's what I'm thinking of. You guys want to see? Here, I was thinking of like these sort of things. You know, like Thunderbirds. Thunderbird. Oh my gosh, what if there's like a little hidden Thunderbird doodad just hidden on the map for some keen, astute little guy to find? That'd be pretty cool, right? I hope so. That'd be an amazing addition to the map, I think. Alright. We got 3 more rounds to go. Oh, actually, we just saw Vindicta vs. Psych, so let's see if we can catch maybe some Astria games. How about that? I'm going to go ahead and message Astria, see if he's in game right now. Astria is in the game right now, so we're not going to bother him. Firezerg seems to be available as well, so we may be catching Firezerg versus Artier pretty soon. Or maybe if you guys want to still follow Psych, we can follow him into the loser bracket against Dark Unnamed. Totally up to you guys. Art versus Firezerg or Psych versus Unnamed in the losers bracket. You guys go and let me know. If no one lets me know, I'll make an executive decision as the owner of this stream to do what I see fit. But first I'm gonna drink some water, because I am parched as all hell. Okay. Let's see. Wasushi seems to favor that Art versus Firezerg thing, so we're gonna go ahead and load that on up for you guys. I'm gonna go ahead and quickly message Firezerg. Hey Firezerg, has your game started yet? Question mark. Invite me. Coolio. Invite to lobby, please. What is score betwixt you and... What is the score? That's what a score. I don't need to like be all fancy schmancy pantsy fancy. We're gonna... Oh, we're in a party. Wait, how is he in the lobby? But not in the party. Firezerg unfortunately is 0-0. They've had some technical difficulties. Oh no, well, if there's one guy who knows technical difficulties, here, so should be fine. Absolutely, that's okay. Firezerg now hitting me up with that, oh wait, Schnitzel. It's fine, take your time, mate, take your time. There we go. Kairos Junction. Alright, here we are, starting game 1 in the series versus Art vs. Firezerg. Due to technical difficulties, this is indeed game number 1, so should be having some good games to see. Oh my god, did I switch to the Pro Series scene? Ugh, what a noob. Noob caster alert, guys. That's what I was waiting for. Alright, okie dokie. Sorry, I just sometimes when I hear the music, I just kind of want to wait for it to go like, so I can, so I can just hear that cool stuff and feel badass for a sec. Alright, let's go and introduce our player spawning in the bottom right hand position of Kairos Junction. It is the light pink. We'll call that light pink. Washed out pink almost. The pink Protoss player, it is Art. And his opponent spawning top left-hand position of Kairos Junction. Representing Alpha X, as is everyone else in this whole tournament, it is the orange Zerg player, Fire Zerg. Whose Zerg units are orange, which I guess is technically a color fire, so I'm not that pissed, but hey, I think a tasteful red or even a blue would have been pretty cool to imagine all fiery. Well, that's alright. Zerg units are actually the newest co-op commander thing, right? Like Stetman, you guys see? I'm kind of disappointed that there's no mechanical units getting here from Fire Zerg. You're not really a Zerg player if you don't have the Mecha Zerg units. They're obviously just superior in every single way to regular Zerg units. Art gonna go ahead and go for that Cyber before Nexus here. That's about as, you know, careful you have to be. You don't really have to, like, make a wall off right away or anything like that. I mean, you kind of actually want that pylon down here if you're that nervous, but if you just chrono out and add up, there shouldn't really be any issues. You can chase around Lings in your main base all day. It ain't no thing at all, really. And it actually should have enough money to go ahead and start up his tech if he wants to. Though if he prioritizes Warp Gate, maybe not. Is he gonna get a pylon? Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You better not be getting that pylon, boy. Alright, so Fire Zerg is actually just going to go ahead and scout out with these linked rather than move across the map. It's a little strange, a bit of a strange thing going on. I guess he was thinking that Art might be up to something no good in the neighborhood, which actually can happen. And I guess if you don't really think your Lings are going to find too much purchase on the opposite side of the map, you know, why not just try and scout around it a little bit. Definitely did strike the fear of God into Art, though, I can tell you that much. Fire Zerg still macroing on up, getting a very fast Ventricle Sax upgrade. Probably just wants to be absolutely certain of what's going on. Oh, that's actually cute. The Stalker blocks all that up, all on its own. Pretty cool. And yeah, it's going to be able to see exactly what's going on. Now, I'm not a humongous fan of this against Protoss. I think, you know, it's easy enough to see what the Protoss is doing, especially if you just kind of take the overload and right? But I guess, you know, it has its pros and cons, right? Sometimes the Stalker is really on point. Sometimes, you know, again, even if the first Overlord gets killed, the other Overlords won't be able to catch up fast enough to see what's going on. So if you can be 100% certain that the Protoss is going for Archon drops, or they are going for a charge at all in, then, you know, all the more power to you as a Zerg player. Alright, Stalker gonna go ahead and shoo away that Overlord. Probably gonna chase it with the War Prism. Yeah, I know, the urge is just too strong, but the Link's gonna go ahead and have something to say about that. And is this actually gonna be an Immortal? Is this just gonna be a Soul Train push? It actually might just be. My goodness me. Okay, I think we actually just might be seeing a Soul Train. We have an Immortal on the way. No Twilight Council even in the realm of thought for Art at this point. Just getting out those Immortals. Has to hide them though, to the best of his abilities. Maybe like put them back there. You don't want your Zerg opponents seeing those Immortals if at all possible, because early Immortals just screams aggression, right? It just screams I want to kill you. So have to be careful there, obviously. Adept's gonna go ahead and not find too much damage. I do like this double Adept harassment here with the War Prism. Not as effective as Archon harassment, doesn't force out as many units, doesn't kill as much stuff, but hey, you know, you do what you got with what you have, so more power to you. And yeah, more and more sentries on the way. Fire Zerg, of course, is seeing all of this, and he probably, you know, we have the chance to see how Fire Zerg is going to react to this sort of things, because is he going to go for Ling Bane? Is he going to go for just, you know, a giant amount of Roach Ravager, which I think is the most consistent solution to the Protoss Soul Train problem. And he does start up that Roach production. I think 47 workers, that should be pretty much enough. And he has to pretty much think of defending now. Above everything else, he does end up scanning it out, and even if he didn't see that movement, he does see that the full wall up is coming after the Protoss player, so everything just screams all in out of Art. So Fire Zerg, let's see how his defenses hold on up. These Roaches are starting to morph on into Ravagers, but it's going to take a little bit of time. This is hitting just a little bit too early, and I think Fire Zerg may have done a little bit of miscalculating, but he is, you know, he does have the Roach style, so let's see if it works on out. He's going to go ahead and pull his drones pretty much right away, and they do end up going on down. 5 drones lost there. More bios on the way, but they're not knocking down the force field, so his units are just choking on up. They're trying to hit Immortals for some reason, and it's just not working out amazingly. And with additional weapons coming on in, I have to fear that this has been kind of mishandled by Fire Zerg. He has to go ahead and run on back for now. A lot of his units are going to go ahead and rally incorrectly and probably just like die as soon as they pop on out. And yep, Set is alive. A lot of Lings here though can maybe find some damage against these Protoss units. There's not that many Zealots, but they're just the numbers are just not there. GG is called, and Art is being able to go up 1-0 versus Fire Zerg in this best of 3. And it's a weird thing, right? It's a weird thing, because the Protoss has so much so fast, right? It's almost like you can't do anything. But, I don't know. I don't know. It's a hard push to hold off. Maybe he needed more. Maybe Ling Bane. No, that's Ling Bane is stupid. Why would you ever do Ling Bane? That'd be a stupid thing to do. Earlier Roach Warren maybe, but it hits so fast. It hits so fast. I don't know, Zerg players. What do you do against that? Do you just go faster Roach Warren? I think that might just be it, right? I don't know. It's a difficult push to hold off of. I just know that it works pretty well, right? I just know that it works pretty well. I don't really know if I were a Zerg player how I would defend it. Yeah. The only thing I can think of is earlier roaches. Pero tal vez no. Who knows? Alrighty folks, we are loaded on IP into another new map called Acropolis. Let's go ahead and introduce our players. We're gonna... that felt kind of weird. Playing on this amazing map for us today. Spawning in the bottom right hand position of Acropolis. Representing the pink Protoss player. Blessing us with his Soul Train. It is Art. I guess it wasn't really a true Soul Train because it wasn't like a million centuries, but it's, you know, Soul Train enough, right? Honorary Soul Train. And his opponent spawning the top left hand position of Acropolis. Probably still reeling a little bit from that loss. Representing the orange Zerg player in the top left hand position, it is Fire Zerg. Also, there's cars that come by here. Look! Here. Oh, one of those cars is a Thunderbird. Guys, that would be like the ultimate Easter egg, right? And I would have been the first one to find it. Okay, somebody who knows like more about cars than I do. Are any of these a Thunderbird? Hang on. Zoom. No, they just kind of look like regular cars. Like sedans. Something like you'd put a soccer ball in. You know, you have to talk about it with your wife before getting. It's not the one you wanted, but it's the one that she wanted for the kids, you know. It has like extra space for like, you know, dream killing. Freaking, what are those things called? Shit, I'm forgetting. What's that sport? With like the balls and you put the ball in the stick and you throw it in the net. Shit, I'm forgetting. It starts with a C. Not crocheting. Yeah, definitely not crocheting. I'm waiting to narrow it down. It's called... You know, I'm just gonna look up sport ball thrown with stick. Not basketball though. Oh my god. I'm totally banking on this. What am I thinking of, you guys? It's like an actual sport. It's more of a high school thing, I think, than anything else. It's like a Native American thing. Is it like crochet? I literally can't say anything else until I figure it out, so that's why I'm on it so hard, you know. Because I have to know. I can't just let it go. It'll, like, affect me for the rest of my life. It's Kayawita, but no. No. Not crochet. Why would I keep thinking about crochet? It's not crochet. High school ball sports. We'll just look it up like that. Ball games. Here we go. Angular basketball. I know it has a C in it. It's not croquet. Oh my god, do I just not know? Alright, anyways, a Stargate opening coming out for Art. Again, gonna go and deny that Overlord scouting from Firezerg, as well as the Oracle. Gonna be able to hopefully find some damage, but more importantly, secure that third base from any potential aggression from the Zerg player. No quick, immediate, Zerg pulverizing nonsense gonna come out from Art. No quick robo, nothing like that. So, should be feeling a-okay about that. Firezerg should. And yeah, just content to macro on up, get his units on going, and looks as though Art wants to transition into, considering he's taking these guests over here, some sort of Archon drop afterwards. So pretty good solid stuff coming out from Art. Very typical Protoss stuff. Nothing to write home about. So now I can go back to thinking about what the hell I was thinking about. It's not. Does it start with a Q? Is that it? Is it just Q? It's not Quidditch. What? Not Quidditch. It's like crochet. It's like you have, like, you call it like, maybe if I look at like replacement shaft, because I know the thing is called like a shaft. Replacement shaft for not golf, not pool cues. Replacement shaft for ball game. I don't know. Oh crap! I can't think of it. I'm really like tearing myself up over this. Oracle gonna go and start saving its adepts as soon as possible. That's a lot of Glaive adepts. Hello, you guys aren't Archons. Okay. Well, you know what to say. Akadakin lo suyo, right? I mean, I guess if he wants to. Go with a bunch of adepts. A little old school here, but hey, nothing wrong with the oldies. The oldies but goodies, what I always say. And without any roaches and or banelings, this is going to be an extremely difficult hold for Art now, or Firezerg. Now, there are some roaches spotting on that, as you can see over here. Adepts, of course, really don't like that. They really hate it, and they're actually, look, the drones are just evacuating this way and that way. Actually, I think one of the more proper ways to do this is to just kind of be everywhere with your adepts if at all possible, Like, split them to the main, split them to the natural, try to get everywhere, Because you're not going to kill your opponent with this, you just have to get as many drones as possible. And right now, 5 drones for how many adepts for that? 10 adepts? Not worth it at all. Firezerg now finding himself in a dominant position over Art. And yeah, Art is going to be struggling a little bit to find some sort of footing in this game after that. I mean, a couple of sentries in an Immortal. I mean, thankfully, Firezerg doesn't seem to be... Who is blowing up my telephone? Oh, the sports person. Okay, gotcha. Nothing important. Anyways, Art is going to go ahead and chill out by his natural base because he knows that it can get pretty dicey if he tries to defend his third base by default. Firezerg is going to go ahead and move across the map. I think it's just some sort of faux aggression, just to make Art sweat a little bit. Actually, some Gladeps find themselves a little bit miscontrolled, but, still find themselves into the natural base. Firezerg does end up denying a little bit of mining here, and if it actually... Ooh, that's probably a dead Oracle, right? Nope, dead Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenixes sound a little bit weirder when they die than Oracle. Picks up a, another drone. Actually, 15 drones have been killed so far. There's been some damage going on in the main as well. So yeah, good play here from Art. Has to keep the Zerg on his feet somehow. It's been 15 adepts for 15 drones. Again, kind of a shit deal, but yeah, what you gonna do? And a Lurker Den coming on down. Okay, so this slows down the game immensely if you're Firezerg. You know that Art... Well, I was gonna say Art can't really push out anytime soon for fear of just dying, but I think he thinks that it's not as bad as it actually is, which it actually isn't, so he's actually right. And yeah, there's not really many Hydras out so far. I mean, Hydralisks absolutely demolished this push. However, I think Firezerg has been going a little bit too far on the tech tree here, going straight to that Lurker Den before he has his proper base of Hydralisks. He's going to go ahead and have to hold off against the aggression of Arch here. It is looking to be a very strong army with 3 Immortals to backbone. Golly, how you defend against that? God knows, guys. Let's see. Maybe he can bring some queens down. He had 1,000,000 queens, didn't he? Where'd they all go? Are they down here? Alright, here he goes. Gonna go and try and bring on board a couple of not SCVs, a couple of force fields already going on down. Just preemptively over here. And yeah, against Roach Hydra, this arm composition is actually going to perform spectacularly. Here we go. Zealous charging on in. The pathing is actually kind of messed up, and with a huge concave of Hydras, yeah, I definitely think Firezerg bought himself enough time, and Art may have been getting a little bit too eager beaver here, and he's going to go ahead and get pushed on back for now. Firezerg doesn't want to go ahead and retreat, or rather chase him up that ramp. And yeah, here we go. I don't think this army can really push into it. Storm is starting on up, but again, 5 Immortals are going to be amazing against the Roaches. Against the Hydras, maybe not so much. Now, thankfully, he already does have an Observer, so he can scout the Lurkers. He can see them at the very least, but that doesn't mean just because you can see them, you're going to be able to push into them, right? Where is that War Prism? There we go. So War Prism is actually exactly what you want to be doing against this sort of playstyle from Zerg. Lurkers are a notoriously immobile composition. You don't want to fight them head on pretty much ever, but if you can tear them apart like this with Zealot counterattacks in the main, you know, just small things like that, you will give the Zerg an extraordinarily hard time. Gonna go and get cleaned up in the main. Not too much extra damage going on. Maybe like 5-6 drone kills. So nothing too... Actually, that's a lot of drones. Whoa, that is like 10 drones. Not bad at all. Fires are gonna go and pour on down. Yeah! Gonna go and get the hell out of dodge on that one. And in response, he's gonna throw down another Robo and a DT Shrine. I suppose the DT Shrine just to help him out in his counterattacks against the Zerg player. And definitely a decision that I support wholeheartedly. Firezerg is maxed on out. His supply is kind of shitty though. I mean, he has like 23 roaches, which is kind of more roaches than you need with this army, but you know, it's whatever. And you know, 10 lurkers, which, ooh, actually, gonna go ahead and slow down his push a decent amount here. Thankfully, just got a couple of roaches, not any of the actual important units. Art gonna go ahead and sneak on over to this base for another counterattack, possibly, but he's just gonna get flanked by lurkers, unfortunately, and he is deciding to take the fight for some reason. Oh no. Run away, Art. Run far, run fast, run anywhere except for here. And he's gonna do just that. Good, good. Man, if you had a couple more Lings wrap him around, because Lings more often than not are just like Zerg force fields, right? They just kind of like hold the army in place while it tries to run away, and then, oh, then the lurkers get on top, and it's like, ooh. And then like the spines come out, and then it's like, ugh. And it's just horrible, you know? Anyway, Zerg is going to go ahead and bury on down once again. A lot of spines going on through, and you can't contest that, like I said. Just have to let that be, but the counterattacks really are going to be the name of the game here. Look at this small contingency of forces over here. How are you going to defend against that with just a couple of roaches? The answer is niet, as he runs on back up to deal with it with a couple of units here. Has his lurkers holding the high ground against us, but they're unsupported. They actually can get messed up. Oh my god, but that's why you don't go up the high ground against lurkers. Wow, did you see that? He just like lost like 1,000,000 Templar and sentries just like that. Probably a bit more cost efficient, right? Yes. Oh my god, it's dead even on the minerals lost tab. But Protoss definitely lost more gas in the Zerg player. The Zerg player is now starting to get a huge bank here. I would love to see him invest in a hive in this. Maybe, you know, higher attack, and he is doing just that. He is going for that hive. How about his upgrades? How are those looking? He has +2 attack. Where's his Evo Chambers? Structures. There we go. Actually, engagement happening in the middle of the map. Forget what I'm talking about. Here we go. Firezerg did end up getting caught out of position here. A couple of force fields will be able to snag himself off. A couple of lurkers. Absolutely fine play there coming out from Art. Again, stuck on 1 Evo, but not really big deal when going for lurker type compositions. Still contained on 4 bases. Hasn't found the time to get that 5th. He's going to go and escort this drone over here to find it. But immediately Zealots jump on top of that. And the kill is coming out, not the cancel. A little unfortunate there from Arpus or Farzerg. Gonna go and try again immediately. Creep spread, missing this crucial part of the map, does not allow him to see this army coming on through as a result. And yeah, the mortar count starting to get really not lurker friendly, as well as Art's own tech of carriers and motherships have been slowly accumulating over time. Now carriers, I don't know what they're going to do against all these Hydras, but you know, you better hope it's something. You know, they're not horrible, especially when supported by Storms and Immortals, but still, I think Tempest would be an amazing choice here. The carriers work too, I think. The Concave for Farzerg is actually pretty great. There's just no meat to this army. For Art, has to be very careful. When your army is basically just Immortals, and like an Archon and a couple Storms, you gotta be a little cautious, right? You gotta be at least a little bit, maybe I won't challenge that Hydralisk Concave. You know what, maybe I'll just back up for a little bit. Farzerg finally trying to establish that 5th base location. Art has already got his well underway. So Zerg's actually in a lot of pain on being on the same amount of bases as his Protoss counterpart. Part of me just tells him he just cannot spare the actions to try and get that economy up and running. It has been a fairly hectic game overall, and EPM-wise, this guy's working his booty off. So here we go. Art's gonna go ahead and try and move on over here. Farzerg has a couple of oversteers ready to rock and roll. And again, carriers, they've gotten a lot worse in the past couple of days. Now they're pretty much used as paperweights now that their interceptors are gone. Not going to get them back for the remainder of the fight, you can safely assume, but the ground army may just be strong enough. Ooh, Adaptive Talons though are done, or other Digging Claws, what is called with Digging Claws, for the Lurkers are done. Ready to go ahead and jump on top of that army if the opportunity does present itself. A lot of Hydras and Lings on the way. I think he figures out what this army is weak against. Oh, attack those interceptors. Come on, kill them. Yes, there we go. 1, 2, 3. Use his carriers. Because they take like minutes to like recharge their interceptor count. It's like crazy, man. It's crazy. Concave is coming on up. I think Art actually wants to fight this one. Here we go. He's gonna go and burrow on through. All the interceptors get gunned down. The Lurkers not finding too much damage against the ground army. As a matter of fact, not really much at all. Ooh, Hydras try and make the sin. Try to commit the sin of focusing down the mothership without detection. Not going to work. Art does macro that on back pretty successfully. And now Farzerg has been spending so much money and just not been trading nearly as efficiently as he was in the beginning. Wow, look at that. He used to be dead even, now he's down 6,000 minerals, 2,000 gas, on the same number of bases as the Protoss. I mean, he's gonna have to do something pretty drastic here. I think this Ling Lurker counterattack is the right call here, but Art's army is just so powerful. Like, how do you even begin to contest that, man? Look, he's not even trying. He's just gonna go and run everything away and try and hit Art as hard as Art is hitting him. 1 DT, unfortunately, is not going to be able to clean up all of this before, major death and destruction happens. Farzerg is still desperately trying to hold on. He has a good base of Hydralisk, but it just may not be enough. I think he maybe made a little bit too many overseers. Just an opinion there, just a possibility. Eats 2 giant storms, loses almost all of his Hydras there, and the ones that do survive are severely damaged. And I think Farzerg may be bowing out here pretty soon to Art, the Protoss player, as he now has more than 70 supply. Farzerg is trying to make one last stand, but he just doesn't have the army, does not have the units. The carriers, more like sieging units, when everything goes on for this amount of time, they really can't, the time it takes to make the interceptors, it doesn't matter as much. GG is called, and Farzerg is knocked out. Lacrosse! That's the thing I was thinking of. Lacrosse! Oh my god. Oh, it's called Lacrosse. Okay, we're fine. Alright. Lacrosse. It's named Lacrosse. I can finally start thinking again, thank god. Oh yeah. Okay. Whew, we're fine. Alright, let's take a look at the bracket, see what else is good in the hood. As we pass on by hour 2, Ugh. Let's take a look at the bracket, see what else we got. Astrea actually gonna go ahead and take a quick, just absolutely dominating victory over Rodson. Astrea, again, yet to drop a single game this series, has absolutely just been pile driving through literally everybody. So that's kind of what we're dealing with here with Astrea. But he is gonna go ahead and face off the winner of Art versus Vindicta, which, actually, Art just faced Farther, right? So now he has Art versus Vindicta. Right. So let's go ahead and focus on that one. I would love to see that. Oh my gosh. Art versus Vindicta? Yes, please. Let me go ahead and let Art know. Maybe I can find Vindicta, or maybe I can just find anyone at all. Can't find him anywhere. Let's go and whisper. Art? Hey, Art, go ahead and invite me to Invicta Games. Less than 3. Okay. Here we goes. While we have a little bit of downtime, folks, let me go ahead and give a quick shout out to our lovely sponsors who help make all Alpha X events possible. Specifically, GameStop. GameStop, you know, has always been about bringing power to the players, right? But did you know they're now gonna go ahead and give a little bit of more love to us esports aficionados? That is right, folks. Their new programs features coaching and more from some of the world's top teams. So if you're interested from that, go ahead and check it out on their website. Go ahead and complete the Matchuno quest to go ahead and figure out more about GameStop's new amazing coaching thing. It's absolutely incredible. And if you ever wanted to up your game at pretty much anything in the world, just go ahead and head over to their website and get your game on. GameStop's cool. Hang on, one sec. Alright, there we go. Yeah, GameStop is made. I mean, whenever I go to a GameStop, I am always slightly disappointed about the lack of StarCraft stuff they have. But one time I found a StarCraft thing in a GameStop, and I was so surprised because I didn't expect to find any, right? I was like, hey, I'm probably not going to find any StarCraft stuff here. And an employee overheard me, and she walked over, and she was like, oh, we actually might have something here. And I was like, no way. I mean, there's probably nothing I would have wanted there, because, like, you know, all I want is to play StarCraft. I don't really want, like, you know, weird codes or anything. And she walks me over, and she's like, oh, I'm not sure how many of these we have, but here we go. And bless her soul, she gave me this, a game code for Heart of the Swarm. Not even Legacy of the Void. You gave me a Heart of the Swarm game code, and she was like, "Oh, that'd be so and so, you know, dollars. How much it costs, I think." And this, keep in mind, this was after StarCraft went free to play and Legacy of the Void was still out. So I was like, "Oh, that's okay." But they had really cool pop figures of Raynor and stuff. So I picked up one of those, and life was fine. In fact, I think I still actually have that pop figure around here somewhere. I'll show you guys after the tournament if we have time. Alright, looks like Art is has been offline for 53 minutes? That's not right. He was just in a game, right? So that's probably not correct. A Vindicta. Invite me to your series versus Art when you can. Give him those hearts so he knows we mean well. And now we play the waiting game. Look at that! Literally immediately. Come on, Art. You gotta get your head in the game. Vindicta's already like above, like right here now. He had to restart us or something, so I was waiting on that. Ah, okay. No problem, no problem. Just start whenever. Oh wait, we need our strong emoji thing. And now everything's like properly like organized, you can see. So like, here we go. Just start whenever. There you go. Don't clip that, please. We're gonna put that bottle down now. Alright. Suchi says he was probably on EU. Vindicta, well, the problem, we're working through it. He just had to, Art has to restart his PC. So it's just gonna go ahead and wait for him there. But if it doesn't work out, we'll go and let them know. We'll figure something out. Oh wait, is Astrea in chat right now? Holy shit, Astrea! Oh my god, how's it going, mate? Welcome to the stream. Hope everything's rocking. Hope everything's rolling. Let's see. I wonder if Astrea has played. I wonder if he's played any PvP so far. Oh, Maples is a Protoss player because it has a little Protoss icon. So Protoss there. I don't know. PvP has kind of been in the same spot for a little bit of a long while now, but people are starting to mix up those disruptors. I don't know. Astrea says, nope, I'm not in chat. Hello. Oh my god, he's just in my brain. Get out! Ah! It's not. Durkee says, Astrea, what are your thoughts on Vindicta's Proxy 3 Rax Reen into Rodder? Proxy 3 Rax Reen into Rodder? I didn't see that build. Was that Astrea, if we mod you, are you going to be a good mod? No, he will rule with an iron fist. Which can be a good thing, but also a bad thing. Sometimes you don't need words. Okie dokie, artichoke. Ready to rock and roll. Let's go and introduce our player spawning the top left-hand position of King's Cove. It is a blue Terran player, Vindicta. And the bottom right-hand position of King's Cove, representing the pink Protoss player, it is Art. Boop, boop. Super normal, everything happening so far. Oh god, my knees. Oy. I don't know why, but my knees are just feeling like horrible recently. I wonder why. I don't know. I think it's because I've been doing like a bunch of running and stuff like that. Well, not like running, also a lot of kicking. Since I'm into like this MMA gym, you do like a lot of kicking people and like getting kicked by people and a lot of rolling on your knees and stuff like that. So knees obviously are a little bit achy right now, but I should be fine, honestly. I mean, I think in general knee health is a little overrated. I mean, well, actually no, a little underrated is what I meant to say. That's the word. Because my god, my trainer has like really messed up knees, and he's like, yeah, I know that feeling, really take care of them. So I'm gonna go ahead and take it easy for the next couple of days. There's Labor Day weekend, or rather Memorial Day is on Monday, right? Monday Memorial Day, something like that. And yeah, we're just taking it easy, we're just playing StarCraft. Literally, I just like locked myself in the attic yesterday and just played games all day, and it was just so cleansing, you guys. Oh my god. Though I kind of feel a little bit guilty. I feel like I should be I feel like if I just like play games and don't do anything beyond that, then it's kind of a waste of time. Almost. I kind of feel that little wasteful like twinge in the back of my head. So I don't know, maybe I'll start streaming sometime soon, like start streaming my stuff. Then again, I'm always saying I'm gonna start streaming, so probably never gonna happen, but we'll see. We'll see. Look at this cute little gun that the Reaper has. So cute, so little, so gunny. Here we go. We're going to come in, just go ahead and see that there is a Twilight Council from the Protoss player. Pretty standard stuff coming out from Art, as well as the follow-up Stalker. Vindicta is probably going to throw down a starport here, if I'm not mistaken, right? I mean, that's what I would do if I were Vindicta. And yeah, no other reason for that SCV to be up there, and it's just like 99% sure that Art's going to proxy a Nexus up there. Which, guys, I'm pretty sure even if Art wanted to proxy a Nexus up there, even he wouldn't be 99% sure if he was proxying a Nexus up there. So, shouldn't have to worry about that anytime soon. Oop, SCV, actually Probe almost died, but it's gonna go ahead and be safe. Now, I kind of am on the fence about these kind of wall-offs, where it's kind of like the whole side of your mineral line is walled off. I always kind of thought they were kind of crappy, because like if a Widowmine drop comes in, you know there's only one place the probe's gonna go, right? Or if like a Hellion drop comes in and you don't scout in time, there's only one place the probe's gonna go, right? So, and then again, if you do catch them in time, it's a lot better. But like, let's say like the Hellion drop comes in and you have a couple stalkers to repel it, but the Terran player knows you have this wall off, he can just like boost through it, drop here, and know exactly where every single one of your probes is gonna be, right? So I don't know, it's kind of a little meh for me. It's kind of a little meh. I like keeping like a little bit of an opening, just like making this go boop, just one square that way, right? I don't know. Just a preference thing. It's fine. It's not even a big deal. Additional gateways on the Robo are on the way for our friend Art here. Just gonna go ahead and play this sort of defensive blink style, I'm guessing. Drilling Claw's actually on the way for Vindicta. Does he want to get that out before doing his drops? It's a little strange, but okay. I guess he's going to bank on the fact that Art may not get an Observer out in time, but he does have that Robo. And the Stalkers are coming out in position. I mean, this is a fantastic counter to Widowmine drops, just Blink Stalkers. There's not really much that doesn't counter Widowmine drop now that I'm thinking about it. I guess if it goes straight to Robo and like start teching up really hard, getting a lot of Observers out, that can be pretty bad against Widowmine drops. But in general, Blink Stalkers are pretty good, Stargate's pretty good, so yeah, gotta be a little careful if you are Vindicta. Alright, R is now going to go ahead and start moving across this map. Of course, with Prince Doctors, you kind of want to, you know, be a little bit active on the map, see what damage you can find. Since you're not really going to get punished, you can slow down the turn a decent amount, you can pick off a couple of units, and in general, it's going to be fine. R is going to go ahead and send an Adept Shade up to the top of the ramp here. It's going to go and just start being annoying here. But meanwhile, a bunch of Stalkers blink on over into the main base, and they are going to take down a couple of SCVs all the way up to 5 so far. 16 probes going down. This is why we need to make... This is why you use game art, folks, so I can see when crap like that happens. But yeah, 16 probes going down. That's so sad. Alexa, play Despacito. I don't have Alexa. I have Siri. Can I ask Siri to play Despacito? It sounds weird saying it with an English accent, but I don't want to say Despacito because it sounds kind of weird. It sounds like I'm like trying, you know. Like I ain't no poser. Oh my god, more probes going down. 24 probes. Okay, never mind. I don't doubt the Widowmine drop at all. If you're not, literally if the Widowmines burrow, you are ducked in the duck, right? Ooh, dodging the thing too. That's pretty cool. Hallucinated Archon, I think was I mean, I don't want to lie, but like you're probably a mistake. You were never meant to be born. Just go ahead and yeah, look at that. You see a little bar over your head that like none of the other units have? Yeah, that means you're gonna die. And that means you're a mistake. Okay. It's really sad, I know, but that's life. An armory there. Why did he put an armory? I'll never know. An armory? What? You proxy an Does this look normal to you guys? I mean, am I going blind here? Is this what people do nowadays? Is this what we have to deal with? I mean... Okay, yeah, so... Why did he get an armory? I mean... Did he get any tech that needs an... Okay, well I guess, yeah, Tunneling Claws, you need an armory, but... Why not just put the armory, like, there? Right? And, like, why do you have to... I don't know, I just don't see why you have to put it all the way over there. It's so strange. Oh, she actually told me in chat, need armory for Tunneling Claws, you noob. Okay, yeah, I know I need armory for Tunneling Claws, but like I said, you can just like put it in the back of your base, right? I guess you wanted it to be like super duper duper secret. Like, not even, like even if Art went for like Phoenixes, you wouldn't see it. Like, or if you went for Oracles, you wouldn't see it. Or if you like scouted the whole main base, like you wouldn't see it. I guess so. But I don't know, if I see an armory, if I see an armory, my first thought isn't, ah shit, Tunneling Claws. You know, that's not, I'm not like, ah god damn it, he's gonna hit me up with those Tunneling Claws, son. Oh boy, I gotta watch out for them Tunneling Claws. No, I'm thinking like Calbas, I'm thinking Thors, I'm thinking like, you know, stuff that does not involve Tunneling Claws. I don't know, maybe I'm just a noob. I think I'm just a noob, whatever. Alright, I'll keep this in the back of my head now, whenever I see, this sort of thing now. Alright. Art is gonna go ahead and try and poke on forward once again. Takes down a couple supply depots, those are always fine. I think he should be focusing on those Widowmines. Widowmines are always a nice target to get. But with Drilling Claws, it may be a little bit harder to go ahead and get them. And I think Drilling Claws are actually pretty good in engagements because it can be a lot more dynamic. I'm not sure how much it costs, but hey, if you have a Widowmine heavy composition, Drilling Claws I think are always a worthwhile investment. Sniping the observers, it happens a lot more than you may think. Protoss move around with observers a lot more than you may think. They die a lot more than you may think, and you know, just being that much more active with your Widowmines can make a big difference. Here we go. Mard actually, oh, he's gonna see though. He sees the thing. Okay, saw the thing, but does he see the thing? Maybe that's why the warp for some stalkers like, wait, what did I? Huh, did I just see what? No, yeah, I definitely did see something. Okay, I was gonna like move on back, maybe warping a couple cells to deal with it. Maybe a zealot to deal with it. I think a couple is a little bit overkill. Art with his 3 adapts enough to one shot, and SCV are gonna go ahead and prepare to shade on into the natural base while he does storm drops into the 3rd base. And absolutely amazing. Is that a scan? What scan happened? Oh no, I think that scan was like one of our follower sounds or something like that on Streamlabs, right? I actually don't know. Alright, well, if something happened, thank you. Alright. Yeah, if anything happened, we thank you for that happening. Adepts are going to go and start focusing down SCVs here. They're going to get maybe a couple. They're not really focusing down the low health ones. 1. Yeah, he's just getting all of them kind of red. So maybe got like 3, 4 SCVs there. Nothing special. And now Vindicta's army is moving across the map here. Up. And yeah, no things go down before the AMPs go off. So unfortunately, Art's gonna have to fight this without Storm, and that was pretty quick. GG is called. And Vindicta takes a quick 1-0 advantage. What happened to that War Prism? Oh, it got deaded, didn't it? Oh boy. Okay, well, say I love you guys. I see us love you though. What are you gonna do, right? Welcome to the jungle. Hang on. How can I ban myself? And Mr. 789. You cannot ban yourself. Okay, good. It specifically tells you that. Hang on. Let me see if I can time out myself. I cannot time out myself either. Okay, cool. Just curious, you know, I just wanted to make sure. I'm gonna go and just chill out for the next match here. Alright, they moved to EU, so I'm gonna go ahead and move with them over to the EU server. See you guys there in a bit. While I am doing that, while we're getting everything settled up, guys, can I take this moment to tell you about one of our most amazing, most incredible sponsors, 24-Hour Fitness, for those 24-hour gains, boys. Get the body you wanted on your time, you guys. They have pools, cardio equipment. What else they got here? They got studio classes, all that jazz, and a free fit plan on top of that. At over 436 locations, all included with your membership. You can go and try them for free through one of our Matcherino quests. Let's go ahead and do something small. It shouldn't be something like subscribe or go on Twitter or something like that. So go ahead, get a 7-day pass, see how you like them, and get that body, guys. Alright. That being said, we're going to go ahead and use our body right now to go ahead and cast some amazing StarCraft. After all, great casting starts from the bottom up, as any good caster will tell you. So, yeah. Leg day. Never skip leg day. Or throat day. Never skip throat day, too. How did I get here? I don't know. Let's just go ahead and introduce everyone. Spawning in the bottom right-hand position of Thunderbird. Representing the pink Protoss player. It is the one, the only, the infamous Art. There you go. A little bit of a delayed intro there. Why? Because that's how art is, guys. Art is beautiful. Art comes in all sorts of different shapes and sizes and expressions. Who currently is 0-1, not 1-0, against his opponent, spawning the top left-hand position of Thunderbird. The green term player, it is Vindicta. Oh, and I just noticed these giant craters in the ground. Okay, that is coolio. That's another part of Thunderbird that's to love. I guess if I have one small, really small, insignificant, stupid gripe about Thunderbird, it would be that it kind of looks like your standard, typical, whatever, StarCraft 2 map. Texture-wise, it's just kind of, you know, a little iffy. It's kind of a little meh. But you know, mechanics-wise, it's amazing. It's a huge map. I love huge maps because I love huge games. And I love to get my Tempest out and just, you know, pick the opponent apart with my big old balls of range, damage, destruction. It's just what I like to do, you know? So, definitely Thunderbird, one of my favorite maps. Art is going to go ahead and poke around for a little bit before coming on back home. And yeah, it seems to have some fairly standard stuff going on over here now. I am a little concerned about taking the third. I guess it's not too hard. I guess if you're a Protoss, you kind of want to mine these out. Because, oh my god, could you imagine just like a couple of siege tanks over here and you haven't mined these out and your opponent's like drops his bio, got his siege tanks here. My god, what a nightmare, right? That would just be like the literal worst thing in the whole entire universe, right? So, Gotta make sure that does not happen, and I think we should be seeing that, though it's just such a new map, you may not have time to realize it. Or I guess if you're a Terran player. Oh my god, like oh look, okay, actually, so Art is doing something new here. He has space between these buildings now, so it looks like someone was watching the stream. Good on you, boy. Taking my advice. But yeah, this is a great proxy spot as well, I'm guessing. Especially for Protoss, right? Like, ooh, imagine like just a Stargate over here. My goodness. I noticed if we can do that cool mineral walking thing, I wonder. If you can do that mineral clip thing. You guys remember on Bloodlust? That was like the one like cool thing about that map. Like you could like take your probe and like clip it between minerals. I wonder if you can do that with these. I have to bring it to the lab, but you know, we'll see. I think you can, right? I think you can. No, I think it was strictly a Bloodlust thing. I think I made a guide on how to do it, but I don't think I have the guide anymore. I'll have to look it up. Maybe it's on my YouTube channel like a long time ago. Long time ago. Anyways, Art's still patrolling on here. He's gonna get his blink, gonna get his robot, all the good stuff that he's doing last game is gonna be the same. Because I think last game, just losing 20 workers to the Widowmine drops, that's really honestly what did him in. Which, you know, not surprisingly would do a lot of people in, so I can't really blame him on that one. And yeah, I didn't really get to do his game plan like he really wanted to, so, you know, trying the same thing again, being a little bit more aware of the map, being a little more aware of stuff, I think it's gonna serve him pretty well. It's gonna be Widowmines again for Vindicta, but it's only one for the time being, as well as a couple of Marines. So just going for more of an annoying drop than anything else. Not trying to get him there, not trying to get a million probes, just trying to keep the Protoss on his toes, right? Keep him occupied. Adept warning out in the middle of the map here is going to go ahead and find herself a Marine to court. Marine says, I'm not ready for commitment. Runs down into a bunker. A bunker, of course, is just a physical metaphor for the Marine's emotional walls that he builds up around himself. And Vindicta's Hellion is not going to make it into the natural phase. Little bit mistimed with his medvac here, but not a big deal. Can still find a good amount of damage with this drop. Again, this kind of drop is all about position. You're gonna see Vindicta just kind of drop over here and just kind of hold this position, deny the mining, and just make it kind of awkward for Arch to try and really do anything. Unless Arch literally doesn't see it. Alright, well, I guess he literally didn't see it, and 3 probes end up going on down. He's gonna attack him with probes because, you know, why not? And he brings up the Stalkers just for good measure. Okay, super cool. Meanwhile, Vindicta's gonna go and start focusing down this Nexus. Definitely not enough DPS in this army to do so. Gets through a little bit of the shields. You know, gives it a boo-boo. Maybe. Like, that was a maybe boo-boo. And then goes ahead and fires one off. Meanwhile, back at home, you can see he's not taking this seriously. Just getting his 3rd base. And actually, we're gonna be seeing some mech coming out from Vindicta. Maybe, possibly. Especially considering there's been no stim or anything started like that. He has a quick 3rd base and he's getting that. Mag Fuel Accelerator for his Cyclones. And the 2nd factory also kind of tips you off. So yeah, Protoss mech against, or rather Terran mech against Protoss has been seeing, I don't want to call it a resurgence. I mean, it's been not really that much, but it has been gaining in popularity just a little bit. You know, I mean, in the way that I still think it's not that strong against Protoss. I still don't think that, you know, mech is ever going to be a top tier strategy that people are willing to implement, but I think that it's good enough to you know, catch some people off guard with. Like, if you don't know how to deal with Mag Fuel Accelerator Cyclones, you can lose the game. But yeah, we'll see. I'm still not completely sold on it, but it definitely has a lot of potential. Meta's still evolving, and hey, I'm still like, you know, just like a regular nobody caster. We'll see. Like, my opinion is like on the bottom of the totem pole here, so yeah, definitely take it with a grain of salt, but I think it's just a little bit weak. Just a little bit weak. Okay, Gateway is not finishing enough for Art. Art still doesn't know that it is mech, I think. He wouldn't be getting the armor upgrades, that's for sure, if he knew it was mech. Armor upgrades are notoriously useless against mech. And actually, decent amount of probes going down there with that drop. Oops, sorry. Just burped in my mouth there. Thankfully, you can't smell things on video. At least not for like another year or so. So, we're safe there. And here we go. Ooh. That was super Korean, wasn't it? Yeah. Okay, I don't know how many probes Art's lost. 14. Okay, so lots of probes lost for Art. He's actually down 54 to 64 total workers. He's gonna go ahead and try and make this big aggression happen right now. Does he even know it's Mac? I'm pretty sure he doesn't, right? I mean, okay, no, that's kind of a... I guess that is kind of a tip-off, but... Not a huge one at all. Like, he's still researching that armor, but maybe he just kind of wants the armor. Who knows? Who knows, you guys? Alright, okay, yeah, now he definitely sees it with his observer, though. Like, you can see the army composition and all that. Is Vindicta gonna see that?
Add-on.
No, that's kind of hard to say. Anyways, he's gonna go ahead and charge on in here. This is definitely not an army that can stand a fight, and Art is gonna go ahead and win this match, tying up the series 1-2 on an excellent attack by Art. GG's called, and Vindicta is now tied against Art, one apiece. See, like I said, you just kind of die if you go for that sort of stuff. You can very easily just kind of die. It's just kind of, yeah, I don't know. Then again, it was a fast third base. He was making a lot of workers, but I mean, still, right? I mean, it shouldn't have been just jump on top of my army, you're dead, right? That's fine though. Vindicta says back to NA. I'm gonna hit him up with that fat KK. And here we go for the last match of Vindicta versus Art. Oh, Astria asked me about my day. Oh my gosh, I forgot to say that. On a scale from PogChamp to Baby Rage, how is your day going, Spakar? We're gonna say my day is going... Let me see. There's a bunch of emotes here, aren't there? We'll say... We are at Tancho. We're at Tancho right now. That's us right now. We're okay, we're zen, but a little bit of a... a little bit frazzle-dazzled. Vindicta needed depot walls? Yes, yes, that is also a thing. Yes. So that sort of thing doesn't happen, so you just don't get jumped on top of, right? Why, my god, why do I even join general chat? Sometimes I don't even know. Alright. Vindicta is gonna play the last map on Acropolis. I received a new friend request from Kim Yu Jin. Don't know who that is, but it sounds Korean enough for me to accept it in hopes I'll get some super secret coaching from an amazing player. And it's actually Art. Okay, gotcha. Good enough for me, though. Art says go. I think I'm go-go. Everyone's go-go. Oh, that's why Art had the freaking, the Korean announcer. I was kind of wondering about that. Well, now we know. Alrighty. Final map, final series, let's go. Or at least final series until what? This is the best, this is the quarterfinals? Yeah, this is Art versus Vindicta, so grand finals, this is quarterfinals. And then after this, we'll be gonna go ahead and cast the winners finals. Lower bracket is still gonna go and have to wait, but after the loser finals, we should be done with the grand finals in around maybe like an hour and a half, so still a lot of StarCraft to go, folks, but let's hang on in there. We are rocking and we are rolling. Spawning in the bottom right-hand position of Acropolis. It is a pink Protoss player, Art. And his opponent in the top left-hand position of Acropolis. It is a blue Terran player, Vindicta. And again, if there's any guys who know cars out there, are any of these Thunderbirds, please let me know, because that would be an amazing Easter egg. Let's see, the blue one, the red one I'm pretty sure just a sedan, but the blue one is the one that catches me off guard. I'm like, maybe, just maybe. I don't know, a little funky if you ask me. Oh look, you can see, look, the street light has a little, right there, has a little light rays coming out of it. Oh, it's raining. Oh, that's so cool. Man, I love the detail in StarCraft. Look at that. Well, graphics-wise, not, of course, not like A+ tier premium great stuff, but I think details they pay a lot of attention. Look at that. Look at that Mink statue. Look at those cabanas, surfboard stuff, and all that good stuff. Look how cool that is. Look how cool that all is. Though 99% of the time, never gets paid any attention to, because all the action is happening here instead of down there. Though I would love to see a map one of these days where units can just like fall off the cliff, you know. Like Gazelle is running by, trying to chase a Reaper, and it goes, ah, and just gets splats in the fans. Fans turn on, keeps going splat. Yeah, that one doesn't work back to wire. No. Okay. Alright, no more of that. Is that fog? Yeah, I think that's fog. Anyways, crouching probe, hidden pylon, as I always say. Then again, crouching SCV. Or at the busy SCV, hidden starport. So I guess more of the story, be busier, build better stuff. But there is that pylon going down here as well. It looks like both players want to start this off with a little bit of cheddar, a little bit of Gouda, a little sprinkle of feta on their morning cereal. Folks, what I'm trying to say is that things are starting to get a little bit cheesy. Art is going to go ahead. I don't know what he's going to do with that proxy pylon. Maybe get gateways? Yeah, gateway already there. But then again, Vindicta's already going to elevator up some Hellions. He's already very close to doing that. And yeah, Art's Oracle rallied over there. Not really going to see Schnitzel. And yeah, like I said, with these kind of wall-offs, the probes can only go one way. So hopefully that comes into mind. Oh, maybe that little space there. I think there's space there for the probes to slip on through. I'm actually not certain. In any case, our Oracle was out on the map. It's gonna go ahead and not beeline it straight for the natural or anything like that. Widowmines are gonna have a chance to burrow if he does want to go ahead and decide to do that. If not, gonna have to face the pains of Oracle damage, which is always a bad thing. Oracle, okay, so it's not gonna go into the main base. Main base right now completely exposed. If Art sucked at StarCraft, he would like absolutely destroy Vindicta, but he doesn't, so it's gonna be a little bit of give and take. Oh, he stays into the naturals. He says, I'm so smart, dodging the Widowmine shot. Takes a Widowmine shot to the face, gets a little bit of, you know, humility. But now, with that extra gateway coming in for reinforcements, this SCV, although this Oracle push is now facing potentially a lot of damage, and there are no more workers left there, are there? No, there are not. Alright, 21 workers dying for our friend Vindict, or our friend Art. Well, okay. I guess that's what I kind of expected to happen, but not what I wanted to happen. It's still not over yet. It's only down to 16 workers, which is, you know, god-awful, but maybe if he focuses it down the depot quickly enough, he can get into the main base. He needs to also mine gas too. I mean, it's not impossible. Does he still have that Oracle? No, the Oracle is dead. Dead Reno. But he still has one left back at home for defense. I think he should have just committed everything to try and kill Vindicta on his side of the map. Because I think, yeah, if he just kills, because he had enough, right? Imagine another, like, Oracle here, and he just, like, warped in a couple more Stalkers, and just went for it, right? And he just went, right? He just goed. And actually, to some extent, he is still doing that. Then, you know, Vindicta would have, like, no response to the army of Art, and armies been games, right? And again, he still is kind of doing that. Vindicta's siege tank rallied in the most god-awful position I've ever seen in my life. Instead of killing those 4 Stalkers, it died, and 4 Stalkers now are still alive. So, that's basically how bad that siege tank position was. As far as Vindicta was microing his stuff. He has his Cloaked Banshees, which are probably just going to end the game all by themselves. And life is really bad if you're a Protoss player right now. Really bad. He's doing his darndest though. More Banshees on the way. He's broken his way up on into the main base. He can focus down with more SCVs, but this needed to happen like a couple of minutes ago. He's not going to get worker trained, thankfully, so he's going to be able to save himself for now. But yeah, with this at the top of the ramp, I think there's pretty much... Oh. 2 kills on that? Yeah, 2 kills on that Phoenix. Revelation went down on the Banshees, and we can assume that the Phoenix killed pretty much everything. So, good defense there from Art, actually. Now it's not looking so impossible. Vindicta is still kind of on his toes, trying not to die. And with 2 Banshees doing pretty much nothing, that's kind of a bummer. This Banshee has to get, I don't know, I would say like at least 1 million kills to make it, you know, up for its lost brethren. And Oracle has enough energy, it's not... What? Oh no, did he? Oh, I think he accidentally misclicked something somewhere. Hit a Q when he should have hit a C or something. And this Banshee is up to how many kills? 9? 10. 10 kills on that Banshee. Gonna go and even the score out. I mean, 3 Banshees for 10 workers. Not bad, not bad. However, Vindicta is not being able to healthily mine off his natural base. And actually, Art has been able to survive the damage that Vindicta has put on top of it. And has gotten some good damage of his own. So, not bad plays at all. He's gonna go ahead and walk on back home for the time being. Orca is gonna go ahead and try and revelate this Banshee as soon as it can, but it has 20 energy left, and goddamn it, is it not gonna kill a lot of stuff before that energy expires. Yeah, and if he just keeps on getting Banshees out, like, his Oracles only have so much energy, and he can only afford so many Oracles, right? He's getting Phoenixes right now instead of Oracles. I mean, this kind of goes to show how desperate how much damage that the Banshees can get if you're Art. This Oracle still has energy enough. I mean, I think that was very good not wasting the Revelation. Art knew that it was running out of steam anyways. There it is. There's that scorched mark I was looking for. So yeah, Starport does end up going down for Vindicta, setting them back somewhat, but it's still winnable. You don't need a Starport to win the game if you're a Terran player. But yeah, he's obviously going to get one if he wants any longevity at all. Fatty supply block, and at the end of the day, everything's kind of even. They're like within 5 supply of each other, which is crazy to think about. A lot of that supply from Art is in Phoenixes. The standing army of Art, though, not too bad at all, actually. Almost doubling the supply, and actually, it's going to be a hard haul. Vindicta's not even sieged up. His tank positioning, again, going to be a little bit of a curse for him. And he's going to go and have to pull workers here again. Not focusing down the Phoenixes holding the tanks at all. Tanks are finally not going to get their shots off, but that was a little bit mismicroed by Vindicta, I think. GG is called, and Art is going to take down the 6K MMR Terran player to advance to the semifinals. Big clap, fat clap for Art, otherwise known as Kim Eugen. Yeah, I think it was just, man, I think if you think back to that first rallied siege tank, if that just went to the main base and like sieged down up and didn't die, I think that game goes a lot differently, a lot differently. I tell you, you know what? Such is life. Such is life. Alright, so we're gonna have the semifinals of Art versus Astrea. We're gonna go ahead and whisper them, make sure everything's good. Astrea, good luck, man. Kick some ass, get some ass kicked, whatever you want to say. But yeah, hope you guys put on some entertaining games for us. And Astrea, if you're listening to this right now, please put 4 gates on the opposite side of the map. I will love you forever, and make you a super mod. What's a super mod? It's not a story any regular sushi would tell you, but trust me, super mod is great. Proxy 4 gate. We're gonna go ahead and whisper to Art. Invite to Astrea Games 2 yes. Smiley face. And now we play the waiting game. Or as it's known in my native language, the give your voice a break game, cause ugh. I definitely need to pace myself a little more. Kind of a long series over there. That Astrea versus Vindicta things, but good games. And glad we had it. I'm gonna give my voice a little bit of rest, folks. When we come back, or at least when we mentally come back, more amazing StarCraft 2. This time it's gonna be some Protoss versus Protoss action. As you can tell, I'm very excited for this Protoss versus Protoss. Spawning the top left-hand position, it is a pink Protoss player, Art. And the bottom right-hand side of Kairos Junction, it is a blue Protoss player, Astrea. Still undefeated in this entire tournament so far, not dropping a single game because Astrea, as everybody knows, is a goddamn monster. But he's not invincible. We have seen him in a couple of series, lose a couple of games before, especially in previous MVP Cups. He does have the tendency to kind of choke up under pressure. So, gonna have to see if there's any of that coming into play right now. I mean, it's just semifinals right now. I'm sure he'll be fine, but once we get to those finals, we'll have to see. Astrea, though, just playing the regular standard PvP game. Astrea reciprocating, doing quite the same. Hiding his pylon over there is kind of cute, but really, you're not really fueling anybody, are you? Nobody's getting tricked. I mean, like, look, Astrea, he's gonna go ahead, he's gonna make sure the pylon's there, fine. Art's gonna get in, he's gonna be like, uh-oh, where's the pylon? Better check the edges of the base, be a nice, thorough little googie boogie. And that is exactly what he's gonna do. Look at this. Peekaboo. So yeah, a little bit more weak against Stargate play now as Astrea, but honestly, who cares? Astrea is going to go ahead and start up his Stalker Sentry combo. That Sentry should be able to scout out any Stargate shenanigans and should probably prepare himself well enough in the event that that does happen. So, honestly, not a big deal. Art, meanwhile, his other map is gonna get 2 Stalkers instead of that Stalker Sentry combination, and I don't see any tech from him so far, but definitely can't scout it just yet. Probes? I think one Stalker can barely kill a probe if it starts running away from it like full speed. But it takes a while. No, I actually don't think it can. I think I actually have no idea. But if I were to guess, I would say that Stalkers can't because of the regen of the shields of the probe. Yeah, although Stalkers are faster. Yeah, Stalkers are faster than probes. I'm like 90% sure about that. Astrea. Quick Nexus on the low ground, of course, naturally. His units has finished up as well. He has 2 Stalkers and 2 Sentries, all holding it down the fort in the main base. No pylons here for Art to poke right now, so actually I kind of like that. Kind of keeping his positioning nice and safe. It's going to have great information, but unfortunately it's going to have some problems. He has to wall himself out of his main base. By threat of the Adepts, he's going to go ahead and get himself a Stalker, but he's going to lose both of his Sentries without a doubt. Oh my god, or not, unless he's an absolute mad lad. He has 3 Sentries out already. This is what MC likes to do, actually. He gets 3 Sentries, and then life is good for him, right? But anyways, he's not going to have 3 Sentries. Adepts are going to focus down 1 Sentry, 2 Sentry, and no wall in! So the Adepts are going to get in. They're not going to run straight to the mineral line. Kind of feel like that's a waste. I mean, would you rather get a Sentry or would you rather get 5 probes? I think most people would agree 5 probes is pretty nice. But that's alright. Gets himself some Sentries and that's a-okay. Astrea, as soon as that's over, throws down 2 Stargates and is like, yeah, let's rock this guy's world. That Robo facility is going to be about as useful as a ton of bricks in a ton of bricks weighing competition, which is to say, actually pretty useful, deceptively so. In the form of aggression. And here's why. If you get this War Prism, as Art's going right now, and you get that extra gateway, as Art's doing right now, and you hit a fat timing, which Art probably wants to be doing right now, you can absolutely destroy a double Stargate player. I mean, like, look, this is his ground army. Zealot, couple Stalkers, and some Sentries, right? That's pretty much it. So by the time this push hits, look, he's not even making that many probes, right? I mean, it's going to be absolutely devastating for Astrea. I don't know how he's going to hold on to this, but he has to find some way. He's going to get some Phoenixes out, but they're going to be, you know, worse than useless. He sees it coming now. I mean, honestly, cancel them and go for Void Rays, maybe? Or maybe just, like, throw down a bunch of shield batteries right away. Because he's, honestly, like, what are these Phoenixes going to do for you, right? I'm not sure about that much. Astrea's gonna go ahead and try and do something, but with the Prism Micro, it's just he's just gonna be taking bad trades all day. There we go. He's gonna go ahead and lose both of his Sentries, and I think Art is probably gonna take this game off of Astrea in the first game of the series, or of the tournament that he's going to lose. A good force field to start things off as well. Phoenixes do end up focusing down the War Prism, so that's fine. And Art's not even trying to kite versus those workers, just standing and fighting. Definitely not a fan of that decision. Yeah, I think... Alright, so I think Art definitely should have fought the army a little bit more here. Yeah, that was a little sketchy. I don't know about that one. Art still has an 8-worker advantage though, but he can't run away now, so now he's just doomed to go ahead and trade out his units. He gets another Stalker, and that's about as much as he gets, right? Yeah. Alright, well, he does know the tech now, but once you lose all your Stalkers and your opponent's making Phoenixes, it's gonna be a little sketchy to try and defend against that. Especially when your Stalker count starting from 0. In fact, actually, he has 5 right now. Alright, but I was gonna say, if the Phoenixes just pick up every Stalker there is, he could just like straight up lose the game by not having things to attack the Phoenixes. Phoenixes are gonna have free reign into the main base as well. They're gonna pick up a couple of probes, but nothing too much. 3 is fine. And overall, I think this game could just be evening out here pretty soon. Art's going for a charge, so doesn't want to be dealing with those Phoenixes. I think he's trying to go for a timing attack of some sorts. Where's that Twilight Council? There she is. Yeah, definitely seems to be a more timing-oriented build. No Stalkers still in the main base. Gonna go ahead and give the Phoenixes plenty of space to do whatever they want to his mineral line. Actually losing a couple of probes meanwhile to these adepts over here. Gonna pick themselves off a decent amount. Already up to like 1 million. 6 on that one, 2 on that one. So 8, 9 probes by those 2 adepts. Fantastic work. Completely nullifying anything the Phoenixes might have done there. Now here's the thing, Art wants, can he defend this Stargate? Art wants to push out across the map, but if he can't defend the War Prism, then it's pretty useless, right? Anyways, Astria is going to go ahead and pick up as many probes as he can. He's going to realize that this has been a surprisingly undefended main base. He's going to have some suspicions, and yeah, when nothing comes up to his spawn, he should probably know to send these Phoenixes back home, but it's a little bit too late. The first Archon is already warping on in, as well as a probe, so even if the Warp Prism does get sniped, he has reinforcements. Art's attack may just be the end of Astray here. He has such a pitifully small ground army, especially when you're facing off against Zealots. Oh boy. This is going to be easy to hold on to, folks, but he does have the Immortal out. He does have some Shield Batteries out. He's actually walling himself in, too. A fantastic choice against those charge lots, honestly. It's like, you know, it's like supply depots, but for Protoss. Actually, come to think, but those are exactly what pylons are. Protoss supply depots, right? Not even like a little, It's like so completely is. Anyways, I don't know what I'm trying to say. Phoenixes are going to go ahead and pick off that War Prism. However, Pylon still exists, and he's going to warp in reinforcements. How many warp gates does he have? He has 7 to the 2. Alright, so when you have 7 to 2 warp gates, a little bit of an interesting situation there. As long as you can get your warp ins, you should be fine. I mean, Phoenixes are not scary, really, at all. Or they're not really that threatening. But Astra's army is actually much bigger at the moment, so yeah, and Arts hasn't really been getting any warp ins that are really, you know, what you need. He hasn't been getting those big 7 Zealot warp ins or anything like that. Partially maybe because of all the probes he lost. He's can't be doing that right now, but that does suck actually a lot, like a lot. I would have sworn he could have done something more there, but just apparently no. And now the Phoenix is gonna fly back into the main base, all full of energy, and I wouldn't be surprised if every single probe here dies. I mean, it's just nothing defended. Absolutely everything's gonna go down. All the probes get lifted. There's a couple of guys mining gas. Phoenix is going to confirm that the army is going to go ahead and move on out. And it also does find that there is a 3rd base too. And Art is going to go ahead and try his hand at aggression one more time. There's a lot of sentries and stalkers here. Though I would have to take a guess that the Zealots and Archons would have something to say about this unit composition. He's going to go ahead and bust on through these force fields. Here we go. Astria, can you hold on? The Archons are really just letting everything through. Astria trying to get himself into a corner, but now all the sentries are dying. There's no reinforcements here for Art, so like what you see is what you get. Some Zealots warping on in for Astria. Half of our army is fighting the Phoenixes, half is trying to attack the army. And I think, oh, with this Disruption Nova, just barely gonna hold on off. Immortal is really hard to kill, but it's getting low enough to where he can sack that Archon on it and probably get it. So a fine trade, actually, a fine trade, and especially if you're the Charge Slot Archon player, you want to be trading out your army against the Disruptors. You want to be trading your army out, you know? Keeping that Disruptor count nice and low, keeping that Immortal count nice and low. 7 Stalkers warp on in for Astria, probably just to protect himself against these Oracles, and he does actually end up taking out both of them. When he had time to get Blink, I'll never know, but he got Blink, and he took care of those units. 40 to 44 total workers. I guess he can start to defend against Phoenixes a little better. There's 4 of them left, but still nothing in the main. Nothing in the... Well, there is something in the main, but it's not going to kill Phoenixes. Well, I mean, not directly, but it's going to do, like, damage to them and stuff. Well, like, you know, to the economy, which indirectly damages the Phoenixes. Quick charge on in by Art. Art's going to quickly juke and jive. Loses a Zealot there. Ain't nothing but a thing. So yeah, Phoenix Disruptor is a composition of choice. Art jumps Art jumps on top of all those units for Astria, and Astria is going to go ahead and have to run away again. Another Blink! Oh, but the Disruptor Sharp was unable to capitalize on that, unfortunately. And yeah, Phoenix is doing what they do best, trying to pick up these units, trying to find some value. Now the ground army for Astria is a little bit stronger than that of Art. But Art may just end up pushing through regardless. There's no more Phoenixes anymore. Admittedly, Archon probably gonna die. Sorry Archon, sad life, but yeah. With another weapon of charge shots, I don't see Astria holding on to this, or even Stalkers can do at this point, really. This has been a fast-paced, action-packed PvP, and very glad to just see anything happening that's something that is something besides just 2 players messing up, charge out Immortal Archon, and then 1 player being slightly out of position and then losing, right? Jump Prince on top again, does not get it on the... Oh my god, a giant Disruptor shot goes off on all those Stalkers. And I die a little bit inside, and I cry sometimes, but the Disruptor goes down, so it's kinda fun. Shield Battery doing its absolute darndest. More Zealots working on in for Astria, trying to round out his composition. He's gonna go ahead and get more Oracles out there. I like that choice, especially if there's no defenses. In a mineral line, 2 Oracles can absolutely blast apart a mineral line like nobody's business. Let's see. Decent amount of Stalkers here for both sides. Astria's army is bigger though, almost doubling that of Art's, so his time he can spend here is definitely limited, especially with these 2 Oracles moving across the map. I wouldn't be surprised to see a recall. Yeah, there we go. Recall back on home. Oracle's gonna go ahead and get the hell out of Dodge. Jump on it into the natural base. 2 Stalkers, not really ideal, but, you know, enough to shoo those Oracles away now that they're considered armored units. Definitely have to respect those Stalkers, and they are just gonna go ahead and chill there for now. Not gonna befall the fate of their previous brother and sister of just dying to Stalkers. Content with 1 damage they found. You know, 9 kills, that's pretty good. Some people would argue 9 kills is nice. And Art, ooh, actually, that's a Dark Templar, ain't it? Yeah, that's kind of sad. If that was marketed a little bit better, I would have had high hopes for that DT, but unfortunately, no. And yeah, gonna actually at the like 94-minute mark, gonna go ahead and get that Twilight Council there. The proxy pylon and gate are discovered, found, and summarily destroyed. I would like to see some more Dark Templar harassment coming out from Art, especially in these low econ situations. I mean, there's not going to be many, you know, cannons really stopping you from doing what you want, so, hey, you know, give it another shot, see what you can see, right? 4th base established for Art, none for Astrea though, so maybe Art feels like he wants to play a little bit more defensively, which honestly, if he can manage to do, wouldn't be a bad idea at all. He's actually getting his own Disruptors now, as a matter of fact. These Oracles see it actually from Astrea. Where's the structure that, yeah, he doesn't see the robotics bay. He does see that he's chronoing something from their facility though, so that can definitely be a tip-off. 2 Disruptors at a time coming on out. So you can go Disruptors if your opponent is going Disruptors and you weren't going Disruptors previously. Personally, I'm not the hugest fan. I mean, if you ask, especially down that there's like, you know, Oracle and stuff like that. The Blink was used up and all the Stalkers died. Alright, well, yeah, that's kind of a bad thing. No Blink though on these. There's not even any Blink for these Stalkers from Astrea. Astrea, unfortunately, is going to go ahead and dodge that. Disruption over from Art. Disruption over is going to be able to blow up those 2 Disruptors. Not bad there from Art, but still kind of rocking disadvantage there. Can he spit alright? Yes, but he still loses. A couple of Disruptors there. Another Disruption Nova should be fine. One Stalker does end up dying, but it's not the biggest deal. And again, both players kind of bounce off each other, not able to do much of anything. I mean, the lack of blink from Astrea is really the problem here. He just doesn't have the mobility that Art's army has. So if one big Disruption Nova finds itself in the middle of a bunch of Stalkers, there's not really much Astrea can do against that. Another Disruption Nova going on for Astrea. Art losing another Disruptor. Cycle of Life. And final Disruption Nova isn't that Disruptor, so as soon as that's expired, he can actually start moving on up. And I think Astrea doesn't want to take his chances up there without any Novas. Art obviously does not know that there's no more Stalkers up there. Look, he's gonna like... Oh, okay. I thought he was gonna like send out this Nova thinking there were still units up there. That would have been cute. Astrea's Observer is doing amazing things. And like I said, guys, you know how I said that a lot of people don't have observers when they really should have observers? Yeah, this is part of the thing I'm talking about, right? Anyways, ooh, Astrea with that fat. Oh, okay. No, that's good too. He's gonna go ahead and set down that stasis ward. He's gonna go ahead and probably also tag that army, so any sort of movements that Art may be wanting to do will be stifled a little bit better, and also give him better opportunities for Disruptor shots. Flanking Disruptor from Art blowing up Astrea's army? I think so. I think that's exactly what happened. Or maybe he accidentally... No. Those were Disruption Novas that blew up Astrea's Disruptors. I saw that. So, yeah. Art actually with the special tactics blowing up Astrea's army. And he still has a rock and worker advantage. Astrea's 4th base is obviously, you know, still getting underway, but it's mining pretty healthily now. And just a very dynamic game as we pass over to the 18-minute mark. Astrea still the offender in this game, trying to make the magic happen. I think generally as rule of thumb in PvP, the person on the offense has the slight advantage. Just because they, you know, they have more opportunities for big novas, they have more opportunities to find damage, they have more opportunities to like get into a sneak into a pro blind or something like that. I don't know. It seems a little better, you know. Disruptor coming on up. Oh my god. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh baby. Ah. That's kind of awkward, ain't it? Oh well. Let's leave that there for a little bit. Whoa. Okay. Stalker's blink right on top of this Nexus. Again, Art's having some problems. He just spread so tall. There we go. He's gonna blink on top of these Novas and actually get both of them. Another one comes on out though. Nothing there, and he does end up taking a massive shot there. But more Disruptors going down for Astrea. Now it is Astrea's turn to be the one walking around like a chicken with his head cut off, trying not to die. There's no more Disruptors left in the army. He's going to go ahead and send out one. He's going to go ahead and send out two. Both get focused on out, unfortunately, but Astrea taking massive damages in doing so. Another Disruption Nova coming out. Should be fine. Taking it patiently as Art, not trying to force anything. Nova out, Stalkers out. The mantra of StarCraft 2. Nova out, Stalkers out. Upgrades are pretty much functioning the same. You know, +2 attack for both players. Astrea has +1 armor. That's probably not going to be too impactful, in all honesty. And Art finally has an Observer. So oh, that's actually kind of funny. They started the attack, but the Observer moved out of range by the time the animation would hit the Observer, so the Observer was not damaged. That's how that works. Pretty cool, actually. Alright, here we go. Stalker is going to go ahead and have to blink away from those Novas. And yeah, Astrea again. I mean, is Art going to blink on top of that? No. No. You're gonna respect that. Immortal coming on out for Art. These can actually be okay. I'm not the hugest fan of Immortals in the Disruptor battles, but if, you know, if all the Disruptors are, if everything's said and done, Disruptors are, you know, disrupted, and it's just coming down to, you know, Stalkers fighting Stalkers, that Immortal's going to be worth its weight in gold. Good blink by Art is going to be able to take out a couple more Disruptors, and again, he's just parking himself out on the map, flanking Disruptor from Astrea. High dreams, but in the end, we're just kind of full of memes. Dreamed hard, memed hard. They're going to go ahead and try and focus down this Nexus. Not going to quite find the damage, though, but I think he's planning on it. I think this army from Astrea just got way too thinned out. And now he's almost doubling the army supply is Art. The Nexus goes down. A fantastic victory there for Art. He's going to keep pressing the issue, though. There are a lot of ramps to go on through, and now Astrea can bunker down in this sort of position over here. But Again, you can't deny it's a massive, massive win for Art. Recall of Stalkers? Ah, okay, there's shit in the main base. Shit got cleaned up in the main base. Army is still smaller and smaller for Astria, and now, I mean, here's the thing, like, Disruptors are a great comeback unit, but can they help you come back 105 armor spy against 47? Answer is yes, but it's gonna take a lot of work. It doesn't happen for free, right? Astria is gonna go ahead and recall, try and save this base. It does end up shooing away those DTs and Zealots. Again, just some very high level PvP going on right now, folks. We're absolutely blessed with it. So very glad we can witness this one. DT just kind of hacking, slicing, dicing, micing, ricing, flicing, micing, bison that Nexus away. Meanwhile, oh my god, Astria brings to top this Nexus instead. Alright, that's another Nexus dead for Astria. Astria going to go for one last YOLO swag push across the map. He has his disruptors, he has his dream, but does he have the game? The answer is no. It's actually going to be a base race for Art. Are you sure you want to do this, Art? I mean, he's probably going to recall sometime soon, but there's just, the army is too big to recall. You can only get back maybe that many Stalkers. You can't get everything, so it is going to be a base race here. Astria taking his chances in that regard. Art probably, I mean, it's just, Astria's not killing everything fast enough. Art can just put his defenses back on this ramp over here like he's doing right now. Even like move these Stalkers down there, and like Art won't be taking nearly as much damage as Astria. I mean, Disruption Nova is fine. Oh, great one there. Good one there, Nova for or rather Disruptor for Disruptor, not bad. And yeah, Astria just doing his absolute darndest here. He's doing what little he can with what little he's got. He has these 5 Disruptors. If they can, technically these 5 Disruptors can kill this entire army, but the problem is Art is never gonna let that happen, right? He's up in the main base, he has good vision, and now that it's a base race, I mean, of course his attention's gonna be going everywhere to this base, seeing if everything's fine there. But I think he should be pretty focused right now on microing this army, making sure no big mistakes happen. He sees the Novas coming on out, he knows that he needs to be careful, he tries to get that Nova before they recall, but no! Ends up being not meant for this world. Astria is actually springing the trap there, gonna go ahead and take out a couple of Zealots. Astria actually is getting revealed. I can't remember the last time I saw that notification on screen, as he has no more workers, no more Nexus, and no more hopes of recovering this game. He has to go across the map, he has to kill Art, and he has to do it right now. Art, as long as he just doesn't die, he should be fine. I mean, just make a huge concave, don't clump your units up. You lose this game by clumping your units up, right? Just as long as you don't do that, you'll be fine. Picks up the wrong Disruptors, unfortunately, and the Disruption Novas do actually take out 2. Astria doesn't even want to try it. GG is called. And my god, that took a long time, didn't it? But hang on, I'm good. Oh my god, I'm fine. I'm not yawning because I'm bored. I'm yawning because, man, mentally I just like shut down for like half a second because damn, that was a lot of things to take in. An amazing series by both players, very, very back and forth. And guys, we got more games to go. Ain't that exciting? I was gonna have to like mentally reset myself after that game. I mean, I really thought Astria was gonna win that one for quite a long time. I mean, you saw his dominance with the Phoenixes. He cleaned up the push pretty well. But man, I mean, Art is just one tenacious guy, ain't he? Ugh. Alright. Go ahead and get a little stretches going on here. Astria says EU. I say KK. So we're going to switch on over to the EU section for the next portion of this best of 3. Let me see if I can... Ah, there we go. Just straight up invited me. Because we're already friends. Hooray. Right? Yeah. Hooray. Oh, is Bly? Oh my god, Bly's here. Hey, Bly. Let me view your profile, Bly. How you doing, Bly? Everything good, Bly? Yeah, everything's good with Bly. Alright, next game gonna be on Acropolis. So buckle on in, folks. We may be seeing some horrible cheese here. I mean, honestly, I want to say we're gonna see another macro game like that, but you know, when you pack a Protoss into a corner, when you steal all their brain power juice, we get wild. Spawning the top 15 position of Acropolis, winning the last game in one of the hardest fought PvPs I've ever seen. It is the pink Protoss player, Art. And his opponent spawning in the bottom right hand position of Acropolis. Representing the blue Protoss player, it is Astrea. Or as he's known in the EU share, Alpha Astrea, because he loves us and we love him. Alright. Astrea taking things pretty simple so far. I mean, I'm kind of glad he's not doing that really weird thing where he kind of just like walls off this part of his main base. I've always found that really weird. It's a very Astrea thing to do, where you just kind of don't wall off at your natural. And I think what he does that, here's my theory, guys. He does that to bait his opponent to going adepts, and then he absolutely shits all over the adepts, and then he goes across the map and wins the game. So if you ever see Astrea like walling off this part of his base, know that he's probably gonna try and kill you, or at least go for Stargate. That's what I pick up from watching Astrea games anyways. Art though, Art's a mixed bag. Art can do anything. Art is art. Art is amazing. Oh, 11 TP is now following. 11 TP, thank you so much for the follow. Do appreciate that a lot, my muchacho. And let's see what both players get. Both players going to go for that Stalker Sentry, and it kind of makes sense. This is a very defensible map, Acropolis is. I mean, you're not really going to find too much damage against your opponent here. It's big. It's kind of a narrow choke point to get into the natural base. And, you know, it's just, you know, it's fine if you want to get that fast Nexus, right? Which I think both players are a little bit more comfortable with. Art going to go ahead and scout on over here. I think he wants to see what comes out of these gateways. Astrea going to go ahead and take that away, but unfortunately, it does end up seeing the sentry, so Art immediately knows like what is good in the hood. Astrea, meanwhile, did he lose a probe? Yeah, he lost a probe. Did see that, but he had to spend a probe to do it. All in all, not really too impactful from either player. More sentries, more stalkers coming out from both players now that they know what the other is going for. Should be seeing a Nexus come out from Art here pretty soon. He is playing a little bit more conservatively, getting his additional gateway units before the Nexus. Astrea obviously doing no such thing. He ain't no peasant, right? So he likes to get his Nexus nice and fast, get that money flowing in. And an immediate robo coming out from Astrea. Now, what I kind of like to see is an immediate forge if you want to be super greedy. I understand the reasoning behind the robo. Excuse me. Especially in the realm of Immortals and Prisms and how good they can be in the mid game. And especially if you're trying to set yourself up for a macro game, getting that early Immortal count up and running is just mwah. Oh, hang on. 1 second. I got a random ass photo from the sky. We're going to assume it was a mistake and keep on rocking and rolling. Alright, but yeah. Okay, he's gonna go for a quick Robo Bay. Alright, that's fine. I was gonna say if he was trying to set himself up for a macro game by just going for a lot of gateway, a lot of Immortals, I kind of like the faster +2 timing, honestly, a lot better than that. Upgrades are very important in those PvP, especially with +2. And if you can get it before the opponent, it's generally a little bit better than having more Colossus. Or having more Immortals. Meanwhile, Art is trying to kill Astrea, make this a quick series. Amazing force fields, though, from Astrea are going to prevent any sort of thing from happening, but it's only sentries attacking right now, as well as a Stalker and a couple of probes that are kind of pissed off. So it's going to be a gateway timing attack against the heavy tech play of Astrea. I think Astrea thought, just like how I did, that it was going to go both pairs, kind of gentleman's agreement sort of thing, macro up, try and see what we can do. But that is not the case, and in the end, Art takes a 12 worker advantage. No, wait, that's Astrea. Whoa, wait, what happened? Oh my god, he let some adepts in. Oh my god, Astrea slipped some adepts in, and now Art is down 15 workers. How did that happen? Astrea pulled so many workers, but Art is still down 16 to 31? Jeez Louise. Those are some good adepts, man. Those are some good adepts. Ah. Anyways, he's curling out an Immortal because you don't want to whiff a Disruption over and then lose the game, right? So, Immortal, good idea. I think, honestly, as long as Astrea doesn't die here, he should be pretty keen to make this a very quick tie-up. I don't see Art breaking him anytime soon. Yeah, especially Big Daddy Immortal's out. We got Shield Batteries out as well. The Force Fields are really good, don't get me wrong. The Shield Battery, though, is good as well. And the counter Force Fields from Astrea are premium. Art doesn't want to play it out. GG is called. And Astrea ties things up 1-1, taking 6 minutes instead of Art's 25. Which I guess you can say is a positive, but we're not really trying to measure that way, right? Alright. Don't forget, the loser of this is going to go ahead and face off against Vindicta in the losers finals, which is a best of 3, after which we will have the grand finals. I don't know if we want to play those concurrently. For example, but I'm not sure if we're going to have the losers finals on the B stream and then at the same time the finals on the main stream, so we have 2 things going on at once, or if you want to go 1 and 1. Go ahead and let me know which option you guys want to do. Sushi and whoever's casting B stream. Sushi guys, we can't play those concurrently, silly. Alright, we're gonna go one stream then the other then. Sounds good. Alright, we're waiting for Astrea, who has gone offline. For some reason, are you guys going back to NA or something? Back to NA, question mark? Actually, it says hi. Hi. I'm just gonna give him the hi back, it's whatever. We'll wait for him, I'm assuming he knows what he's doing. Okay. Get some stretches on going up in here. As you pass by the 3 hour and 20 minute mark, should be posed up for a nice 4 hour stream. Always a little bit of fun there. Let's see. Cheesy Toss now following. Thank you so much, Mr. Cheesy Toss. Last match is going to be played on King's Cove. King's Cove. And we should be ready to rock and roll here pretty soon for game number 3. Decide who's gonna win this. Like I said, guys, people get cheesy when their backs are in the corner, right? So, gotta be careful. I think, though, something tells me this game might be a little bit more on the macro side of things, so fingers crossed for that one. Why do I keep going to the Pro Series scenes? My goodness. I mean, they're beautiful. Thank you, Sonali. Huge shout out there, but man, gotta minimize that stuff. We have standards here at Alpha X. I don't adhere to them, but we have standards. Let's go ahead and shoot the players. Top left-hand position of King's Cove. It's a pink Protoss player. It is Art. And the bottom right-hand position of King's Cove, it is the blue Protoss player, Astrea. Winning last game due to an amazing adept counterattack, presumably on his opponent, because I didn't see any tech, and I don't know how else he would have lost a bajillion probes, so adept counterattack, great. I mean, I think Art pretty much would have won that. I mean, I think always as a general rule of thumb for you aspiring Protoss players out there, for all y'all playing the one true race, go ahead and keep that probe. If you have a probe, which, you know, lots of probes here. If you have a probe, go ahead and just patrol it right there until you, like, take your third race. Or even then, just, like, keep patrolling it then and kill it until you get cannons. Because, my god, will adepts really mess up your day, and will your opponent, if they're a really good Protoss player in my opinion, try and get it there any way they can. Let's see. Alright. Rockin' and rollin'. General PvP stuff going on in. Oh, and I'm out of water. Holy shit. Okay. No! Alright, no, we'll get water after this game before we start the loser semis. Or rather the loser finals. And again, reminder, we have our in-house Terran Vindicta, that's 6k MMR Terran Beast, in the loser finals, waiting for the loser of Art vs. Astrea. Either way, it's going to be a hell of a fight to try and get out of that, but the winner will go on to face the winner of this series in the best of 5 grand finals match of the in-house MVP Cup for Alpha X. Woo! Get hype, y'all. I mean, I don't know how you guys get hype without voices, but I've seen chats get hype before. You just, like, use your favorite emote. I promise I won't ban you. I mean, Astrea might like time you out, but trust me, I won't. Mods are asleep. Now's the time to spawn, or rather spam your most favorite emotes. My favorite emote is pretty boring. It's just the Kipo one. It's the Kappa with the cat ears and like the little tail. I think it's kind of pretty. I think it's like makes me not basic, you know. It's like the I'm not like other girls starter pack of emotes, you know. Like some girls like dye their hair and wear leggings, and then here I am just kind of using Kipo instead of Kappa, or like keep Kappa Ross or something like that. I'm not proud of it, but it's what I do, and I'm damn well gonna stick by it. Art gonna go for that quick one base blink. Hey, there we go, Steady Go. Gonna go ahead and hit us up with those amazing power-ups on the Illuminati. I think, yeah, those are acceptable. I'll let those slide for now. But you're treading on thin ice, buddy. I better see some Alpha X emotes down in chat ASAP. What? You don't have Alpha X emotes in chat? Oh, wait, hold that thought. Okay, Astrea. Oh, but damn! But honestly, damn though, that was great. Instead of losing 1,000,000 probes, he only loses 3 to 2 adepts. So that is absolutely A-OK, 100% premium. Art is still down workers, not just because he lost them, but because Nexus is super delayed. Wait, they're both still building. I guess Astrea is kind of banking workers on one base while Art is not. Kind of a weird thing to do there, but that's alright. I think Art is just gonna try and... It's weird. Because when you get blink that fast, you kind of want to do something with it, don't you? But I guess you're just going to use it defensively. Yeah, just completely deny Astrea any damage. But hey, if you can get damage in the form of your opponent not making probes because they don't want to make probes, then I guess that's damage. Alright, chat's getting kind of weird now, so I'm just gonna out-tab out of that real quick. Let that evil stew for around 4 to 10 minutes or until golden brown, then check on back on it. Right now, we got some more oracles in action. We have 3 oracles, so Ashria really dumping all of his resources into this. Did he see that Twilight Council? No, I think if he saw that council, he would not be making this money. I mean, there is a lot of stalkers here. And yeah, see this? Oracles get absolutely stomped on by stalkers. Like 3 stalkers in a mineral line can absolutely deter 2 stalkers, or rather 2 oracles. Absolutely. And yeah, look, actually just gonna go ahead and set up a safe word here and then just peace out. Bye Oracle, catch you later. You know, don't go dying all at one time, you know. Artifarty gonna go ahead and do nothing with this robotics facility. In fact, he has done 1 observer. So this observer is like the most expensive observer in the history of observers. It's like this cost him like 200 minerals and like 175 minerals and like 225 gas. Because if you're not gonna use a robo for anything else, that's pretty much what this observer costs. But hey, at least he saw everything. That's fine. Sees the Twilight, sees the Forge, sees the distinct back of Robo himself. Kind of makes you wonder, does he want to go for a timing? And with this Warp Prism spinning on up, I think the answer is a very resounding C. Oh, sorry. Throat's kind of killing me a little bit, but we're rocking. Art's going to go ahead and try and coax these oracles out from their hiding hole, but Astria, seen enough clips on Reddit, you know you gotta shift Q that H after you send your flying units to go ahead and peace out somewhere. Astria is gonna go ahead and just wander around with his stalker. It's cool. Art's kind of doing the same thing. They're both just kind of looking for proxies with 1 stalker. Unfortunately, Art is looking in the wrong section of the map, which does kind of suck, but hey, what you gonna do, right? And he is not gonna... Okay, no, yeah, he's throwing down 6 more gates. He's absolutely gonna walk across the map, right? Yeah, I mean, he has a Warp Prism out on the map, so maybe he wants to try and find some damage with some adepts beforehand. Maybe both players just kind of going up to 8 gateways for safety. 8 gateways kind of is the safe number. You can get away with, you know, 7 or 6, I would say. You know, you can do that, but, you know, generally 8 is really the number where you start to feel like you can pretty much expand freely, right? 2 adepts warped on in for Art. Gonna go ahead and probably try out some of that aggression I was talking about. Is this still killing? Okay, Mike. Okay, why do I keep coming back to there? I don't know. Maybe it's the flashing lights. It reminds me of better times, of more actiony PvPs. Did you guys remember Game 1 of Art vs. Astria? That was just mwah, prime PvP itch. Like, you would be hard pressed. I'm not kidding. You'd be hard pressed to find a pro game as entertaining as that one, right? I mean, you would be hard pressed. So. Thank God for the community StarCraft 2 scene. Thank God to all of our sponsors, GameStop, 24-Hour Fitness. Thank God to all of our viewers, right? Making sure we can do this good stuff. Alright. Art's entire army is defending off against Oracles, which, you know, kind of unnecessary. Third base is gonna get absolutely stomped on. Like, literally, his third base is gonna, like, go on top of the shower drain, and then Art using his thick, calloused, nasty feet are gonna smush it down the drain. And yeah, Art basically just lost the third base because... reasons. Oh, here we go. Is this just gonna be a... Okay, I guess he's... Okay. I thought this is... Alright, here's how stupid I am. I thought Astria actually just got these oracles with express permission for just doing this crazy stasis ward rush. But now, you know, just remembering that it's just, you know, he's just doing it because, you know, there's a bunch of Blink Stalkers and it can't find any damage. So, if you're Art right now, this is kind of awkward. If you're Astria right now, this is also kind of awkward. Did you see that? Okay, Stasis Archons don't break force fields. Alright, now we know. I mean, we'll probably never have to know again, but now we know. Astria a little bit slow to the draw there on unloading those sentries onto the ramp. A little unfortunate there, but hey, you know, what can you do? Astria just content to keep on working on in units as his third base is complete and Art is still stuck on 2. And I think Astria may be taking this one from Art, unfortunately. I don't think there's any way Art can break through this. Yeah, maybe. I mean, there's a lot of Stalkers, and we see this many Stalkers, of course you're thinking Knights Disruptors, but there's no charge on these Zealots, so they're just going to get a kited to Kingdom. Oh, there's the charge. Never mind, I'm stupid. Here we go. Charging on top of these what are these called? These little spider ass. Alright, Stalkers. Charging right on top of these Stalkers. A lot of his units get stasis. In fact, pretty much half of his army gets stasis. I think Astria should start running though. +2 is going to finish up for Art here pretty soon. You can see in the top left-hand position. Tries to set down another stasis ward. This end up getting triggered without anything really dying. And yeah, here we go. All the counters to the Stalkers have now been coming out of stasis, and Art has to, or rather Astria has to get the hell out of dodge. I mean, there's a lot of stasis wards. Don't get me wrong, it's very frustrating, very kind of cool thing to have happen to him, but still, you don't want that to be happening. Astria losing how many Stalkers? Like 18 Stalkers in that engagement. Then again, 3 Archons, 13 Zealots. Not actually a horrible trade there. And Astria still has that third base, which we're talking about. Now, I don't want to consider Art out just yet. We saw exactly how well considering Art outworked for me last game, or rather 2 games ago, back in game number 1, when Art just gave such a strong fight. But I think this time might be a different story. Astria is mining off of a base, while Art is not even halfway done. It's his third base. I mean, it's a little bit of a ow. Oh my god, I just moved my chair forward on my heel. God damn it. Ah, what a life, you guys. Jesus. Okay, I'm okay. I'm okay. Alright. Art, again, like I said, has to move across the map because third base kind of delayed, so kind of gotta make some magic happen, right? There is a War Prism here, so we can do some shenanigans like drops in the main. There's really nothing to defend against that sort of stuff, and I would love to see it. But I don't think he wants to do, because I don't know. I definitely don't think you should just like ram your face against like the Protoss player. Pickup, no pickups, pickups. No, oh well, pickups, but a little bit late on there. He's gonna go ahead and move on forward into the natural base, and again, Stalker is not really known for their immortal potential, but Art is actually working on it in Stalkers instead of charge lots. Kind of confusing choice there, but I guess so, especially with some mortal to anchor everything down. 5 kills on that bad boy already. Has to be careful with this War Prism. Yeah, okay, that's why I said you have to be careful with the War Prism. Art gets blinked on top of, and Astria starts to trade on out, and at the end of the day, it is Art running home. Art without the GG, the only non-GG guy in the tournament in any game we've seen so far, probably just out of sheer PvP burnout. Had a stroke at his keyboard. In you know, his left ear hit the F10, and then he rolled over and he hit the N, and then, you know, that's just kind of what happens. And Astria is gonna be your victor by the skin of his teeth, just barely taking that out over Art. Huge new respect for Art, whole new respect for Art. And yeah. But then again, Art still has his chance to go ahead and win. He can have his best of 3 against Vindicta, and then best of 5 if he wins that against Astria. He can actually have a rematch PvP final, so fingers crossed for that, huh? Excuse me for scribbling. I can barely write my name. I like the Starcraft song. Nice. Makes me shake my head back and forth. Oh, I'm starting to get hungry. Oh. Alright, oh. Steady Goga says, put it in for WCS Cascade Guy, hella more listenable than 4 out of 5 currents. Oh, wow, thank you, Stella Goga, you were touching my heart. I've been doing the casting for quite a long time now, so I'm a little grizzled. I'm like that old, like, casting man who's like, oh, I can't do it anymore, but then I come back out and I'm like the best guy at anything anyone's ever seen, you know those kind of guys. I'm like that old retired military specialist with like the beard who, you know, doesn't want to, you know, who's like, oh no, I can't, those days are behind me. But then like Sushi texts me like, hey, MVP Cup, and I'm like, okay, and then I just load on forward. Though apparently I still forget to get like a nice big glass of water for myself because I'm an idiot. Alright, let's go ahead and see if we can get into Vindicta's match. I'm going to whisper him. Yeah, before I auto-filate too much, we're going to go ahead and say Vindicta. Hey, you're up against... Hey, you're up against... Hey, you're being start. Make sure to invite and make with WCS Game Heart. Game Heart, please. It's so much easier to follow the action with Game Heart, man. I tell you, it's amazing. Or maybe Art. Did Art just like exit out of the entire tournament? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe that's what. No, that doesn't seem like a video. Art's not BM, not at all. Yeah, see, he's still in the menus. Yeah. Ooh, all right. It's starting to get kind of hot in the attic. Then again, it always gets hot in the attic. I think it's because my chair. My chair retains so much heat. Like it's crazy. Like that is so stupidly warm. Yeah, so we're just gonna let that cool off for a little bit. It's gonna squat. I mean, I doubt anyone has ever done a StarCraft cast squatting down like this, so should be fine. Tokon says you don't know Art well enough. That is true, actually. I'm not a ginormous Art fanboy. I don't really know much about the guy, but it seems fine. How many plays Protoss? How back at the... Oh, I see your point. No, I'm kidding. It should be good. It should be good. I'm just waiting for them to enter the score so we can get on with the losers finals. I think in the meantime I'm going to go ahead and rest my voice for just a little bit. Make sure I don't get a fever or a sore throat or anything like that tomorrow. So don't go anywhere. Don't touch that dial. We'll be right back with Art versus Vindicta, folks. I'm not going to change the scene or anything. I'm just going to be awkwardly quiet for a little bit. So just like put on a commercial or something in the background. Put on actually like maybe like Taki Taki Roomba in the background, you know? That's a good song. You know, Taki 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 Roomba. I can't do that because copyright stuff, but you guys can. So do that. I see y'all in a little bit. And it's over. That's fine. That's good. Really, just like 4 or 5 minutes can do wonders. Ah. Oh, my knees. Alucard is Dracula backwards, by the way. Alright, let's go ahead and introduce our players spawning in the top left-hand position of King's Cove. It is a pink Protoss player. It is Art, going through an absolutely gut-wrenching, finger-bustingly, mind-screwingly difficult series with Astria, trying to get his revenge match in the best of 5 after going through his opponent spawning in the bottom right-hand position of King's Cove. Not as warmed up as Art, but definitely still a threat to be reckoned with, representing Alpha X, as is everybody else in this tournament, because it's an in-house tournament and it's super fun. It is Vindicta. Woo! High five. Drop back, kiss myself. Mwah. Alright. Alright there, drop back. Kiss Vindicta. Mwah. 6k MMR Terran. Is it 6k or is it 6.3k? I forget. But he is. Vindicta's up there, man. Vindicta's played. We did some math earlier on stream for y'all who weren't here. He has played 177 days of StarCraft consecutively back to back, basically. Imagine that. He has spent more than half of a year just, you know, sun up, sun down, playing StarCraft. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that just the locoest thing you've ever heard in your Vita? Man, Vindicta's is just... He's got a lot of passion, we'll say. He's got a lot of passion for StarCraft. Definitely a very appreciable thing. StarCraft, I think it's kind of one of those things where the game itself is its own reward. Like, you don't feel like you're wasting time playing StarCraft or anything, because it's like, it's so hard and mentally stimulating. Like, I could be playing StarCraft and then go down, and then my, you know, I can like, you know, oh, someone can tell me, oh, you gotta wash the dishes, and I'm like, do you know what I just went through, man? Do you know how long my day's been? Get out of my face, I need to relax. But then I boot up some Heroes of the Storm or something like that, like, oh, all that hard StarCraft, oh, poor me. That's a really fast, wait, that's a really fast Nexus, isn't it? Oh, okay, no, I thought this was a PvP, and I was like, why is that Nexus there so fast? But, no. I guess my mind just kind of blanked out on the thought of, oh, that's, of like, playing so much StarCraft. I remember a lot of my games. Well, I don't remember a lot of my games, but like, I think everybody has a couple of games they remember when they talk about StarCraft. Like, I remember one that I had on this big old 4-player map that I lost. I remember a couple of games that I had versus I remember a lot of my games versus Avalo. I won a couple. I lost actually a decent amount. Avalo, guys, I remember beating his Zerg pretty bad. I don't remember actually. I know I beat his Mech Terran a little bit more, but guys, actually, you know, Avalo, you know, plays as much StarCraft as that guy does, and they have a specific style. Avalo's actually pretty good at StarCraft, guys. Avalo's actually not that bad. Yeah, I remember him just grinding me out, and then he hit me with this like ghost Hellbat timing that literally blew up my entire concept of reality, and it just kind of died. So, ooh, that one still gives me shakies. Oh yeah, and then I remember one time he went Zerg, and I just kind of spent like 10 minutes like shutting down his like Nidus Swarmhost stuff on Overgrowth, and then the next 20 minutes just kind of dicking with him, taking the whole map, you know, making a bunch of carriers, all that stuff. It was fun. It was fun. Oh, and then I remember one I lost to In Control. Why do I only remember the games that I lost more than the games that I won? Like, I don't remember that many games that I won, but I remember like so many that I've like lost horribly, embarrassingly. Like, especially when they have like a huge lead. Like, those are the games I remember, not like the fun ones, or like the ones where like I try really hard and then I win. I only remember my failures. Damn. Worst hippocampus ever. Alright, anyways, Art is defending that with flying goddamn colors. Vindicta didn't get a lick of damage in. He's gonna go ahead and follow it up with Cloak Banshees, and a third base, but if that doesn't work and then Art says to move across the map, it may actually just be lights out for game number 1. Vindicta, that is. He's gonna go ahead and get this Hellion too. Just pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick. I think Phoenixes are faster than Hellions, right? Yeah, so he should be able to catch up. But, okay, even if they weren't, yeah, he's got him now, so. Gets that Hellion, gets his third base up, gets that Twilight, gets that Forge, and again, I think Art is just kind of content with defending. He doesn't want to move across the map right now. And who can blame him, right? If you just want to get like super hard tech, you know, get exactly where you want to be in the game, you know, who's to stop? Who's to say he shouldn't, right? Art is finally going to be able to scout out this starport. Unfortunately, the Banshee does end up getting to the natural base before the Phoenixes know what is up Buttercup. So, 2, 3, 4 probes going to go down. Nice Revelation is going to go ahead and kick it out. 6 probes, not bad for a Banshee actually, not bad at all. Another Banshee is going to go ahead and come on up. If Art was being very astute, he would have noticed that there was another Banshee spinning up at the starport. Even if he didn't, should have seen that. Didn't see that. Oh no. Okay, that's kind of bad. Oh no. Oh boy. All right, so more probes going to go ahead and go on down. Now this is the damage that Vindicta was really looking for. There we go. 10 probes, 11. And 11. 11 probes going down for our friend Art here. And Vindicta finding some alright damage actually. So 14 probes for 2 Hellions. The 2 Banshees, a Medevac, 4 Hellions, a Reaper. You know, not bad. You know, nothing to write home about, but you know, you're not in a huge deficit this game. You're not like letting the Protoss just do whatever he wants. So it's not bad. Wouldn't mind gave those Phoenixes kind of a big ouchie there. And yep, gotta make sure to focus down those Venomons instead of that starport, but yeah, should be good so far. And he's actually, whoa, is this? I wasn't even looking at this, but he's going for +1 in Glaives. Oh, this is like super duper old school. This is like, guys, this is like super duper poop. Well, not super duper duper old school, but like, we're talking like Legacy of the Void beta old school, right? We're talking Phoenix Adept. We're talking Adept all in, you guys. We're talking +1 Adept all in. It's gonna have 8 warp gates. It's gonna have +1 attack. He has a fully saturated natural, so he should actually be up to 10 gates if you ask me. Especially since this is an all in. And you guys made up thinking, well, he's got a 3rd base, and he's throwing down this box bait. No, this is pretty all in. Like, if this doesn't do significant damage to the Terran player, he is absolutely behind, because he just spent a bunch of money on some of the most absolutely garbagey, trashy fighting units in the entire Protoss arsenal. So this really needs to work. Now, I have a feeling it is. Vindicta's kind of out in the open. He's not behind depots, and he's actually boosting off some of his bios. So this can be kind of ugly here. 3 Adept's gonna go and warp on this side. I guess he's gonna go for the multi-pronged harassment here. Art's gonna go ahead and drop another revelation. Sees that the army is probably a little bit too small for its own good, and Art is gonna go ahead and take the fight absolutely as he drops all over the natural base. The Warp Prism is still alive, thankfully, so it can get another warp on in. Stalkers have to go ahead and focus down these Widow Mines for the Adepts. Big warping into the main base. Warp Prism does end up going on down, but the Widow Mines do end up losing their lives as well. He's shades on over to the natural base, and now the aggression from Art is kind of poorly choreographed. This isn't really doing anything over here. I would love to see him move to the natural base, but lots of SCVs going on down. Meanwhile, a nice recall actually should be able to save the mineral line, and Vindicta losing 30 probes, 32 workers actually, down to 30 workers. Yeah, this has just been a kind of a disaster face game for Vindicta, not finding much damage at all, and now he's down half his worker count. 3rd base floating up over in his main base. I mean, kind of a little bit of ugly going on here, but that's alright. I think Artist is going to kill him with a follow-up attack, right? I mean, he has 2 Colossus on the way, so obviously, like, wait for those, right? Can you wait for those, please? I'll give you, like, a cookie or something. I'll give you, like, a big-ass cookie. No, seriously, next time I see you, Art, I'll get you a big-ass chocolate chip cookie. Just point at it, say, Swagger, buy this for me, and I'll buy it for you. And I'll spoil you. Just wait for those Colossus. Okay. Yeah, you can delay your push by, you know, 20 seconds if that means having 2 Colossus with it. That's generally an acceptable thing to do. So Art's gonna go ahead, get those Colossus. He's actually gonna fire up another one. Oh, because he lost his Warp Prism, maybe? Yeah, he lost his Warp Prism. Yes, he's gonna go ahead and get another Colossus and another Warp Prism. Also, Chrono's going down on that Colossus, making sure it comes out nice and fast. And the 4th base as well. Art is just playing this so carefully. No need to attack if it's already rocking such a huge lead. I guess it's a reasoning there. And Vindicta's gonna go for the mass target approach. Now, like I said again, I don't understand why, if you're behind, you start going for Vikings instead of Liberators against Colossus. I mean, Liberators do stop Colossus by their own anyways, and Vikings don't do jack schnitzel against the ground army, right? So, I don't know. I'm a little iffy about it. And he definitely doesn't have the Viking count to do anything to these Colossus so far. He has 3 Colossus. Ugh. What do you even do? Well, I don't know. And it's fine if I don't know. I'm not playing the game right now. I'm just some random guy, you know, casting this out of the kindness of his heart, and his love for StarCraft. But Vindicta, he's some guy who kind of has to have the answers. He needs to know right now how he's going to defend against this. And it looks as though he's just going to try and take a good concave, the best engagement that he possibly can. The laser beams is going to go ahead and pull all the SCVs as well, doing what they can. I mean, it's just not going to work, I think. All the Bio just got zapped on down. Look at all the damage these Colossus did. GG is called, and Art takes a swift 1-0 advantage over Vindicta. Why do I keep going to the Pro Series scene? Oh my god. Oh, because I wanted to show off Sunlily's awesome work. Give her a quick shout out for all of Alpha X's awesome overlays. Sunlily, You the best. Thank you so much. We're gonna go and switch back on to our default regular out of game scene. That's not for Pro Series, that's just regular Spackheart. Spackheart? You there, buddy? Hello? Hi! There I am. Alright. Glad that's out of the way. We're gonna go ahead and pass off the next map choice to Vindicta. He did lose, so he does get to choose the next map, I think. Unless we were doing it like by vetoes. Yeah, I think we did it by vetoes. Never mind, so. C'est la vie. Oh, Vindicta went offline. Are we going to Wii U or something? Yep. Okay, wait. Yep. Alright. Yeah, we're totally going to Wii U. Okay. Because they both went offline, and like, there's only really one explanation for that. And that's the European server. Yeah, here they are. Alright, we're gonna go and wait for them to invite me to the lobby. Should be pretty quick though, so there we go. Thunderbird! There we are. One of my favorite maps in the map pool. I think it is my favorite map in the map pool, actually. It's just, I like new maps, I like different maps. I don't want another Overgrowth, you know, that sticks around for like 20 million years. I like these kind of dynamic mineral patches in the middle of the maps, you know. Fun. Alright, ready to rock and roll, guys. Let's see if Vindicta can bring it back against Art. Alright. Spawning the bottom right hand position of Thunderbird is a blue Protoss player. Has been absolutely wrecking face. It is Art. And his opponent spawning the top left hand position of Thunderbird. Kind of in a desperate situation here. Needs to bring it back. It is the green term player Vindicta. And we are ready to Ragnarok and roll. So just on the first match, Art actually kind of pretty handedly disposed of Vindicta there. I mean, that adept aggression just really caught him off guard. I was even talking about it. I was like, this can be pretty bad for Art. I mean, or bad for Vindicta. He proxied a lot of his buildings. Didn't get a lot of damage done. You know, if Art moves across a map, it could be pretty bad. So part of me is wondering if Art did that as a reactive build, saying that, hey, defended this pretty well. Maybe Vindicta's gonna try and make it up by macroing out of this, in which case I can hit him with an adept timing attack. Or if it was just his plan all along. I honestly have little idea, and I wouldn't be surprised either way. Though it definitely did feel a little bit more reactive to me. Just it seemed more thrown together, you know. And if so, then that displays, you know, great map awareness by Art. Definitely good game sense as well. Amazing game sense. Not map awareness. This is a game sense thing. But Thunderbird is definitely one of those weird maps where anything can happen. So, oh my god. Oh my god, he's gonna do it to him. Oh, Art, don't do it. Oh no, don't do it to him, Art. Don't put a pylon there. No. You can't. You shouldn't. You mustn't. You have to fight the urge. Fight it, Art. Okay, good. Alright, fine. Okay, it's good. Everything's fine. Gonna go ahead and make an adept back. No, but actually, Stalker. See where that's generally an adept. Art just kind of playing sneaky snake with this probe. Not really bringing it up. Not really doing anything with that. What are you doing? Ashtray says, is it mech time? No, I don't think so. Well, with that reactor. Yeah, I still don't even think so. It still technically could be mech. There's not a second Rax out just yet. It's not a 2-in-1 build. It could just be a one a 1-1-1 build, but with like, or rather a 2-1 build where you go. I don't know what to call it, but it goes barracks, factory, barracks, and then you just like kill your opponent, right? That build, right? So it could still just be that. We don't know. All we know is that there are Marines in production, and Art is going to go ahead and scout that out. That there are 2 Marines there, that they came out from a reactor, and that there's a factory. So right off the bat, not really too much information there. I mean, it could be anything. Literally, like these 2 Marines tell him pretty much nothing. But in any case, he's just going to go ahead and continue his build order. He's not going to change anything up. He's still going to go for Blink. Maybe he's going to try and go for Colossus a bit earlier this game. I'm not so certain, but definitely there's a lot of choke points both to your third base and your natural. So Colossus can definitely work wonders against bio pushers. Then again, you're not really worried about bio pushes if you're a Protoss player. It's all those siege tank shenanigans. It's all the, you know, Widowmine, Hellion drops that you're worried about. You know, you're not really worried about bio all that much. You know, that's like the least. That's like very low on the totem pole of worries. That being said, there is a lot of Marines out. And that is a tech lab on that factory. It actually might be mech. We did see Vindicta do something similar, didn't we? He just kind of made some Marines and made some Widowmines and just kind of flew around all day. And that stopped Art from really getting a good read on what Vindicta was doing, just keeping him occupied with those drops. With that bio too. So it actually could be... That's a Reaper. Okay. It actually could be mech. Let's hope so. And let's hope it doesn't end up the same way it happened last time, where just like Art literally just warped in, walked up the ramp, jumped on top of everything, and then Vindicta died, right? Like, no one wants to be that kind of guy. No one wants to lose that way, right? It just makes you look silly, so hope that's not the case there. Alright, Widowmine drop, gonna go ahead and come on in for Vindicta. No proxied armory, much to the dismay of Astria. And yeah, just gonna go ahead and fly into the natural base. Does end up recalling. Good, good, good. One Widowmine there. Gets itself a Stalker. Yes, nice. Nothing huge though. Sacrifices the Widowmine so that the medevac may escape. He's going. He's going. Gone. Alright. Tried valiantly. He got a Stalker. But definitely not the kind of damage he was looking for, obviously. And again, Vindicta kind of starting this off on the wrong foot. There is already a War Prism out on the opposite side of the map for Art, so maybe he wants to do something. And yeah, that's a lot of Stalkers moving across the map. Are we just going to see a blink on top victory this game? There isn't a fast third CC like the last match. There's a third CC, but it's not super duper fast. So, and there are some siege tanks set up pretty well. I would say this, you know, he's probably not going to die, but then again, no Marines in the natural base, naked tank. If he wants to really commit hard, he can just kind of jump on top of it, and that's that, right? Soak a couple of shots with the shade. Kind of mistimed there, but whatever. Gets a tank, pulls on back for now. Good damage so far. And he's gonna go ahead and focus down the bunker. Needs to go. Actually, would have been really. It's actually really nice to get the bunker, right? I mean, it's very difficult to break through Terran bunkers, especially with just Stalkers, right? It's such a chore. So, kind of sucks he couldn't get the bunker. But it's whatever. He's actually kind of losing a decent amount of units. Vindicta is kind of bleeding out some Marines here and there. That one's gonna go and probably hut on over to. What is your function? Probably just gonna go and check out the third base or something. Adept's gonna go and shade on by, gets into the main base. That kind of sucks, but it's whatever. The revolt of the workers is gonna happen. The workers revolt, and SCB does end up, or the adept does end up going on down. But however, a Stalker drop on the main base, a little more complicated to deal with. A little bit of an Inspiration Matrix going down on that War Peasant. Thankfully, doesn't last for that long. And Art is able to just kind of pick away at the units of Vindicta and get on out relatively safely. Yeah, not much that Vindicta can do here. Of course, not much Art can do in the front either. So, you know, pretty tit for tat. Nothing too remarkable happening either way. Tank says hi. Stalkers say bye. Such is the circle of life, you guys. Ooh, Stalker's looking for those medevacs actually. Still kind of sitting out here. He has to be careful. If Far's not paying attention, he could lose a lot of Stalkers very quickly. They're all very low, and he does end up getting them out of there safe and sound. Which, whew, relief for all of our Protoss players out there. Unfortunate for Astria, no, it is not mech either, so just kind of an all-around horrible day for Astria, I guess. No, I'm just kidding. It's been great. He only lost one game the whole tournament. Of course, he's feeling amazing. Ooh, actually, Art losing a Stalker there. That's kind of suck. Big drop coming in for Vindicta. I say big, it's 2 medevacs. That's still kind of big, right? That's like, I can't just do a warp to deal with this. I have to actually do something kind of crazy to try and defeat that. Art, ooh, does he catch a glimpse of that? Yeah, he got a glimpse of that. He was just waiting to blink on top. There we go. Raven goes on down, but he loses a lot of Stalkers. Wow, that was a very expensive blink. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Stalkers dead. And he's gonna go in coming from the flank. Do these guys have Storm? No Storms on these Templar. It's just gonna have to be feedbacks. This is a horrible engagement, right? Oh, there you go. Storm finishes. But why does he need to engage out here? I don't know. That is way far from his main base. I guess he's trying to protect the Stalkers he had left, but that was a bad trade. That was a bad trade. He still has his Templar, he still has his Immortal, so this is fine. He's slowly starting to chip away at this mineral field over here. I think he realizes how bad it would be if the tank sieged up over there. That would just be kind of gnarly roo. He did, of course, see those medevacs, so he does have Stalkers ready in position to intercept. And Vindicta, is he going to see this? Are these just queued up? Yeah, I think they are. 1 medevac goes down, and a second one is going to boost away with his life, but that's 10 supply. Vindicta is unfortunately going to have to deal with without. Let's see, what's the word I was looking for that I had to, like, skip in order to try and think of it? Ah, that I have to live without. There we go. Not deal with without. Deal with without. Oh my goodness. Okay. Art's gonna take his 4th base now. Yeah. 4th base going down. 9 minutes 30 seconds. Pretty solid. Pretty solid stuff coming out from A-Boy. Solid stuff coming out from A-Town. Ghost and Liberator's coming out for Vindicta though, so taking up exactly how he needs to, and a very even game. So if Vindicta loses this one, this is more of a on the even side of things. This is more the I did what I needed to do, you did what you needed to do, and in the end you won sort of games, right? But if Art wins this one, same thing, right? Let's see. The Templar are safe inside the prison, so he doesn't have to deal with any sort of weird shenanigans that way. Definitely, for all the quick tip for all you Protoss players out there: never ever try and what? Sorry, my computer just like broke for a sec. Never ever try and just feedback ghosts before they try and get an EMP off. I guarantee you, 99% of the time, it'll never work, right? And the 1% of the time it does work, it never does work anyways. Art donating a free Archon to the cause of Vindicta, wants us to go a full 3 games, wants to see if he can like destroy my throat by the end of the day, which is doing a pretty good job of. +3, or actually 2-2 is finished on up right now. He should probably hit while he has a timing, and I don't think he'll miss it actually. Engineering Bay wall-off coming up for Vindicta. Something tells me they're not for upgrades. Yeah, just gonna go ahead and wall on off for now. And yeah, has to miss it out. Preemptive EMP to try and catch the Templar, but also does do some damage to the War Prism. And yeah, forcing out a lot of scans, forcing a lot of positional mumbo jumbo from Art. Vindicta's coming out of his wall off. He wants to make something happen. Okay, then here we go. There's no Storms in this army actually. They got EMP'd and the rest were out of energy, so Art has to run away, tail tucked between his legs extremely fast. That's D-Res getting the absolute hell kill out of him. Blasted out of him with assault rifles and, ghosty ghouls and all that sort of scary stuff. She probably needs to wait for Storm. Absolutely needs to wait for Storm. Needs to be patient. 4th base established and strong for Vindicta. Kind of taking it in a more exposed position. If you took it over here, it would just be more ramps for Art to go through. So this is kind of a bold position here, but that's fine. He gets to defend these bases as well, and it makes sense. It makes sense. It's not crazy. Here we go. More preemptive EMPs coming out from Vindicta. Really wants to catch those Templar. Good Storm coming in from the flank though. There's just not that many Chartox for need shielding though, and now the Immortals, gonna go and get focused on down, especially in that War Prism. That is super painful to lose all of these Immortals. That was the main army of Art, and now I think he's gonna go ahead and have to run away. In fact, he might actually lose this game. A couple of small contingency of bio sent on a task force to kill the crap out of that High Templar. They will not be successful, but such is life. And Vindicta finds himself in a massive 50 supply advantage. I mean, how do you defend against this as Art? I have no idea. Stalkers, I guess, aren't going to be a necessity. 2 nukes on the way. 2 nukes on the way. Alright, well, Art, please don't leave this game before there's nukes. Oh, yeah. He hears the first one, and he is not happy about that. Oh. Snipe does end up going down on that High Templar. And no committal to that ghost means it will survive for the time being. Where's that nuke? Oh god, I wish we had Game Hard. There it is. Oh no, we do have Game Hard. What am I talking about? And he has no detection. Oh, there's a nuke right there. Oh my goodness, there's nukes everywhere. So unfortunate for Art that he can't see any of it. He's gonna make his final stand right here, right now. He's gonna go and try and come in with everything he's got. The Disruption Nova gets focused on down. Still a lot of damage in this Protoss army. He's gonna juggle these Archons, keep them alive for as long as possible, get that splash damage, and he is gonna survive. But as far as thriving goes, not really a thing. Ghosts are fortunately out of energy, so they can't cloak and take everything out, but they're still gonna get a couple of kills here and there. Never mind, this isn't Game Hard, right? Yeah, this totally is not Game Hard. Alright, 3-3 is done for the Protoss player to the 2-2 of the Terran, so I guess that's something he has going for him. He's trying to stop the bleeding everywhere. He has such little workers to work with. His army is not what it used to be, and in times like this, you gotta find that counter damage. So that Prism is loaded up with those Templar. They're probably not looking to storm any bases, though, if I were to guess. I think those are just for the general offense in the Protoss army. Though I would definitely love to see some sort of counter damage. You can't just take damage from your opponent over and over again, you know? Eventually it's going to catch up to you. Oh. Okay, I was about to say, Observer goes out, Ghost comes in, but not the case. Vindicta has a very annoying Liberator that is going to be dealt with the Warping of Stalkers, and he's going to have to run it away. Working on shields now is Art. Shields probably kind of a waste of money, but who am I to say? Nice guarding shield, actually. He's going to go ahead and push this away. I feel like that could have been chased a little bit better, but whatever. Here we go. Liberator over here. Going to go and start taking out probes, as well as over here. Oh my god, Liberators at every base. So many probes going down. He tried to macro back up, and now he's smacked back down where he was like 2 minutes ago. Definitely a little bit of a heartbreaker there. Oh, does he have +1 ship weapons? Yeah, oh, I think... Wait, no. No, he didn't. But as soon as he has those +1 ship, I think it's actually +1 or +2. But after that, oh my god, the Prism, oh my god, the Prism. Okay, but yeah, after that, Liberators can 2-shot Stalkers. So has to be really careful when that critical upgrade finishes on up. Then it's going to become a whole lot harder to try and break through the Terran player. Vindicta not adjusting his position to the of his Liberators to go and account for this army moving up here, but he is gonna go ahead and do that now. Oh, these destructible rocks? Okay, I guess random destructible rocks there. They're glowing though, so maybe there's like something cool beneath them. I don't know, somebody break it open, tell me what's inside. There's like a Kinder egg maybe? Oh, we missed the nuke launching. Okay, that's fine. We can maybe see it landing. Does Art see? Oh, he doesn't see. Oh my god, Art doesn't see. Art doesn't see. Art doesn't see. Art doesn't see. Art didn't see. Oh, what a heartbreaker. Alright, well, Art's making his last stand. He's moving forward. He says, I don't have what I lack for in probes, I make up for it in army. Kind of. And even then, I can't really attack into Liberators, so yay. This is bad. Okay, this is really bad. Art fans, please avert your eyes for the next 3 minutes of this game as he desperately tries to break a very entrenched, very Liberator-heavy Terran. He's gonna try. This is as good as it's gonna get. Okay, here he goes. Great storms. No Liberator setup at all. This is where he has to do it. It has to happen right here, and it's happening pretty great. Actually, the bio is going on down. The ghosts are dying. There was absolutely the engagement that he needed. All right, so that's perfect. Well, almost perfect. He doesn't really have his Warp Prism. It did get picked off. But then again, he doesn't really have the money for reinforcements anyway. So, you know, I guess that's fine. He's gonna go ahead and pull his SCVs against it. This is where he's gonna find his damage. Purification Nova takes out a couple of. Oh my god, a Marauder. Speaking of Marauders, good target fire by that Immortal to get those Marauders out. This Archon taking out so many SCVs as well from the splash damage. But I think it's just very not enough. Art has to go ahead and ping onto the main base. he has a lot of Blink Stalkers, but they don't trade well against Bio, not at all. And yeah, what's he gonna do? All these Stalkers are gonna go down, and it's just, yeah, okay, so he's gonna blink on over to the low ground. He's gonna focus down SCVs instead of running? I don't see why. Oh man, that's kind of a heartbreak. Loses more Stalkers unnecessarily. They're even in workers now, and actually kind of even in army supply, so after everything is said and done, the upgrades are even too, right? Yeah, upgrades are even. The +1 ship weapons does really suck for the Stalkers, but that's fine. Pretty big old F2A there as the observers start their slow, you know, doodle-doot-doot of shame as they try to get back into their positions. Yeah, that's why this is exactly why Blizzard added the this function, you know. All right, Art's rebuilding his army. There is no Colossus, unfortunately. There's no Colossus tech. He does have Robotics Bay, I'm pretty sure. He does, so if he wants to try to mix that in, he can, but you have to have a nice strong army to support Colossus tech. And yeah, so it is, oh, killed his own Stalker there, that's fine. It happens to the best of us. So it is +2 ship weapons that allow Liberators to one-shot Stalkers, not +1, so a bit mistaken there. Okay, Art sees it this time. Does he actually see it? Yeah, he sees it. Ooh, and he warps in some TTs. He's actually going to go ahead and sneak one around, see if he can find some damage. Unfortunately, the answer will be a resounding no everywhere he goes. And Vindicta's mining is actually miles better than Art's. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bases to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. One whole entire base more than your opponent is pretty significant. I don't think Art sees this one. He should see the dot. He should see the dot. Doesn't see the dot. Not focusing on the dot. And 15 probes go down. And Art gets really sad again. Then again, he did it once, he can do it again. Blink on top of those right now, right now, right now. Well, I guess blink away. A little bit of a panic Nova there, needs to keep his calm, keep his cool. He's gonna try and move up here, but this is so hard to break. I mean, PFs are just nightmares to deal with. Oh, good Nova! Eating a big chunk of bio there. And yeah, position, and yeah, with storms all over the SCVs, he is gonna go ahead and take that down. Oh, and he never mined these out. Oh my god, I love you, Thunderbird. Never change. He's gonna go ahead and move on over to the next space. And these are completely unsupported Liberators. He needs to jump on top of those, but that's okay. Can't see everything at once, that's fine. And he loses a War Prism full of... No! He loses a War Prism full of Templar. What a tragedy. Oh my god, that is so bad. That is so bad. Then again, he did kill a lot of workers, and is still killing a lot of workers of Vindicta. And Vindicta's also being spread this way and that by counterattacks of Zealots. Art needs to buy time. Art is gonna die back at home to the counterattack if he's not careful. Oh, DT got caught. That's fine. Oh my god, yeah. Vindicta knows. He's gonna move across the map. Here he goes. Is he gonna pull the SCVs? He can even pull the SCVs if he wants to. I don't care. No, he's just transferring. Okay. But still, yeah, this is a scary army. Losing that War Prism was an unacceptably large error. This is like pretty much the entirety of Art's army at this point. He has a couple Stalkers left. Man, Art has some really good games, doesn't he? Art always makes for some really good games. 6 Stalkers are not going to make the defense. Giant ass Disruption Novas? Yeah. Couple Stalkers? Nah. Art's not even gonna try. GG is called, and Vindicta will tie it up 1 apiece. Alrighty. Well, it was long, it was hard fought, but in the end, Vindicta edges out the win in there. It's Art. Wait, are we going back to EU? Don't you tell me. Are we going to EU? I think so. Is this already EU? No. This isn't already EU. No. Yeah, this feels very NA-ish. Hang on, let me. No, this is EU. This is totally EU. Alright, I guess we're going back to NA. Hey, it was EU. I was right. Go me. Go Swaghar. Go my brain. Go my big ass brain. Alright. There's Vindicta. Alright, so we're going back to NA. I think, yeah, I think Art's taking a little bit of a break here, so we're just gonna go ahead and chill as well. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna be right back with game number 3. See who's gonna face off against Astria in the grand finals. Alright. I think both players are in a little bit of a pickle. Vindicta grinded Art out, Art grinded Vindicta out. But if I were to bet my money, it'd be on the person spawning the top left-hand position of Acropolis, the purple Protoss player, Art. Because both games, man, did he give the person in the bottom right a really hard time. The blue Terran player, Vindicta. Art just, even when it looked really, really bad for Art, he somehow managed to make a good game out of it. Really managed to push Vindicta to his limits, and that's what I think makes a really good, strong player. Vindicta is going to go and send out this SCV, though. Not going to be for any sort of early proxies, is going to be my guess. Maybe just to deny that natural base. Maybe just to make sure that Art himself isn't doing anything too cheesy. Maybe to go ahead and try and proxy a starport later on. Who knows, you guys? It's an SCV. It's going to do what it's going to do. And yeah, just going to go and confirm that that base is there. And I think he's heading on back home. Quick check the mineral patches here. No, actually. Don't know where it's going, actually, but that's fine. And a normal game coming out for both players so far. Hey, Rosiro is now following. Rosiro, thanks so much for the follow, mate. We really do appreciate it here at Alpha X. Alright. Let's see what Art's tech is gonna be. Probably it's gonna be another Twilight, right? Let's see. Yeah, just another Twilight. I mean, Twilight's honestly very super standard stuff. Art's been opening up with that a lot. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if Vindicta would try and do a meta build, you know. Oh my god, that's a thing? Oh my, okay, no, even I didn't know that was, who, alright, so, this map was designed by a Terran player, 1 million bajillion bucks says so, like, a million kafillion nujilfabillion bucks says a Terran player made this map. There's no way any Protoss would willingly put that into any map they create, right? Like, no way in hell. But it's whatever. Manuka's gonna go ahead and come on in, see what he needs to see, and back it out. Did he see the thing?
Enemy attacking SCVs.
Yeah, so, oh, hang on.
SCVs under attack.
That's okay, fine. We'll go like this, but I wanted to see something. Adept gets in, kills a couple of SCVs, boo-hoo. Big woo. And actually, the Adept does end up seeing like all the buildings and stuff like that, so good on him. Good on Art. And actually 4 SCVs going on down, that's way more damage than he should ever take, so little bit of feels Batman there, but what's really important is that we can finally check to see if these are actually Thunderbird cars. Because we have it paused. Alright. Some vehicle expert tell me what kind of car that is. It doesn't look very Thunderbirdy actually in retrospect. Okay. Oh, I can pause it like this. Now we can see the blue one. Oh my god, the blue one is just a different version of the red. It's just a different color of the red one. It's not... Why did that car go? Oh my god, it's... See, look, those cars were frozen, but then they went. Did you see that? That red car just went zoom, but this car's still frozen. And that car's still frozen. Dude, this is some spooky ass shit. Okay, let's just go back to the game. I want to cast StarCraft. I want to be useful. Blink is on the way. Is there a Robo? Yeah, Robo's already done. So Arch is going for the tried and true Twilight and 2 Robo into Nexus build. Where's this Nexus? It should be here in a little bit. I guess it's going up to 6 Stalkers. That's about, you know, as much as you want. You can do a good amount of stuff with 6 Stalkers. Of course, you can go for an earlier Nexus, but not really a huge burning desire to, you know. Vindicta, meanwhile, on his side of the map, is going to go for that, that armory in the back of his base instead of proxied in some weird location, like I was saying he should do, Astria. So he's going to go ahead and get that. Thundering Claws, see what damage you can find. Vindicta, this has been a very strong build for you so far, but let's see exactly how well it can perform when it really does matter, when its tournament life is on the line. Oh, actually Art sees it, so, you know, first step to shutting down the drop is seeing the drop. And does Vindicta actually know that he got spotted? No. There's like 0 chance that he saw he got spotted. He's just waiting for our Drilling Claws. But man, this is going to be a heartbreaker. Yeah, look, Art's even doing the thing where he kind of waits in the middle of his base, not like right up by the edges like some sort of creep. He waits there, lets it come in, and focuses on the on-down. Oh, but he still lost 6 probes to that. Alright, well, that's fine. This is life. Does he have an observer coming back? Yep, there it is. Boop, 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 boop. Alright, well, not bad actually. That could have done a lot worse than 6 probes. Well, it's nothing to write home about for the Terran players. It's definitely nothing too comfortable for the Protoss either. So everyone's just kind of equally uncomfortable and equally feeling kind of shitty. So let's just call it a wash. Very greedy build actually coming out here from Vindicta, staying on those 3 gates and going for that double forge Colossus style. That's gonna be a really strong timing. It's gonna hit as soon as you get 3 out. Can't wait for that to happen. Of course, Acropolis kind of hard to push into that 3rd base location. So something tells me this might be a little bit more defense orientated, but he can still do a lot of damage if there ain't no Liberators, if there's no Siege Tanks, if there's no Vikings, if it's just pure bio, which it seems to be what Vindicta's going for right now, especially with that reactor and that factory. You know, tells me he probably doesn't want to make any more Siege Tanks. It's going to be a little bit of a problem for Vindicta. Already 2 Colossus out. There's going to be a 3rd one here pretty soon. Additional gateways and a Templar Archives coming on down as well. And Art needs to take gases on his natural, of course, here pretty soon if he wants to be able to take on that Templar Archives technology. Alright, here we go. Let's hope Vindicta doesn't lose his prison full of Templar again, because that'd be... I just don't know how many more of those my heart can take, you know? Both players... Oh, actually, only 1 engineering bay for Vindicta, so actually... the second one's finishing on up just now, but gonna be enjoying a nice upgrade advantage if Art ever decides to move on out for pretty much actually the majority of this game. 2 minutes is done, and again, the 3 Colossus... War Prism push is very tried, very true, and with the advent of a couple of Templar to help round this out, I would predict a very powerful push indeed. I mean, the in all honesty, it's probably... Oh, what is he doing? Oh, because he saw the medevac, that's right. Little bit of an overreaction there to the medevac drop, but that's fine. Say okay. Yeah, oh my god, he overreacted and he still didn't defend against it. Alright, 8 probes go on down, and Art is going to go ahead and have a little bit of a frown on his head. But he does end up getting the medevac in the end, so it's all fine. Whew. Let's see. How many Colossus are, or how many Vikings are out? There's actually one Raven, which takes care of like 1 million Colossus by itself, and then there's a couple of Vikings for just some clean over. So, not amazing anti-Colossus defense for Vindicta, but he does stand a fighting chance. His army supply though is pretty low. He just didn't really do that much except rely on those Widowmine drops. And while they did find some damage, they didn't really slow down Protoss a significant amount. And now Art's gonna go ahead and come on in. He does have charge on these bad boys. Gonna save it though. Oh my god! It was for the Raven. Holy sh! Okay, I'm an idiot. No way. I was like, oh, what are you gonna feed back a medevac, you nerd? But no. Okay, here he is. He can actually go ahead and take out the Orbital Command if he's keen enough. There he goes. And go ahead and start targeting it on down. It's down to 100 health, down to 7 health, and that, folks, is what the 0 health CC looks like. There was a tank there, but that alone shouldn't stop this Protoss mass. I mean, kill one and one more should take its place. It's like a Hydra, but, you know, not really, because we're Protoss, and we're not Hydras. Oh my god, the Ghost Academy is there too. Does he see it? Well, yeah, but I don't think he's focusing on it. Yes, he is. Alright, never mind. Sorry, Ghost Academy. That might have been my fault. That was probably me. Ship weapon's gonna do not really too much for him. He does have a decent amount of Colossus, or Vikings, but at this point, you can just kind of, especially if the army is just clumped up, if you just take your Colossus and make sure you focus down the bio with it, I mean, and then, even if you lose all the Colossus, you'll probably win the engagement, right? But I can understand his hesitance, you know, doesn't want to throw away a quote-unquote one game. Here we go, he's gonna go ahead and blink on top of that Raven, kill it down, and here we go! Look at all that damage on that bio, so many units going on down, not even focusing down the Vikings, saying let him die, GG is called, and Art is moving on to the finals. Woot, woot, ladies and gentlemen. It's gonna be the rematch between Art and Astria. Gonna go ahead and make sure to tell him to invite me. Whisper. Asher says, don't sass me, Swagar. Well, my name used to be actually called Sashar before I moved on to Swagar, so I can do whatever the hell I damn please, Mr. Astria. Mr. Sastria. Don't sass me, Sastria. Alright, we're almost done with Vito's here. Should be ready to rock and roll here momentarily, folks, for the grand finals. Exciting. Alright, first game is going to be on Acropolis, same as last map. Hopefully, we see a very explosive, strong series. I love seeing those cheesy PvP games play out. There are lots of really cool PvP cheeses I would like to see, especially those one-base ones. Oh man, Dark Templar, 4 gates all day. At the same time, by the way, 4 gate, and then while they're busy doing the 4 gate, you hit them up with that DTs, and you're like, yeet. Let's switch scenes. Best of 5. That's right, this number is going to be 3 instead of a 5, folks, because in the top left-hand position of Acropolis, we have the pink Protoss player, Art. Been with us throughout the entirety of the tournament, a story for the ages, facing off against his opponent, spawning the bottom right-hand position of Acropolis, doing the Astrea thing, representing Alpha X, as is everybody in this tournament, because it's an in-house tournament. It is Astrea. Yeah, so this kind of a thing is what I was talking about the first time Astrea played off against Art on Acropolis. I was like, yeah, sometimes, you know, he walls off his mineral line instead of the ramp, and it's kind of weird, but I think it's okay, you know. He baits you into going for adepts, and then he like really pays attention and tries to counter them, and then you lose, or something like that. So my prediction is he does the same thing, but he does that whole bait you to go adepts but counter you thing. And then he goes for a Stargate. Stargate helps clean up the adepts too. So if you go 4 adepts, he just gets that Oracle, keeps it at home, and zaps down any adepts that try to come on in. You lost 4 adepts, you're down 4 gateway units. He moves across the map with 3 gates and a Stargate, and he obliterates your face. And after that face obliterating, you know what he does after that? Finds your other face. The face you didn't even know you had. The face you saved for your mother's wedding, for your mother's funeral, for your mother's everything. The face you saved when you needed to put on a strong face when times were going tough, when lovers were getting lost. That strong face you had, and he just rips it apart like it was nothing. Anyways, that's Astrea's build. He is actually going to be the one going for adepts, which is pretty cool. Yeah, pretty cool. Going for a Stargate himself is Art, and Astrea is going for a double sentry to follow this up. So I officially have 0 idea why he would wall this part off. It's not even like the part where like zealots would come on in. Like, wall off this part where the zealots come in. This part is just like, ¿por qué, you know? ¿Por qué sí? Is that the only reason? He's gonna go for a Twilight now. Man, if only Art went for, like, here's the thing. It's like, if only Art went for, you know, adepts, maybe he could have won this. But then again, maybe if he didn't go for adepts, maybe this is why he wins, because he's not going for adepts. Maybe Astrea would have really just countered it. I don't know, but he can't just like say, I'm gonna counter it and then counter it, right? 2 adepts are gonna go and try and take out the Stalker. They're gonna go ahead and trade out 1 adept for 1 Stalker. Good trade for Astrea there. That was not too big of a deal. And Art finally does get his Nexus as well. What a sad life you live, Art. Anyways, Adept is gonna go ahead and make its way on into the natural, and he is not going to see the freaking thing. Not gonna see the Oracle. Yeah, no, not at all. No Oracle in sight there. Oracle's gonna go and stop moving across the map. Does Astrea see it? I think he may have seen it with his Hallucinated Phoenix, but I'm not sure. I think he's just preparing in like general, what if this guy's going Stargate stuff. This double Oracle shade to the natural though, I really am going to like. I know I'm going to like it a lot. Or maybe even if he puts those into the main and not the natural. Ooh, how devious. Devious Schmevious. Okay, okay, I sure definitely did see that one though, right? Like he definitely saw that other. Yeah, he definitely saw that. Okay, so he has to go ahead and prepare himself to deal with these. And App's gonna go ahead and shoot on in, and they're gonna go ahead and hopefully tank some damage. We're gonna go and start focusing down probes, some sentries as well. In the end, I think it's just the sentries that were lost there. Yep, 2 sentries going on down. Hey, 2 sentries, 3 probes, not a bad deal at all. And these oracles are dead, so just get as much damage as they can, or not. Gonna flank to the main. 1 up, wants to save it, not gonna save it. It's gonna save it. Okay, ends up does taking that actually, so never mind. 5 probes going down, but he did lose an oracle and 2 adepts, so I mean like, but he did also get 2 sentries, so we'll just call it a wash. And the supply reflects that. It's 59 to 63. Both players are relatively even, and Astria again is going to be the one who initiates going for that sort of disruptor type build. Again, disruptors, I've always kind of had the feeling that they just kind of die to someone who wants to go for charge and, +1 and immortals and stuff like that. Immortal not going to die under a shield battery, not in its life. Are you kidding me? Especially not to 6 punk ass stalkers rolling up to his natural like they own the place. Big Oh, Observer died for art. That does kind of suck. The Shreya Pokemon through, and the art manages to find the shade. Gets into the natural base, starts focusing down probes. 4 go down, we're up to 5, maybe 6. Yeah, 6 probes go down there. So good little evening play there from Astray. Does end up seeing the 3rd base as well. And only just now a Twilight going down. Is he gonna chrono charge out or something? I don't understand. Oh no, just gonna take his own 3rd. Alright, that'll make sense. Though, to be fair, he does have 2 immortals which are just kind of doing nothing. Look, Astray didn't get the immortals, and now he has a 3rd base before, like, Art does. He has his disruptors coming out as well. I mean, these immortals aren't really going to serve him all that well, so if you want to get immortals early on, you got to make sure to do something with them. In PvP and PvT. PvZ, you can just always have immortals, but like, PvT, PvZ, no. You got to kind of be careful about it. More observer from observer there. Fair trade. Yeah, Astria is starting to shoot up in supply a little bit, almost doubling the armor supply. Bit of a close one. And it's gonna have to, begs the question, how much time is gonna pass before he pushes out across the map with his disruptors? Is he gonna wait for like 2, 3, 4? He has 2 right now. I think after maybe once he has like 4. I think 4 disruptors are enough to where if your opponent doesn't really have anything that good against it, you can really start to pick them apart. Yeah. Gonna poke the ramp up, blink away. Again, nothing too eventful happening here. Both play. I mean, it's just Art trying to be defensive against this count. He's starting to pump up Phoenixes, which I do like. This is what you gotta do against disruptors, but it's a little bit late when there's already like 90 million. Well, like 4, but still, you get the point. 90 million disruptors out on the map, and you only have a couple of Phoenixes. It's not really gonna matter if you lifted up 1 or 2, right? You gotta like lift up every single one of them as soon as they try and fire any shots. You gotta force your disruptor playing opponent to kind of play a little bit of a dance with his disruptors, put them behind the stalkers, really focus on not getting jumped on top of and having everything lifted on up. Osavo! Wait, it takes more than 2 shots to kill an immortal? Oh no, that's if I guess that's the, I guess if it triggers with the barrier, then yeah. That's weird. Oh, here we go. Oh boy. Oh, double boy. Okay, well, Art loses. There we go. Astria goes up 1-0. Art without the GG, just kind of pieces out there, wants to start another game. Who can blame him, right? A little bit of a stressful series. But yeah, gotta kind of be a little bit loving there, Art. Even if you don't feel it, even if you don't feel like it, just boom, and you're done. Astria says EU. Alright. Gonna go ahead and quickly switch servers here for the next game. Astria says BRB needs to take a quick break. That is fine. Take all the time we need, Astria. We will be here. We'll be waiting, ready to start game number 5. Because God knows it's been a long day of StarCraft, and some players need a little bit of a mental wash. Alright. Game number 2, folks. Without further ado, let's just let the game speak for itself. Because God knows I'm having some problems speaking for myself right now. So yeah, save me, StarCraft. Let's introduce our players. Spawning the bottom right hand position of Kairos Junction. It is the purple. Purple? Nah, that's like light pink. It is a pink Protoss player. It is Art. Mwah. That's how we do it. This little zoom in and zoom out thing. It's a mwah from the caster. Wishing you good luck since you're down 1-0 against one of the strongest Protosses on the team, if not the strongest Protoss on the team. The man spawning the top left-hand position, it is a blue Protoss player, Astria. Alpha Stray on EU, lovingly known as such, giving a little bit of love kickback right to the team. Kairos Junction, kind of been in the map pool for a decently long time. It's one of those standard maps that nobody really cares about. And I don't mean that in a really shitty, like, oh, I don't care about this map kind of way. I mean that in kind of a, you know, it's not bad, I'm not gonna veto it, I'm not gonna not veto it, but I'm also not gonna veto it, so kind of a give and take thing. I'm curious to see. 1 second. And I'm curious to see what both players do. Because Art is definitely going to go for what I would consider the, well, what most people consider the path less traveled, right? Now, of course, Astria is going to come in here and see everything's normal, that there's a pylon and everything's rocking, everything's rolling, but, ho-ho, it's a fake pylon, otherwise known as a phylon. See this pylon right here? This pylon's actually a phylon. This phylon is not what it intends to be. It's not opening up supply for Art. It's just there to make Alpha Astria, in this case Astria, think that everything is normal. When in fact, everything is not normal. Robotics facility, pylon there, pylon at home. Truly a classic. I don't know what this stuff says. Code 926, unable to locate source of frame shift information. Source of frame shift mutation. Is that a Stetman thing? Has Kairos Junction been holding a Stetman reference for the entirety of the world? And I just hadn't noticed. I don't know. Super unlikely, but maybe. Anyways, it's Robo against Robo, and that's actually kind of really bad for Art, since Alphastria's, aka Astria's Robo, is not proxied in the middle of a map, requiring a Phylon back at home. Let's see, Astria's, and he's actually chroning out an Immortal. What? How is he having these good of a spidey sense? I have no idea. Zero idea. Oh, but the doors are left wide open. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Okay, it doesn't finish that, of course, but still. Yikerino, right? Oh, did Alphastria, aka Astria, see that?
Research complete.
Nope, he did not. He did get that cool diva voice though. Art has his Immortal. He's gonna go and try and walk up up the ramp, but Art sees the sentry, sees the Immortal, and kinda reconsiders. He's like, you know what? Maybe I'll just chill out down here. Gets his own sentry so he can stop the ramp movement, and now he's gonna force Astria to wait until he gets that thingy, that flying thingy, Warp Prism. Ah, yeah, it's gonna wait for the Warp Prism before anything really can happen. Astria gonna go ahead and okay, so he's probably gonna lose this gateway. I'd be surprised if he didn't. It's definitely, yeah, it's just 2 Pokeballs, so that's gonna go down for sure. Probably should be restarting that somewhere else. Yep, there we go. Gateway back at home. Shield battery there too. Tries to get some force fields down, but yeah, there is a thing there. There's a Warp Prism there. And he actually does cancel the shield battery. He thinks he can just take it. Alright, well, be my guest, but that is extraordinarily bold. Is he moving across the map with that? Oh my god, yes he is, and there's gonna be nothing back at home. I guess he's gonna try and just chill. Why'd he cancel the shield barriers then? It feels like he doesn't know what he wants to do. Ooh, losing the sentry action. I think if Art sniffs this out, that there's no Warp Prism with the Immortals there, which he probably will, because he's kind of like, wonder why my opponent hasn't poked me with that Immortal yet. Then it's probably going to be at least a little suspect, right? I'm trying to focus on the pylons to the gateways now. Are these Immortals? He's going to go ahead and recall some of his own units back. Only, he's going to recall something similar, but it's 2 Immortals to 1, and actually, I don't think this is enough for Art to defend against it. I think that was a mistake. Ugh, gonna be a little icky there. Oh, but actually, oh, this is great. He's timing it in between the shots from when the Cybernetics Core takes aggro from the Immortal. And unfortunately, a little bit of mismicro is going to cause Astria to push there. And he's going to go ahead and have to fire him back home. Meanwhile, the natural base can come down for Art if he so chooses. I mean, he's falling a lot of minerals at this point. It's kind of like, why not? It's not like you can spend it anyways. 3 Immortals to 3 Immortals. However, Art's Immortal and Warp Prism on that side of the map. This is actually a very precarious position for Art. Yeah, look at this. Alphastria is going to go ahead and start to unload himself on this side of the map. And Art, does he know it? There he goes. He's going to go and take the fight. It's a little shaky at first, but he had to force the fight somehow. 1 Immortal does go down. The 2nd Immortal is getting focused. The micro is good. Yeah, micro is good. Definitely good enough, though. But the thing is, if you have Stalkers in your army compared to Adepts, Stalker's gonna die a lot quicker than the Adepts are for Immortal-based composition, so Alphastria definitely taking the shittier end of the stick on that one. And Art is gonna be the first one to transition to Robotic Spade. This is something that can happen with both players go for Robo. Just, you already have the tech. As soon as you have the Disruptor count, you can kind of pick your opponent apart, especially with all these Adepts, but the problem is you can just kind of pick it up. At that point, you can just kind of pick up and move away. Art's army is actually so much bigger than Astria's army right now. It's the Donkey Dome. Yeah, I think all these weapons of Stalkers have really caused Astria a decent amount of badness. Caused them badness. There we go. This is how you cast in the NA server, boys. That's how you do it. This is actually EU, so that explains it. Alright. I'm kind of feeling a little worried for Ash right here. Especially if this happens. Okay, no, it's not gonna happen, but I was like, goddamn, if this mad lad 7, 8, wait, 9, 10. How come it's not charging that immortal? Oh, okay, I guess it needs at least 10, more than 10 energy to recharge something. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, I guess nothing is damaged here, right? Okay, never mind. I'm being stupid. Another pick on up from Astria, double immortal drop as well, but it's the same old tricks, and I don't think Art's gonna fall for it the same way he fell for it last time. This time this Shade actually is gonna finish, and Astria may be looking to have a tied game here, as the Shade is finished on up for Art. The Disruption Nova not quite ready just yet. No recall on this Prism full of immortals, though. That would be so helpful in the defense, but it's not going to happen. The entire army gets dunked on, and Art is going to tie it up one apiece. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and switch back servers. Kind of doing this kind of server flip-flop thing for our players. Some people want to play, just to keep it fair, so we play on EU on some of the servers, or on some of the games, and we'll play on NA on some of the others. So that's why we're doing this sort of flip-floppy thing. Here we go. Man, love that song. I love an excuse to hear that song. It's good songs. StarCraft songs are the best songs. Why do I keep switching to that? God damn it. Alright. Alright, let's go ahead and introduce our player. Spawning the bottom right hand position of King's Cove, it is a pink Protoss player, Art. And the top left hand position of King's Cove, it is the blue Protoss player, Astria. Tied up one apiece, so we're back to. I mean, it might as well just be this, right? Best of 3 at this point, but it is a best of 5. It is a best of 5, right? So it still is anyone's game. I feel like last game was a little. You can kind of excuse Astria if you're an Astria fanboy there. I mean, it was a little bit of a hard call to make, you know, which units to send out across and where, you know, especially with how hectic micro situations like that can be, though. If you're an Art fan, you do kind of think that Astria made some very key mistakes that required actual good thought put into them, right? So, like, for example, Astria was making Stalkers while Art was making Adepts in those early Robo Aggression builds. Adepts are like so useful. Like they last so much longer against the Immortals, like so much longer. There was a point where Astria had a bigger army, but just the fact that his army was made out of Stalkers meant the Immortals' damage was just so ginormous. And combine that with a couple of other things, like not all of his army being able to attack at the same time, you know, not having a Guardian Shield up, and then you have what the recipe for a failed engagement. And yeah, Astria just really couldn't do anything after that. Art gonna go ahead and do something very similar. It says, if it ain't broke, ain't gonna fix it. And it's gonna proxy another Robo. Meanwhile, Astria is getting a Stargate now. Generally, this is fine for a Stargate player. Stargates do well against Robos. Kind of, as long as it's not like a mass gateway push with War Prism support, in which case it's not really a robo build, it's more like, you know, a War Prism gateway build. It's more like a gateway timing attack, but against like Immortals and stuff, yeah, you bet your sweet pretty lips that Phoenixes are going to be extremely helpful. And Astria is going to go ahead and maybe not scout this out. I mean, it's common enough that you might think to scout there, since he's scouting for proxies anyways, but it looks like though he's not going to catch it. It's just kind of in a way too obscure spot. I don't know why I call it common. That is not common. That's not common spot. Oh, it's going to come in forward. See if there's a wall in. There's a wall in. Finishes the shade. Whoa. I think that might have been a mistake there. Yeah, can immediately recall them. Doesn't want to lose any of his adepts. And it's running out of Void Ray. I think he knows, right? Did he see? No, he didn't see. He just has a feeling, maybe? Astria just has a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. That tonight's gonna be a good night. Actually, he has a big ass supply block. My god. No, you gotta throw down 2 pylons because you gotta shot up into the Void Ray. You gotta get more units up. And no, now Art sees the Void Ray. That's kind of bad. I'm actually able to block this natural base with pylon though. And the counter target coming out for Art, so just abandoning the robo completely. Yeah, because, you know, 1 Void Ray should be able to shut this down. 2 Void Rays for sure, though. 2 Void Rays for surezies. For surezies, New Jerseys, right? So, yeah, probably not going to happen. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if it comes down this ramp right now. Maybe wait a little bit for that thing. Wait a little bit for the thing. Not waiting for the thing? No problem. Yeah. Yeah, the Stalkers and the Immortals can't really kill the Adepts fast enough. That was probably the worst he could have microed it, but that was also a very nice pick for him. So hey, what, you know, you gotta take the good with the bad. You gotta roll with the punches, you know. All right, so Astria is gonna be able to move on across the map now. There is no proxy pylon. Wait, yes there is. Holy shit. Okay, so we might actually take this game from him. Is Astria gonna? Yeah, he saw that. Okay, he's gonna be able to take out this robo here. Should probably just get the pylon, then book it across the map. No need to kill the robo. It's fine. Robo learned its lesson. No, he actually wants to finish it off. Oh, just leaving one. Okay, leaving one out there to finish it off. I don't know. I mean, realistically, is he really gonna send out a probe all the way back there, start it back up, come all the way back, wait, and then even after all that, make another immortal after that horrible situation? No. Now, Astria also has to deal with the problem of, oh, nice start. 2 adepts slipping on over to his main base. However, Astria is trying to burst his way through as well, but I think that was his time to shine. Just kind of missed it. A little unfortunate there. A couple of Stalkers are here trying to go ahead and kill the Adepts. He's trying to mine once again. It's just a little bit of a problem here since Adepts are ruining his day. 5, 6 worker kills is going to be at the end of our tall tale for the time being. And Astria, with his 2 Void Rays, are going to go ahead and just chill. I don't know about the chilling, but if he wants to chill, he can chill. But now he has a bunch of Void Rays, man. Void Rays are fine-ish. They're kind of-ish, alright-ish. But, yeah, they're more awkward than anything else, right? Phoenixes find themselves a couple of Adepts, managed to pick up 1. 2 Void Rays should be... Honestly, 2 Void Rays have no problems against Phoenixes. Phoenixes do a lot worse than you might think. And Astria, again, trying to take that natural base, gets denied by the Adepts. Adepts come on forward again, kill some more probes. 3 going down. Probably going to see that number come 4. There we go. 20 to 26 total workers, and Art is in a pretty commanding position this game, as a matter of fact. Astria just not on top of keeping his walls shut. Now, these... Phoenixes can't really do much against the army of Astria. They can fly around, they can pick up workers, but against, you know, it on a head-to-head fight, not really gonna happen. And both players find to just kind of slow things down, take it easy, you know? Both players taking their bases. Oh, Astria started 1-0 coming from winner's bracket. That is absolutely correct. So, this is actually game point for Art. Thank you, Sushi. Big shout out to Sushi. Look at that guy. Wow, so smart. I didn't know that's how it worked. Then again, that's how it works every MVP Cup. I guess I'll just keep forgetting. Hashtag Ditzy. Ditzy Blitzy. Looks as though Astria's gonna go ahead and try and take out this natural base location. The sentries are an interesting choice, but I guess with Void Rays, if if you can section off the right units, you can pretty much win any engagement. Here we go. Gonna go ahead and start focusing down that natural base and cancel the pylon. Probably also cancel this base too. Little cancel, big cancel. Yeah. Put those cubes on the ground for some reason because yes. Art's Phoenixes are gonna go and find on over into the main base of Astria. Astria's probes are getting killed left, right, and 5 makes center. 6, I don't know what to call that. Maybe like diagonal? Sure. Left, right, and diagonal. Phoenixes get recalled back on home. There are now a lot of Phoenixes and not a lot of things that Phoenixes mind facing off against. The Guardian Shield is really nice, but there's not really that many Stalkers. I mean, if the fight happens, I would be more than happy to say Art's gonna win this one. But that's not how things are going so far. Astria has managed to successfully deny the natural base while getting his own up. Oh, what's that noise? Oh, Antics is now following. Antics, thanks so much for the follow. But yeah, it is going to be a Dark Shrine. So yeah, to commemorate the following of Antics, we do have a Dark Shrine on the way for Art. Astria, probably the last thing this guy's thinking of is, do I need detection? No, actually no. He should actually be, Astria should be thinking about that, right? I mean, if you know it's been a Stargate versus Stargate game a lot, you always got to have that possibility in the back of your head. Astria going for the I lost all my brain cells at birth build, where he's going for that sort of contained on the main base with all these shield batteries and void rays and you know all that jazz, all of that jazz. And Art is sitting back home. The DT Shrine is finished on up though, and is there any detection? Ain't a lick of it nowhere. One DT has been worked on in, and there's not an observer, there's not an oracle, there's not anything. Astria's not even thinking about that. I think he really did not cover his ends here. I mean, yep. Okay, yeah, I'm saying I thought that was Astria's observer, and I was like, my god, I'm such an idiot, but no. It was Art's, and as soon as Astria heard that, just boom, GG, boom, out of there. Like a real man. Alright, we have one last game left, guys. It's all coming down to this last game. Astria versus... Hang on, gotta stretch myself. Astria versus... Art. There we go. Found the name. We're good. Hey, Gosu PvP. That's a familiar name. What's up, man? Hope everything's going good. Hope everything's rocking and rolling. Alrighty. I think we're going back to the EU for the next game, because we do alternate regions for these players, so it should be an EU game to go ahead and finish this on off. Oh, Platnoob is not following. Thanks, Platnoob. What a man. What a man. What a man Platinum Noob is. My god, it just want to grab his haunches and... Okay, no. Not to get all James Charlesy, so I'm just going to go ahead and shut myself down right there. Yeah, we're gonna go ahead and pass the record 5-hour mark. So folks, it's been a lot of StarCraft. Hope you've been enjoying it as much as I have. And before we start this final match, let me give a big thank you to our sponsors who made this possible. 24-Hour Fitness and GameStop. Folks, GameStop has always been about giving power to the players, and now they're bringing it especially for us esports aficionados. Their new program on their website features coaching and more from some of the world's top teams. It's amazing. You can go ahead and visit GameStop's website through this tournament's Match Arena pool, and you can donate to our Match Arena pool a little bit by doing some free sponsor quests, and also check out their new program. So make sure to check that out, guys. Really is super rock and roll. Let me quickly... Okay, there we go. Rock and roll. Rock and roll. Alright, let's go ahead and switch to the in-game scene for our final game of the series. Or it could be a tie. I don't know. It is extremely rare you have a PvP tie. But, you know, things can happen. Schnitzel can happen. Let's go and introduce our players spawning on the bottom right-hand position of Cyber Forest. It is a purple not purple, that's pink. It is a pink Protoss player, Art. And the opponent spawning the top left-hand position of Cyber Forest. It is the blue Protoss player, Astria, known as Alpha Straya on the EU server, because he affectionately changed his name to be such a cool little guy. I say cool little guy disdainfully, I don't know why, but he's no, Astria's a cool guy. He's a rockin' fellow. Really a stand-up mate. And yeah, he's gonna go ahead and not play himself for a fool. Okay, so you know how he scouted that route around his main natural base before he threw down his second gateway with that probe? That's what I do, and I feel so cool that I started doing that without even copying it from anyone. That's just my own brain, you guys. It's like, wow. Alright. Astria actually looks like he wants to be going for some sort of cheese, and Art looks to be doing the same thing. So, an extremely awkward meeting of the probes here. And Austria, and all the confusion, goes on the attack. Oh no, sends Art on the run. And plans have been foiled for both players. So, it looks like that we're going to have to end this with a macro game, folks. And then again, probably not. I mean, it has been a very aggressive couple of games. Art just proxying a robo 2 games in a row. The question is, can we see a number 3? It's worked out for him both games so far, so hey, I don't see why not. I mean, it can work, right? Why not? It's not what he's going to be doing though. It's going to be getting for those 2 stalkers, getting the pylon at the natural base. So overall, nothing too exceptional coming out. Astria playing a little bit more greedily, getting that stalker sentry combination instead of stalker. And yeah, should be all good to go here. Oh, sorry about that. I had a little bit of a thing caught in my throat. Alright, but we're good now. Astria is ready to take his natural base. Art says, hold the phone. I want to Stargate. And of course, Art, you may have as many Stargates as you want before finishing this on up. You are free to make Stargates as you please, but you gotta know, it's gonna put you behind if you don't get anything done. Astria's hallucination does indeed see the 2 stalker, 2 adept force coming out to meet him, almost as if it was designed as an exact counter to the 2 stalker, 2 sentry build. There are going to be 3 sentries now though, so hey, that's not bad. And maybe 3 stalkers can be enough to kite this, which, in all fairness, probably will be. Has to wait for a little bit of a while though. Gonna lose the pylon too, that obviously is a little painful. And he does actually end up trapping these adepts, but unfortunately they do end up trading out extraordinarily well with these sentries. Does end up getting 2, but not 3 of them. 2 but not 3. But hey, 2 adepts for 2 sentries, sign me up for that any day of the week, any hour of the day. Astria finally able to reclaim his low ground Nexus. Art's Nexus, meanwhile, is like only like 20-30 seconds behind, so it's not too bad here for him. Especially with this Oracle finishing on up, there's not really too much protection in the main base. But then again, there's not really much of a threat down at the natural base, so if Astria just kind of keeps most of his stalkers in the main, he should be fine. Hallucination from Art is going to be able to scout this on out. Sees that he is facing up against Robo, so, you know, no Blink to worry about. So Oracle's going to have definitely a lot more efficacy for a lot longer of a time, but again, they do die very extraordinarily quickly to Stalkers, so gotta be really careful with these Oracles. What are those Ewoks? Oh my god, that is so cool. Okay. Anyways, Oracle flies on in, gets 1 probe, and flies away. Pretty much a PvZ Oracle at this moment, but that's fine. It's fine. It's, you know, still got a lot of game to go. And Astria responds with double Stargate, cause of course he does. Cause why the hell wouldn't he, right? Okay, so what is he gonna do? Is he just gonna mass Phoenixes? I guess so. Art's already transitioning into Blink, so I guess that's good for him, I suppose. I really am kind of lost here, guys. You gotta help me. But yeah, obviously he's gonna be able to kill the Oracles. That's a given. But I think he's gonna try and catch Art off guard. Maybe catch him producing some Immortals would be the dream. If like Art were going for Immortals, that would just be fantastic for Astria right now. But it is just going to be Blink and +1. And then again, Art is not preparing for this at all. So I don't know. It's a very strange thing to do. And there we go. Nope, those are Immortals from Astria. Never mind. Yeah. Just going to blink a couple of Phoenixes here for the time being. Probably going to get up to 4, 6. Now, the question is, Art's going to come in there with this Hallucinated Phoenix. Well, any second now he is. And he's going to be able to see that there's really not much happening in Astria Town. There's no additional gateways. There's no additional Twilight Council. But not that you need additional Twilight Councils after the first one, but there's one Twilight Council. The army is kind of small. Then again, it didn't really go into the main base at all, so that is a little bit detrimental. It needs to be able to scout out that there's something wrong, that there should be, you know, a couple of thousand resources in the main base of Astrea that kind of aren't there right now. Like, look at this. There's a lot of gateways. It's making sense. Things are warping in. There's a Twilight Council being chrono. The Forge is there. You know, that makes sense in my head. But if you just look at this, it's just naked, naked, naked. Like, this is like what you should be here 2 minutes ago, maybe. And I don't think Art has been able to piece it together. These two Phoenixes are going to be able to come on by. I think he left 2 back at home or something to try and catch the... Nope, they didn't. The rest are over there. Gotcha. Alright, yeah, he's going to kill 7 workers, which is pretty, you know, most people consider fantastic. And I certainly do consider that fantastic as well. Oracle's still here, trying to get what damage they can, and this is good. This is a nice bit of damage before they are rendered obsolete by the Phoenixes. Gonna go ahead and just suicide on these probes. Gets 8 before finally expiring. And with this other Immortal finishing on night, you gotta kind of wonder to yourself, does Astrea want to go for some sort of timing attack? Especially against all these stalkers that Art has been forced to make, and has also been like kind of steadily taking me up to, regardless of whether or not Astrea was actually making Phoenixes. You gotta kind of wonder. Does Astrea even have a Twilight Council? I thought I saw it on the production tab. Structures. No Twilight Council. Okay, yeah, and who needs one, right? Because this is a lot of stalker hating stuff right here. You got 3 immortals, you got sentries to section off the stalkers, and you also have, you know, guardian shields. You got phoenixes to pick on up any close stalkers that try to blink on top of your immortal, which is a pretty cool trick. If you have enough phoenixes, if something blinks on top of your immortals, you pick up all the nearby stalkers, and it's like, yeah, I just did that. I just saved my immortal. Here we go. It's gonna go ahead and fly on in. Getting the zealots too would be very powerful. And here we go. He's gonna recall to his own base. Alright, I think Art may have flubbed that one a little bit. I don't think it's looking good for him. He's halving the army supply. And yeah, I don't think he was prepared for this at all. And Alpha Strea, otherwise known as Astrea, is really punching him for it. However, he still has this ramp to fall back on. He has an Archon, he has some Zealots, but is it gonna be enough? It's a small choke point, it's a lot of units. I don't know. I really don't know. And Astrea is trying to push up it, and he's up the ramp. And now Art has no choice but to fight this head on. He's gonna wait for one more weapon of Chartros. And here he goes, one last stand to keep himself in this tournament, in this 5-hour tournament he's been working so hard for all this time. He's gonna try and do his best. The Observer goes down. Astrea has to hurry up though, as more Zealots coming out, as more Archons coming out, it gets better and better for Art. The composition gets stronger and stronger. And Astrea actually warping in pure batteries on the low ground. Okay, that's kind of an unexpected touch. That's okay though. And here we go. Here's the fight. He's going to go ahead and focus down the Prism first and foremost. Starts picking up, warping on in units. And now he's going to focus his attention to units already there. The Immortal's going to absolutely decimate the Archons. And I think we may be seeing the beginning of the end here, folks. The Probe starting to fight Immortals. Never a really great sign. Art GG's out. And folks, that is it for MVP Cup of May. Astrea wins 3-2 over Art. Art showing some super strong teeth in this tournament. Guy defeated a 6k MMR Terran. He took games off of Astrea. It was just mwah, mwah, mwah. It was just incredible. Had his blast watching. Hope everybody had as much fun as I had casting. Big congratulations to Astrea, folks. Whew. If you managed to stay with us throughout this whole 5-hour and 14-minute and 21-second cast, good on you. I hope you had fun. For those of you guys watching who aren't already following us, be sure to do so for more amazing StarCraft 2 community content. My name is Swagar. I hope you guys enjoyed my casting as much as I enjoyed doing it. And folks, I really need to go eat a pizza or something. So, I'll catch y'all later. Peace out. And congratulations to Astrea.